Imagine getting completely ditched by your own squad. Right after wiping out a horde of monsters, they just leave you in the dust to go chase shiny loot. But our guy? He couldn't care less. He just flexes his absolutely broken recycling skill, transforming every single monster corpse into sweet, sweet attribute points. He even snags a brand new skill as a totally free bonus. But of course, the arrogant awakeners absolutely despise anyone packing such ridiculously overpowered abilities. So when the massive dungeon boss suddenly spawns, these cowards scatter like terrified rats. They actually try shoving our main character straight into the danger zone as a human shield. Huge mistake. Honestly, their final mistake. He ruthlessly recycles those pathetic losers too, casually absorbing a handful of epic new combat skills. Talk about perfectly served karma. He finally exacts absolute vengeance on the exact bullies who treated him like garbage for so long. But let's rewind a bit. Not too long ago, he really was at the bottom of the food chain. Zero powers, zero skills, just walking cannon fodder. He was trapped in the miserable life of a scavenger. His only job was picking up pathetic scraps after the elite awakeners swept through the dungeons. He endured this living nightmare for years, until one fateful day, a vicious wolf monster ambushed them out of nowhere, and his so-called team instantly bolted. They left him to become Monster Chow, just like always. Frantically scanning the dirt for a weapon, all he finds is a flimsy wooden shield and a splintered staff, both hard stuck at level 1. But wait, the beast is flashing red at critical health. Adrenaline spikes as he realizes this is the golden ticket he has spent his entire life waiting for. He recklessly charges the beast. The other scavengers scream that he has a death wish, shouting that only true job changers can survive, battling a demon creature. He snaps back that he already knows the odds. He knows perfectly well that every single one of his stats is permanently locked at rock bottom. A bitter realization hits him. With these downright pathetic attributes, his attacks usually bounce right off the weakest dungeon mobs. But nobody understands survival better than a bottom feeder. He grits his teeth. If technique will not work, he just has to hit it with everything he has got, putting his entire soul into the strike. He swings. Meanwhile, Chen, the absolute worst of the elite, simply laughs, loving how the pathetic scavengers completely panic over a half-dead monster. Chen arrogantly sneers, boasting that his elite squad could easily farm a massive fortune just by slicing through a few of these beasts. He spits out that scavengers freeze up like deer in headlights against real demon beasts. To him, it just proves they are nothing but utterly worthless trash. Another elite job changer chimes in, barking orders to only grab the high-tier loot, leaving the absolute worst scraps for the bottom feeders to scrub away. While the scavengers scream in sheer terror over the beast, one girl casually points out to her boss that a single monster somehow slipped right past their front line. But not a single elite even bats an eye. Chen obnoxiously barks at his crew to drop a piece of rare purple gear. Why? Because his greedy hands have already claimed absolute dibs on it. Back in the danger zone, our main character is locked in a life-or-death struggle with the wolf. With a primal roar, he violently jams his weapon straight into the demon's glowing eye. A glorious critical hit triggers, granting him exactly 1 point of damage. Chen slowly strolls over, just to instantly kill the mood. He violently mocks him, sneering that a pathetic stray dog somehow managed to put down a dying pup. He viciously yanks our protagonist up by the collar. Spit flies as Chen screams in his face, demanding to know why a piece of trash is acting like an epic hero over one measly kill. He aggressively reminds him that elites do not waste a single dime on ruined, low-tier corpses. But Shin blocks out the screaming. His mind is entirely fixated on finally becoming a true job changer. You see, destiny in this world is never completely set in stone. If anyone can miraculously grind enough experience to finally hit level 1, even an absolute level 0, nobody can successfully awaken a new class. And if the stars align perfectly, they might even trigger an ultra-rare hidden job. But to pull off that impossible miracle, you have to somehow find a way to farm experience and break past your limits. For a level 0 weakling whose attacks literally deal 0 damage, reaching that milestone is mathematically harder than climbing straight to heaven. But Shin never gave up. He spent years constantly betting his actual life, perfecting his aim to land guaranteed critical strikes just to chip away a single hit point. Through sheer, blood-soaked persistence, his experience bar slowly crawled upward. And now, standing over this slaughtered demon wolf, the final puzzle piece locks perfectly into place. Ding! His experience maxes out at 100 points. A blinding level-up glow erupts. Instantly, Chen's smug face contorts into pure, boiling rage. The elite bully cannot stomach the fact that a bottom feeder just triggered a job shift right in front of him. The system chimes. Shin formally transitions from unranked scavenger to scavenger level 1. Wait, that is the absolute maximum level for that dead-end class. Chen practically chokes on his own cruel laughter, cackling that even an awakening could not save a literal trash picker. He violently slaps Shin on the shoulder. Chen wipes a tear from his eye, wheezing that this joke is just too insanely funny to handle. He ruthlessly mocks the fact that Shin wasted a once-in-a-lifetime miracle on a completely worthless role. With a venomous smirk, he whispers that being garbage suits him perfectly. Taunting him as the almighty level 1 scavenger, Chen coldly announces that since his friends ditched him, Shin gets the wonderful privilege of scrubbing the dungeon entirely solo. With a dismissive wave, Chen turns his back and strides away. He calls out to his elite squad, bragging that he has the funniest story to share with them. Left alone in the quiet dungeon, Shin clenches his fists in sheer frustration. Is he seriously still this pathetically weak even after maxing out his class? He curses under his breath. Every single attribute point is hopelessly locked because this garbage class caps at level 1. But as his eyes drift back down to the bloody wolf corpse, he starts wondering what a max-level scavenger can actually do. In a flash, his eyes ignite, with a blazing neon blue, and intricate system data about the beast floods his entire vision. A massive holographic prompt shatters the silence. Recyclable trash found. Corpse of a low-level spirit wolf. Shin freezes in pure shock as glowing, phantom hands suddenly erupt from his own spine. The spectral hands aggressively latch onto the demon wolf, forcefully dragging its heavy corpse straight into the void. He gasps aloud, realizing this must be the legendary hidden power of his class. It honestly looks terrifying as hell, but the shadowy hands completely devour the beast without leaving a single drop of blood. System prompt, trash integration initiated, and flawlessly completed. From the fresh kill, those ghostly hands manifest his prize. A spirit dash card and 3 raw attribute points float before him. The truth hits him like a freight train. He can actually harvest skills and pure stats straight from the dead. His heart racing, he immediately pulls up his system interface to double-check this insane reality. The phantom appendages whisper a clear condition. 3 agility points are required for activation. Without a second thought, he dumps every single point he just earned right into agility. Boom. The requirements for the Spirit Wolf card are officially met. The glowing card now pulses with power, waiting for his command. The system chimes in, asking for his final confirmation to activate. He mentally screams yes. Instantly, raw energy floods his veins. He looks down at his hands, wondering what kind of crazy power he just unlocked, since he honestly looks exactly the same. In the background, those arrogant hunters bark at him to get back to work. But the moment he takes a single step, explosive speed blasts through his legs. The sheer momentum completely overwhelms him, sending him slamming face first into the dirt. Shaking off the dust, it finally clicks. This insane burst of motion is the card's true power, but as he pushes himself up, the world morphs before his eyes. Glowing holographic text floats above the scattered bodies. Recyclable trash found. A massive realization washes over him. He is not just looting stats, he is literally devouring the essence of demonic beasts. And the craziest part? This is just the base power of a level 1 abyssal scavenger. The potential is absolutely terrifying. Letting his instincts take over, those shadowy hands erupt from his back once more, lunging toward the fallen monsters. He gasps in pure disbelief. This class is utterly broken. With a hungry grin, he goes on an absolute harvesting spree, grinding out stats while realizing something crucial. The very second he touched that first spirit wolf, a brand new skill was permanently etched into his soul, the Phantom Dash. His shadowy appendage then tosses him another shiny attribute point, leaving our main character deeply fascinated. Getting high off this rapid progression, he quickly figures out a catch. Milking the exact same monster type gives him fewer and fewer new abilities. Honestly, the drop rate for spamming the same species tanks completely after a while. The phantom voices praise his harvest, explaining the deep lore of essence absorption. This makes him wonder, does he need a constant supply of fresh, unique corpses to keep grabbing those one-time skill drops? But right now, his stat pool is sitting at a juicy 111 points. Talk about being rich. Now, how should he spend this massive fortune? Staring at his glowing blue interface, he smirks. At this rate, running out of stats is practically impossible. He starts balancing his build, distributing the points perfectly. Meanwhile, deep in the hunting zone, that elite squad is busy wiping out monsters, leaving only 2 beasts standing. Mid-fight, Chen reports back to the squad leader. He reveals that our boy actually awakened as a level 1 scavenger. The boss just scoffs, mocking the kid for getting such a pathetically rare, yet totally useless, job class. Another hunter laughs and jumps into the conversation, mentioning that sure, hidden classes pop up on the Grand Awakening registry from time to time, but the absolute top-tier rankings have been locked down for decades. In their eyes, these so-called hidden paths are nothing but absolute garbage. Chen smirks, adding that the kid is stuck at level 1. That basically makes him an F-rank loser, barely a step above unawakened trash. Hearing this, the boss barks a harsh command. Forget the trash. Keep pushing deeper into the zone. But moments later, their cocky attitudes vanish. They stumble upon a horrifying mountain of entirely mummified corpses. The leader signals a halt. Target found. It is the butchered remains of the elite Falcon hunting squad. One of the trackers steps up to examine the gruesome pile, observing that the abyssal corruption hit within the last 48 hours. But something is horribly wrong. These bodies are sucked completely dry. Every single drop of their life force was devoured by some kind of wicked dark magic. The female mage of the group shivers. They have only fought pathetic zombie wolves so far. How could a veteran B-rank party get utterly wiped out in a low-level zone like this? Before she can finish, the chilling sound of snapping bones echoes out. The mummified corpses are twitching back to life. Cut to the breaking news broadcast. An anchor frantically reports a massive abyssal rift tearing open right inside Shenfeng City's central mall. The threat level is officially locked at B rank. And the terrifying part? 217 civilians have already vanished into thin air. Back in the dead zone, the squad leader screams at the top of his lungs. Fall back immediately. It is a trap. As the undead horde lunges forward, Chen curses under his breath. He finally realizes why the outer zones were so empty. Every single body was dragged here to build this nightmare meat grinder. The boss desperately tries to rally his men. Those corpses were just bait to lure them into the slaughterhouse. Then, the ground violently erupts. A colossal A-rank abyssal flora titan smashes through the earth. This is the true boss of the dungeon. Controlled by the titan, the zombified falcon hunters unleash their deadly skills, swarming the trapped squad. Miles away, our main character is just chilling, casually admiring his stacked interface. He just hit the novice scavenger milestone by recycling 50 bodies during his exam. A shiny system notification pops up with his loot. An ordinary tier heart necklace and a rusty starter dagger. He rolls his eyes, immediately complaining about the absolute garbage tier drop rates. But his rant is cut short when a chilling hiss echoes from the shadows. A mutant corpse is already mid-leap, aiming straight for his throat. His newly boosted agility kicks into overdrive, letting him narrowly dodge the lethal strike. Moving like water, locking eyes with the grotesque monster, he breathes a heavy sigh. Not gonna lie, I totally thought that was good game for me. But something is different. His body reacts with lightning speed, a direct result of dumping those fresh attribute points into his stats. His muscles hum with raw, explosive power. The glow-up is real. He is practically bursting with newfound strength. Without missing a beat, Cheng pops his spirit dash skill, lowering his stance to blitz the undead nightmare. Newsflash, he smirks. I am a job changer now, too. And my hits? They actually slap. He forces a massive strength check of 20, instantly shattering the monster's armor like glass and hitting for double physical damage. A rush of pure adrenaline courses through his veins. He is absolutely loving this leveled-up version of himself. Thanks to the 20 points he dumped into intelligence, his brain is running on overdrive. His razor-sharp insight immediately flags the hidden traps the creature left behind. Scanning the infected monstrosity down to its very core, his eyes lock onto its fatal flaw. It is hyper-weak to fire, and the exact sweet spot is right at the base of its neck. Gripping his basic dagger, he launches forward in a blur, driving the blade straight into the weak point. The parasitized freak drops dead on the spot. Boom. This flawless kill forces a constitution check of 20, sparking the hidden corpse effect of the poison resistance fruit. Cheng's heart is practically pounding out of his chest. For the absolute first time in his life, he just soloed a monster. A glowing blue prompt pops up, announcing that the infected corpse is ripe for the recycling bin. He taps accept without hesitation. Instantly, the system blesses him with an overpowered passive skill, Toxic Evolution. This game-breaking ability flips deadly poison debuffs into crazy buffs. Scanning the skill card, his jaw drops. Spoiled? Toxic potions? They are basically supercharged energy drinks for him now. The system chimes again, dropping 5 shiny new attribute points into his lap. Then, it literally spawns a rotting, corrupted potion right in front of him, prompting him to break it down. The message is loud and clear. Even the most lethal toxins are just free buffs waiting to happen. Sending it, Cheng chugs the nasty sludge. Instantly, all the fatal debuffs invert into massive healing bursts. The system flashes a golden warning. His base stats have just been multiplied by 2 for the next 10 minutes. A terrifying, volcanic energy erupts from deep within his soul. He pulls up his stat window to admire the gains, but a chilling snarl echoes from the shadows. Whipping around, his blood runs cold. A massive, swarming horde of infected freaks is stampeding right at him. Dropping into a combat stance, he charges headfirst into the bloodbath. I am Ye Cheng, the scavenger, he roars, ready to make every single hater, whoever called him deadweight, choke on their words. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the elite job changers are fighting for their lives against the exact same horde. Panic sets in as someone screams that these monsters are insanely buffed. The horrifying truth? A colossal man-eating plant is pulling the strings, juicing them up with its own energy. The raid boss violently signals a full retreat, but it is way too late. The infected mutants start butchering the squad, picking them off one by one. Sweating bullets, the cowardly Chen abandons his crew, sprinting away to save his own skin. "No shot, I am dying in this dump," he mutters, clutching his heavy bags of stolen loot. He refuses to drop his precious gear. His rat-like brain starts cooking up a fake sob story to explain the squad wipe. Checking his blind spot, he suddenly collides with a rock-solid figure. The impact sends him eating dirt. He looks up, utterly stunned to see the trash scavenger standing over him. Cheng glares down with icy killing intent, pressing Chen on whether he actually just threw his entire raid group under the bus to survive. But Chen is not even listening. His terrified eyes are glued to the background, completely paralyzed by the mountain of slaughtered mutants stacked up behind Cheng. "Did you seriously solo all of them?" He stammers in absolute disbelief. Chen's mind races. If this overpowered Zero makes it out alive, he is going to snitch to the guild supervisors. Snapping like a cornered rat, Chen barks, "If you want to level up so badly, go be monster food." He viciously sweeps his leg to cripple the hero, but Cheng's body practically moves on its own, instantly triggering a brutal strength check. Crack! A blinding shockwave of agony shatters Chen's leg bone, dropping him back into the mud, screaming in pain. Towering like a grim reaper, Cheng's voice drops to a freezing whisper. "You are not even trash. You are worse." Right on cue, horrific, twisted vines burst from the earth. They violently drag the wailing, sobbing Chen into the dark abyss. But just a few seconds later, the system spits his mangled body right back out, officially labeling him as unrecyclable garbage. Savage. Meanwhile, a golden fanfare erupts in Cheng's mind. His broken recycling talent just hit the next tier. The upgrade unlocks the power to scrap absolute garbage skills and re-roll them. Wasting zero time, he pops an epic skill card, Controller of All Flames. The UI breaks it down. Casting a basic fireball costs 15 intelligence points. But thanks to his insane 50-point stat pool, he casually triggers the legendary Overcast effect. The basic spell radically evolves, mutating into the apocalyptic Great Flame Explosion. A fresh wave of infected nightmares swarms his position. Cheng just smirks and unleashes a hellish inferno. The blinding blast instantly vaporizes the entire mob into floating ash. "Wait. Crap," he yells, clutching his head. "I was supposed to recycle those guys for loot." Suddenly, a straggler leaps from the smoke, aiming straight for his neck. It is a brutal, chaotic scramble, but Cheng ultimately buries his blade deep into the monster's skull. Suddenly, the ground quakes. The former raid boss has completely mutated into an elite horror. Sparks fly as Cheng clashes blades with the hulking beast. It is an epic showdown, but our boy comes out on top. Standing over the fallen leader, he whispers, "Sorry about this, but your corpse is getting recycled." Bingo! The drop is a legendary dagger mastery card. This insanely rare buff instantly uploads god-tier assassin skills into his brain, unlocking a devastating flurry of phantom strikes. Crushing the card, a surge of dark aura wraps around his hands. The cheap blade suddenly feels alive, perfectly balanced and terrifyingly lethal in his grip. The scavenger is now dancing through the horde like a literal god of death. Meanwhile, back at the guild, a very nervous Chen is currently sweating buckets in front of the furious supervisors. Inside the cold walls of the interrogation room, the suits relentlessly grill him about his failed mission to recover the fallen members of the Falcon Group, making it crystal clear no corpses means zero payout. Meanwhile, completely unseen by his interrogators, Chen's hidden system stats are skyrocketing. His mind flashes to a colossal, flesh-devouring botanical nightmare. Back in reality, the higher-ups slam their fists on the table, demanding answers about the vanished bodies. He desperately tries to explain that the corpses were dragged straight into the abyss by him, but the brass isn't buying a single word. According to their flawless guild records, Chen is the absolute only survivor to crawl out of that death trap dungeon, so this phantom figure he keeps raving about is mathematically impossible. What really sets off their alarm bells, though, is the fact that his stats mysteriously plummeted all the way back to level 1 the moment he returned. Chen screams until his lungs burn, swearing that this mysterious guy didn't just steal the bodies, but literally recycled his entire skill set. But the supervisors just roll their eyes, writing it off as extreme dungeon trauma. They openly mock the absolute absurdity of a human being recycled like actual garbage. Their total refusal to listen pushes them to officially brand his entire wiped-out squad as guild traitors. Despite the threat, Chen refuses to back down, gripping the table and swearing on his life that the legendary trash man is completely real. Cut to the present day. Our actual main character stands silently before the swirling vortex of a B-rank abyss. Staring into the portal, his mind drifts back to his darkest days. He remembers risking everything to fence monocrystals on the underground market, only to get scammed out of 70% of their true value. Under-the-table trading was a massive felony, thanks to the greedy mega monopoly of Last Enterprises, and the absolute pennies he managed to scrape together barely put a dent in his crushing mountain of debt. Fast forward to now, if he spams his overpowered recycling ability out in the open, some snitch is bound to report him to the Awakening Association. Having a glitched, never-before-seen hidden class means he'd instantly become a corporate lab rat, locked up for years of horrific experiments. He lowers his gaze to his palm, staring at the glowing recycling crest burned into his skin, a permanent brand of his ultimate secret. But right now, his only objective is securing the absolute bag. He blends into a chaotic crowd of awakened job changers, all gearing up to raid the freshly spawned dungeon. A virgin abyss means the loot drops are going to be cranked to a solid 200%. The raid leader barks over the crowd, demanding only elite awakened of B rank or higher to step up and register. Ignoring the requirement, Chen pushes his way to the front, deadpan declaring himself as a level 1 scavenger, and casually asks for a spot. The raid leader totally loses it, bursting into cruel laughter and brutally roasting him for even daring to call himself an awakened. The boss violently waves him away, ordering the trash-tier rookie to hover in the backlines and literally just pick up garbage. Little do they know, this plays perfectly into Chen's master plan. He intends to ghost at the very back of the formation, put on a flawless act as deadweight, and completely hoover up all the high-tier monster corpses and dropped loot while nobody is looking. But suddenly, a massive guard snatches Chen's wrist, just as the crowd parts for a stunning girl. It's the princess of the legendary Liu dynasty, who literally just awakened an ultra-rare, divine-tier class. With absolute authority, she commands the vanguard to bring Chen into the raid, casually dropping that their party is already stacked anyway. Meet Liu Qingran, the absolute supernova of the elite hunting guilds, universally worshipped as the heavens chosen. The beefy guard instantly pushes back against her order, angrily pointing out that Chen is stuck at a pathetic level 1 and doesn't even have a valid guild license. But Qingran isn't having it, freezing the guard with a cold glare and stating his level is totally irrelevant. In her eyes, every single mercenary standing there is just expendable cannon fodder anyway. The guard instantly folds, swallowing his pride and bowing to her absolute authority, completely aware that this entire guild operates under her family's massive financial umbrella, and their only real job is keeping her breathing. Breathing a sigh of relief after narrowly dodging a rejection, Chen instantly locks in, determined to milk this golden ticket for all it's worth. He subtly analyzes Qingran's flawless features, his brain scanning through his memories to figure out why she looks so insanely familiar. Then, it hits him like a freight train. Flashback to exactly 2 years ago, the blood-soaked day he brutally executed his very first demonic beast. She had been standing right there in the alleyway, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief, demanding to know how a bottom-feeding junk scavenger could possibly pull off a superhuman kill. She was totally stunned, confessing that she had only read about unawakened humans using such suicidal, grind-heavy methods to force a level up, but completely refused to believe any sane person would actually risk their soul to do it. Bloodied and exhausted, he had simply looked at her and stated he was just trying to survive, before cold-bloodedly harvesting the monster's mana core. Horrified by his sheer desperation, she had yelled that throwing his life away for a few measly coins was absolute madness. But his eyes had turned icy as he viciously clapped back, growling that silver spoon awakened elites like her couldn't even begin to fathom the brutal, soul-crushing reality of grinding in the slums. With blazing anger, he had ripped into her for abandoning the weak, choosing to bask in the glory of her privileged path, while he had to hurl his frail human body into a meat grinder of demonic horrors, just to see tomorrow. Cut deeply by his words, she had fiercely screamed back that her singular goal was absolute power. She was dead set on being the very first to conquer the Forbidden Zone. Confused, he had demanded to know what mythological place she was rambling about, but she instantly threw up her walls, completely deflecting by asking why he was so obsessed with awakening. Without missing a beat, he had looked her dead in the eye and swore he needed godly strength to shield his fragile family from this twisted world. He vividly remembers the shift in the air. After formally exchanging names, the arrogant girl actually softened, wishing him genuine luck and admitting she was dying to see the monster he'd become once he finally awakened to class. She had even extended a crazy olive branch, inviting the slum rat to join her elite vanguard once he awakened, promising that together they would dominate that mysterious dungeon. Right then and there, a fateful pact was forged in the shadows. At the time, her kill count was already sitting at a terrifying 30 beasts, while he had just barely survived his very first hunt. She made him swear they'd cross paths again the second he claimed his system class. But their cinematic moment was abruptly shattered when her father's heavily armed bodyguards swarmed the alley, having tracked down the runaway heiress. The corporate dogs immediately shoved Chen back into the dirt, barking at him for daring to breathe the same air as a VIP, before forcefully escorting her away. Even as she was dragged into the shadows, she managed to chuck a high-grade monocore straight at his chest, shouting that it was his rightful loot. From that day forward, Chen walked his own bloody path of survival. Snapping back to reality, he stands shoulder to shoulder with her once more, whispering that legendary name under his breath, Lu Qingran. Unfortunately, a try-hard guild member catches him muttering and violently backhands him across the face, screaming that he has no right to speak the Heaven-Chosen's name, and demanding to know what delusional garbage is running through his head. Without missing a beat, the lackey violently shoves him forward, barking orders for the trash-tier rookie to go fetch the dropped loot crystals. As the squad pushes forward, our boy trails behind Lu's imposing figure. He mutters under his breath, swearing he will not be dead weight on this run. Lu catches his whisper. Good, she snaps back, her voice colder than absolute zero. Without missing a beat, she barks the order to march straight into the yawning abyss. One by one, the party gets swallowed by the swirling portal. Meanwhile, our main character makes a silent, ironclad vow to absolutely secure the bag on this raid. Little do they know, his last dungeon run was legendary. He literally absorbed the ultimate kits of a shield warrior, an assassin, and a bloodthirsty berserker. He even ripped a boss-tier ability, super regeneration, straight from the corpse of a monstrous man-eating plant. But the real cheat code? His genius radar chart stat distribution. He systematically wiped out every single physical and magical blind spot in his arsenal. Class restrictions? What are those? Every single one of his 6 core stats is now heavily stacked, casually breaking past the 100-point threshold. After all, he was the absolute menace who stripped the previous abyss completely bare. Trekking deeper into the suffocating darkness, he actually catches himself wondering just how overpowered 100 stat points really makes him. His appraisal skill quietly sweeps over his oblivious teammates. He barely holds back a laugh. One dude is rocking a pathetic 12 points in strength, paired with a tragically hilarious single point in intelligence. Doing the quick math in his head, he figures if a totally average human packs 1 point of strength, then this 12-point guy is essentially 12 times stronger than a regular civilian. Following that exact logic, with his own monstrous 100 strength points, he is literally a walking, breathing wrecking ball with a 100-fold advantage over a normal mortal. Out of nowhere, a violent tremor shakes the cavern walls, but Ching just waves it off, blindly assuming it is just the ancient ruins settling. Seconds later, a hype shout echoes out. A loot box spotted. The whole squad swarms the area, only to hit a massive brick wall. Without a dedicated rogue in the party, that lock is not budging. We are talking about a totally locked down rank, a treasure chest here. But our protagonist casually steps up, places his hand on the intricate mechanism, and pops that legendary lock open in seconds flat. Jaws literally hit the floor. One guy stammers in absolute shock, screaming that only high-tier assassins or veterans above level 5 could ever bypass that kind of security. He frantically demands answers. How did a rookie pull off a masterclass heist? Unfazed, the main character smoothly lies, reminding them he is just a humble level 1 scavenger. He shrugs, claiming trash collectors like him tinker with broken chests in the scrapyard all the time. The gullible teammate buys the bluff entirely, agreeing to split the epic loot after they clear the dungeon. Right now, survival is the priority. But as the squad marches deeper, our hero dead stops in his tracks. He barks a chilling warning for the guy up front to freeze immediately. His hyper-tuned instincts are screaming. Danger is lurking right in front of them. He smoothly kicks a stray rock down the corridor. Boom! The stone triggers a massive pressure plate, and the solid stone walls violently slam shut with bone-crushing force. The entire party stares at him, seriously doubting if this guy is actually stuck at level 1. Playing it cool, he brushes off the insane flex. He feeds them another flawless lie, claiming scavengers naturally develop crazy danger sense just from dodging junkyard hazards. From the shadows, Lu silently observes his every move. Meanwhile, a slick system prompt chimes in his mind. Deception check passed. The party is actually falling for his underdog act. Those perfectly distributed 100 intelligence points are doing the heavy lifting right now. Impressed by his utility, the boss tosses him a skill card. It is a busted, one-handed mace. It is literally bottom-barrel trash meant for level 1 newbies. The protagonist pockets the pathetic weapon, instantly realizing exactly where he stands. They still think he is totally useless in a real fight. The squad pushes deeper, finally stepping into a colossal, echoing chamber where a mysterious glow dominates the center. One clueless dude immediately drops his guard, cheering that they already hit the final boss room treasure. He practically brags about how ridiculously easy this raid has been. He foolishly bets that this specific Abyss variant is completely monster-free. But a glaring system notification pops up in our hero's vision, revealing the brutal truth. The system confirms it is indeed a rare dungeon, but the so-called treasure room is anything but safe. Hovering dead center is an ominous stone tablet, suspended right above a creepy chalice. The cup is brimming with a thick, blood-red liquid. The greedy teammate snatches the tablet. Instantly, Lu's combat instincts flare up, screaming at the squad to brace for a sudden ambush, but the arrogant guy just taps the stone, laughing that they only need to grab the loot and warp back home. Huge mistake. The crimson fluid in the chalice starts violently bubbling like an active volcano. Red alert system warnings flood the main character's sight. The devastating blood trial has officially been triggered. A massive geyser of blood erupts from the tiny cup. Panic sets in as the horrifying reality hits them. This is a death trap. Lu's eyes widen as she recognizes the legendary blood nightmare. She roars for everyone to draw their weapons. As the chaos unfolds, our overpowered hero makes a massive tactical decision. He locks his devastating strength down to just 25%. Exposing his god-tier stats right now would ruin everything. He slyly slips on the Ring of Weakness, a cursed artifact that brutally slashes all user attributes by a set percentage. He totally remembers raging when this garbage item first dropped. He had literally screamed at the system, asking why in the world anyone would equip an item that specifically nerfs them into oblivion. But looking at the current mess, this so-called trash-tier ring is actually his ultimate disguise. The battle kicks off. The squad easily smashes the Crimson Spirits, shattering them into red mist with basic strikes. But the victory lap does not last long. The scattered droplets violently pull back together, mutating into twisted, humanoid abominations. The blood nightmares spawn in super weak, but their power scaling is absolutely terrifying. They actively study and counter every single attack thrown at them. The party desperately unloads their skills on the evolving blood monsters, who are looking more human by the second. But these freaks just will not stay down. Panic breaks out as one of the guys screams that the creatures are flat-out immortal. Meanwhile, Lu is a one-woman army. Her combat flow is breathtaking. She completely freezes the horrors solid, then ruthlessly shatters them into a million icy fragments. But despite her flawless sweep, her brows knit in pure frustration. She is totally baffled. Why is her squad failing to execute such a basic combo? With a swift, merciless kick, another frozen nightmare explodes into ice dust. Trash is still trash, she coldly mutters, glaring at the frozen remains. But the squad mage snaps back, screaming that the base speed of these monsters is completely broken. The mages literally do not have enough cast time to drop a single spell before getting rushed. While they cry about the difficulty spike, our nerfed protagonist just stands there, seriously debating if he should drop the act and instantly vaporize the entire room. With bare steel doing absolutely zero damage, he completely flips the script. Ancient chants roll off his tongue, triggering a massive, face-melting firestorm right in the middle of the horde. The rest of the party just stares, their jaws practically on the floor. A level 1 newbie dropping an S-rank destruction spell that literally breaks the rules of the system. Only a handful of the gruesome blood nightmares are left breathing. Ching completely obliterates one, but instead of turning to dust, the cursed flesh bubbles and splits, cloning itself right before their eyes. This isn't just some random dungeon mob anymore. A suffocating aura fills the room. It is a king-tier boss, and the sheer terror is spreading fast. Ching's eyes go cold, his brain working on overdrive. How in the world did a calamity of this level spawn inside a measly B-rank abyss? Something is seriously off. Then, the terrifying puzzle pieces click into place. These abominations do not just copy their prey, they absorb their opponent's raw power, scaling up mid-battle to match whoever they fight. The grim reality hits him like a truck. This monster siphoned his own overpowered stats to force an evolution, and now, the mutated beast has locked its deadly gaze solely on him. Ching dances through a lethal barrage of claws, dodging by mere millimeters. But reality sets in quickly. You cannot just punch your way through a boss that literally wields your own god-tier strength. Suddenly, a chilling presence cuts through the heat. Liu steps up to the front line, her gaze sharp as a razor, and orders him to fall back immediately. This is her stage now. Blurring into motion, she intercepts the beast, her blade slicing through the air, and instantly locking the abomination inside a tomb of jagged, absolute zero ice. Ching's eyes snap wide open in pure shock. The surrounding air crackles with freezing energy. She has actually unlocked the legendary Frost Domain, but beneath her icy exterior, Liu feels the crushing weight of reality. The ice is cracking. Her current stats are not nearly high enough to solo this monstrosity. Staring down absolute death, a bitter and painful memory flashes through her mind. She remembers her guild members begging her to stay behind. They had scanned the wildly erratic mana fluctuations, warning her that diving into this abyss alone was a complete death sentence. Back then, she was nothing but a broken girl wrapped in medical gauze, recovering from a catastrophic tragedy. But right now, she rips off the remaining bandages, exposing flawless, battle-ready skin. Her voice rings out, cold and unyielding. The waiting game is over. It is time to shatter her limits and claim her throne at the pitch-black peak of the tower. A dark thought still eats at her. She knows she is the shadow of her prestigious family, constantly falling short of her godlike older siblings. But if she lets this pathetic dungeon break her, she might as well erase the Liu surname from existence. Biting back her doubts, she explodes forward, unleashing a tidal wave of freezing destruction. Right as her blade connects, a massive, ethereal frost banner erupts into reality. The system's robotic voice echoes in their minds, announcing a huge team buff. Every single ally within a 30-meter kill zone just received a solid 50% boost to their absolute speed. Liu's eyes glow with grim determination. She might not possess the raw damage to one-shot this king, but she can absolutely turn it into an ice sculpture to buy time for one final, devastating execution. Hanging back, Qing analyzes every frame of her movement. He mutters under his breath, realizing this legendary S-rank class is literally blessed by the heavens themselves. Yet, his gamer instincts are screaming with hype. It is the ultimate showdown, an unstoppable king-tier calamity versus the god-chosen Frost Knight, Liu Xingran. Who breaks first? But the nightmare is a literal tank. Even against a relentless hurricane of ice and steel, the gruesome beast just refuses to drop dead. The harsh reality punches Liu in the gut. Even holding a legendary S-rank title, her damage output is basically child's play compared to the monstrous strength of her bloodline. Carrying the legendary Liu crest feels like wearing a heavy chain. In their elite circle, she is the eternal underdog. Toxic memories resurface of her siblings laughing down at her, branding her as completely useless trash. They treated her like fragile glass, strictly banning her from entering any abyss because she was just too weak. But that pity only fueled her burning obsession to level up at any cost. Even if she had to grind her way up from the dirt-tier novice zones, she didn't care. She firmly believes that swallowing the pain and surviving the brutal grind is the only way up. One day, she will crush their arrogant pride and stand at the absolute pinnacle. Channeling all that built-up rage, she brings her heavy blade crashing down right onto the mutant's skull. But the boss instantly counters. It violently whips its massive body around, as the rest of the raid party screams at her to pull back immediately. Pure panic infects the squad. They suddenly remember the grim lore. This specific mutant had literally crushed a veteran S-rank hunter before. Soloing this nightmare is absolute suicide. The grotesque boss winds up for a fatal execution strike, but a blur intercepts the attack. It is Qing. He parries the heavy blow, his eyes glowing as his system goes into hyper-analysis mode. He pushes his observing eye to the absolute max, hunting for a single fatal flaw. The system warns him, if this abomination officially locks into its king-tier evolution, it will shrug off basic debuffs like nothing. A few more seconds of evolution, and it will become 100% immune to ice, stuns, paralysis, and speed reductions. And the absolute worst part? Every single weak point on its body will be permanently erased. The countdown to total party wipe has officially started. Qing burns through his mana reserves, dumping every single stat point he has into an all-or-nothing assault. Off to the side, Liu forcefully downs a high-grade health potion. Her icy gaze is completely locked onto Qing as the absolute madman charges headfirst into a deathmatch with the boss. Qing's focus is razor-sharp, his eyes tearing through the beast's defenses. But there is a massive problem. Any physical damage he deals is instantly healed by its insane regeneration factor. Then, a massive brainwave hits him like lightning. What if this mindless horror is actually just a puppet on a string? He instantly barks a desperate command to the squad. He yells for them to toss him the mysterious relic block. That exact item was dislodged right before this hellspawn crawled out of the shadows. There has to be a hidden system link between the two. Hearing the call, a heavily armored teammate slides the heavy artifact straight across the battlefield toward him. The artifact is practically glowing with cryptic, forgotten runes, but Qing's boosted intelligence stats crack the code in milliseconds. This glowing stone is the ultimate cheat code. Reversing the ancient spell embedded in the stone is the one and only way to permanently execute this unkillable beast. A cold sweat drips down his face. The answer was literally sitting right under his nose this entire time. If he had just spammed his observing eye from the start, they would have skipped this whole nightmare. With zero hesitation, he pitches the glowing artifact straight down the howling throat of the mutated boss. Instantly, the massive beast glows red, forcibly triggering its ultimate invincibility phase. He freezes in his tracks. Liu steps right up to him, her eyes narrowing as she scans his face. "Hold on, do I know you?" she asks. A spark of recognition flashes in her eyes. Qing blinks, genuinely shocked. It took her this long to figure it out. He casually drops the bomb. They bumped into each other exactly 2 years ago. Back then, he was just a lowly scavenger scraping by. He actually swooped in and swiped her hard-earned experience points. Honestly, that was the very first taste of XP he ever got in his life. Bingo. The memories flood back. She suddenly pictures the scrappy kid who shamelessly snatched up that missing zero point 0.5 XP from a beast she had just slaughtered. A knowing smile creeps onto her face. She totally remembers him now. She calls him Yi Ye Qing, a hilarious mix-up that literally translates to one-night stand. Qing's face instantly turns tomato red. Panicking, he aggressively corrects her. It is just Ye Qing. She lets out a soft laugh, completely blown away that this random kid actually managed to change his destiny. Pushing his chest out, Qing proudly flexes his brand new title, a level 1 scavenger. Her gaze softens. A wave of genuine respect washes over her, realizing he literally bet his life against the odds to rewrite his own class. On the flip side, Qing is sweating bullets. Her intense, unblinking stare is absolutely frying his brain. Snapping back to reality, she shatters the tension. She warns the squad that the crucial glyph block is now shifting wildly inside the Blood Nightmare's massive body. But there is a massive catch. Her overpowered frost domain is officially on cooldown. Locking eyes with Ye Qing, she orders him to track down the artifact inside the beast. Qing smirks. He knew this was coming, because no matter how broken or overpowered someone might be, absolutely no one can solo the abyss forever. Everyone needs a solid backup. Holding up his hand, he offers her a solid fist bump. Consider this payback for that 0.5 XP. He grins, officially inviting her to tag team this boss. Her smile sharpens. She bumps his fist right back, warning him not to be dead weight on the battlefield. Catching their fire, the rest of the squad totally hypes up. Battle cries echo through the cavern. Their fighting spirit is off the charts, ready to throw down whatever it takes. Eyes burning with resolve, Qing steps up as the shot caller. He commands the entire party to push forward as a single, unstoppable unit. "We are all walking out of this hellhole alive," he roars. He loudly counts down the clock. Exactly 5 seconds left, until their invincibility buff shatters completely. Once that shield drops, the boss is going straight into maximum berserker mode. They are looking at 30 brutal seconds of pure, uncontrollable carnage. He begs them to hold the line for this final half-minute survival test. The party erupts into absolute chaos, screaming out their refusal to die today. Like a tidal wave, they rush the monstrous nightmare. A brave frontline fighter sprints ahead, perfectly drawing the boss's aggro. Without missing a beat, Liu barks orders at the team's magic caster. She tells the girl to focus fire on those lethal tentacles and keep their scavenger alive at all costs. The mage explodes into action. Blazing arcane energy shreds through the air, blasting the thrashing limbs away. Qing then drops a massive truth bomb. The glyph block is the literal win condition for this blood trial. If some random fireball accidentally melts it, they will be trapped in this nightmare forever. Panic flashes across Liu's face as she demands a backup plan. Qing's eyes go dark. He is going full savage. He plans to rip the artifact out with his bare hands. "Are you out of your mind?" she screams. She utterly refuses to let him dive headfirst into a giant monster's acid-filled stomach. But Qing just smirks. He is not diving in. He is drilling a hole straight through the beast's core. Trusting his crazy plan, Liu immediately commands their archer to aim high. She needs raining debris to form a mid-air staircase for Qing. A flurry of arrows instantly skyrocket upward, shattering the cavern roof into falling boulders. At the exact same time, she channels her frost aura to violently suppress the nightmare's hurricane-level gales. She opens her mouth to coordinate the backline, but Qing shuts her down instantly. "I have got this," he roars, launching himself like a missile at the boss. Wind whipping past his face, he bets everything on his broken super regeneration passive, knowing any scratch damage will instantly heal back to full HP. Across the blood-soaked arena, Liu desperately pushes her mana to encase the abomination in solid ice. "Aim straight for the chest," she yells, marking the absolute weakest armor point on the beast's body. Realizing his base stats are too low for a frontal blitz, Qing pops his own berserker skill. His agility spikes, granting a massive 20% speed buff. He aggressively chugs a health potion, slamming the empty vial away. Suddenly, his brain clicks. He remembers that garbage-tier slowness potion he looted way back at the dungeon entrance, a so-called trash item that is about to carry this entire raid. Channeling every ounce of power, he leaps into the sky, screaming his lungs out for an epic finishing strike. Wham! A massive tentacle completely blindsides him. He is swatted out of the air like a literal bug, skipping across the stone floor like a skipped rock. Spitting out blood, he groans at the massive reality check. His anime protagonist moment just utterly failed. Note to self, maybe stop trying to look so cool. But then, the system glitches. His unique recycling skill triggers on its own, and in a terrifying twist, the target locked in is his own body. Ghostly, spectral hands burst from the ground, violently wrapping around his limbs. The entire squad freezes in absolute horror, their brains glitching out as they watch their carry get consumed. Psych. Ching flexes, easily breaking the system's hold. A living human cannot be scrapped. With a devious grin, he orders the phantom hands to act as a human slingshot. This crazy bastard planned the whole thing. The spectral force launches him at breakneck speed, rocketing him straight into the monster's gut. Blood and gore splatter everywhere as he burrows deep into the beast. Bam! He violently explodes out the monster's back. In his blood-soaked hand, the glowing glyph block. The colossal blood nightmare lets out one final, deafening screech before collapsing into the dirt. The system chimes. The brutal blood trial is officially cleared. The party stands there, jaws on the floor, brains slowly processing the fact that they just survived an impossible boss raid. Pure euphoria takes over. They scream at the top of their lungs as golden light showers the cavern. Level up notifications spam everyone's vision. Well, everyone except our main guy, whose experience bar does not even twitch. He is already sitting comfortably at the max level cap. Behind him, the defeated boss erupts into a blazing inferno. The boss incinerates into pure ash, dropping the ultimate jackpot, a massive wooden treasure chest. The squad scrambles like crazy to snatch up the loot cards, and our main character finally gets his hands on one. But wait, the equip requirement? Level 100. Pure rage boils in his veins. He stares at his stats, screaming internally why the hell is his max level permanently hard stuck at level 1. It makes every single god tier drop completely worthless to him. Fed up, he violently yeets the card across the room, but Liu steps in, insisting he should divide the loot since he totally hard carried the entire raid. He slowly turns his gaze toward her, locking eyes, and declares they need to have a serious talk. Cut to the outside world. An absolute massive army of elite bodyguards from the Liu family is gearing up to storm the abyss and save their young miss. But before they can even breach the portal, she casually strolls out, loudly announcing that the rescue mission is officially cancelled. Seeing her alive, these hardened warriors instantly burst into absolute waterfalls of tears. The head butler grabs a megaphone, hypecasting to the entire crowd that the great Liu Xingran just solo cleared a lethal abyss. Striking a confident pose, she flexes on the massive gathering, claiming she can conquer literally anything single-handedly. I mean, she is an S-rank prodigy, after all. Meanwhile, the rest of the surviving squad quietly slips away into the shadows, strictly bound by a vow of absolute silence. Flashback to the dungeon core. Liu remembers the exact moment Qing cornered her for a massive favor. He smirked, pointing out her insanely rich Liu family background, meaning cash was basically water to her. Then, he straight up offered to sell her the boss drops, slapping a wild price tag of 500 magic crystals on the deal. After haggling for a slight discount, she instantly locked in the trade. His one absolute condition? The second they stepped out of that portal, they had to act like he literally never existed. She was to take 100% of the glory for the solo clear. Tossing his hood up, he turned his back, muttering that he needed to chill in the boss room a bit longer, so he could ghost his way out unseen. Staring at his fading silhouette, Liu's mind spun in circles. Was this guy just repaying a favor, or trapping her in a massive debt of gratitude? Back in the dead silent abyss, our main character is chilling completely alone. A strange, lifeless block sits dead center on the cold stone floor, right in front of him. Just as he channels his mana to blast it open, a microscopic blood nightmare, the exact parasitic horror that had been mind-controlling the entire mob, aggressively bursts out from the core. Glaring down at the parasite, our hero demands absolute submission. He taunts the creature, asking if it really wants to stay pathetic garbage, just waiting to be stomped out by stronger hunters. Reacting instantly to his overwhelming aura, spectral hands shoot out from the void and violently recycle the demonic parasite. Boom, system notification. He just unlocked the incredibly broken Nightmare Body skill. This sick ability lets him burn raw life essence to summon a flawless shadow clone. This phantom double perfectly mimics his every move, can tank or deal one massive critical hit, and operates on an insane 30-second cooldown timer. On top of that, a shimmering Nightmare Body card drops into his inventory. Smirking at the insane stats, he knows this is going to be an absolute game changer for future dungeon raids. Fast forward a bit, we catch Qing chilling in a local diner, casually swiping through his massive holographic loot stash. Sure, he dumped all the high-level gear on Liu, but his inventory is still absolutely stacked with lower-tier junk. He knows damn well the Hunter Association supervisors are monitoring the drops, but realistically, they couldn't care less if a level 1 newbie pawns off garbage. But suddenly, while speed-scrolling his menu, his finger slips and smashes the recycle icon. Instantly, a glowing piece of armor gets digitized into pure code, spitting out exactly 1 BP point. Completely baffled, his jaw drops as he tries to process what kind of glitch he just triggered. A mechanical system voice chimes in his head. It explains that this legendary recycling feature automatically filters through garbage loot, then completely pulverizes, smelts, and breaks the trash down into raw elemental materials. The voice clarifies that BP, or basic points, is basically the ultimate universal currency milked from dead equipment. With this stuff, he can literally bypass the system to upgrade, repair, or even forge entirely new god-tier weapons from scratch. A golden quest prompt pops up. Mission repair, a rusty, basic tier dagger, for the total cost of 5 BP. Staring at his screen, his tactical mind goes into overdrive figuring out how to farm the points. This trash dagger was literally sitting at 0 out of 33 durability, an item he was going to toss in the dumpster anyway. Since he already bagged 1 BP, he's only 4 points short. Without hesitating, he goes on an absolute recycling spree, melting down his entire trash inventory to farm the rest. Flash. The system doesn't just fix the blade, it completely buffs its base attack and skyrockets its max durability. This proves his crazy theory. Literally any piece of garbage can be evolved into a masterpiece. Confetti graphics explode as the system congratulates him for clearing the tutorial. Now for the sweetest part, loot choice. He has to pick between a starter, crafting blueprint, or a flat 2-point boost to a random base stat. Flexing his high IQ gamer brain, our boy instantly locks in the magic blueprint. He knows that a measly 2 stat points won't save his life right now. The real priority is surviving the absolute nightmare scenarios, hiding deep inside the abyss, where the rules of reality change every single floor. It is a well-known, brutal fact in the hunter world that countless hyped-up veterans dive in, only to burn through all their mana before even sniffing the boss room, forcing a humiliating retreat. When you're bleeding out in the dark, basic mana potions are literally the only thing keeping you breathing. The interface flashes again, unlocking the insane item regeneration skill, but there's a huge catch. Brewing a single magic potion demands 6 BP and an empty physical container. Squinting his eyes, he scans the room, wondering what kind of junk qualifies as a vessel. He flags down the exhausted waiter and casually asks for an empty glass. Snagging it, he discreetly vaporizes the leftover ice and backwash, setting the stage for his very first alchemy attempt. He intensely taps away at the holographic crafting minigame floating in midair, completely ignoring the waiter, who is staring at him like he's an absolute lunatic. Ding! The blue liquid materializes. He rips the cap off and chugs the homemade potion. The absolute vile, rancid garbage taste almost makes him throw up, but he forcefully swallows the sludge anyway. Instantly, a massive surge of mana explodes through his veins, washing away every ounce of exhaustion. Bubbling with fresh energy, he swaggers right out of the diner, convinced he can speedrun a second abyss before dinner. But the exact second his boots hit the pavement, a squad of heavily armed thugs blocks his path, radiating pure hostility. Is that really Ye Qing? The street thugs circle him like vultures, totally tripped out by his massive glow-up after just a few days. A heavy hand slams onto his shoulder. The goon sneers, absolutely certain our boy scored some epic, high-tier loot while grinding in the scrapyard. They've been hunting him down relentlessly. But Qing barely blinks. His voice is ice-cold as he warns them to back off, stating his debts are completely wiped clean, interest and all. The bully just laughs. He straight up plunges his dirty fingers into Qing's drink, mocking him that the cash might be paid, but their shady contract is still wide open. In this guy's twisted mind, a scavenger belongs at the absolute bottom of the food chain. He aggressively smashes Qing's milk tea against the pavement. The trash talk escalates instantly. Their murderous intent is totally leaking out, ready for a beatdown. But Qing's eyes quietly dart around, scanning the alley for security lenses. He knows the golden rule of the awakened. Flexing any system skills outside the abyss is a massive felony for normal job changers. Only the official law enforcers and heavily armed task forces hold that privilege. If he's going to unleash his power and wreck these fools, he desperately needs a camera blind spot first. The thug barks a humiliating order. He tells Qing to get on his knees and lick the spilled boba right off the concrete, cackling that this pathetic display is exactly the destiny of a bottom-tier trash picker. Qing stands his ground, deadpan and unbothered. Boiling with rage, the goon pulls back his fist for a brutal strike. Bam! Out of nowhere, an insane aura floods the street. Enter Caesar, an elite S-rank powerhouse from the legendary Blood Oath Guild. He materializes instantly, snatching the attacker by his tie and freezing the deadly punch in midair. Without breaking a sweat, Caesar demands to know if the raid party is fully assembled. The terrified thug stammers out that they are still short one player. Realizing this isn't his problem, Qing turns his back and casually strolls away. You're hired. Caesar's commanding voice echoes through the street. Ching pauses, reminding the S-rank hunter that he's literally just a lowly scavenger. He claims he possesses zero combat power, suggesting this heavy hitter should hunt down a proper meat shield instead. But Caesar drops a massive bombshell. They are breaching the abyss during a blood moon phase. It's a catastrophic event where every single monster enters a frenzied, hyper-lethal state. He straight up needs disposable bait, so combat stats are completely irrelevant. Hearing those cursed words, a switch suddenly flips inside Ching's head. His thoughts race back to the lore of the blood moon. Sure, the beasts mutate into unstoppable nightmares, but super rare bosses spawn, the loot pool literally doubles, and the magic crystals drop with god-tier purity. This risky gamble is way too juicy to pass up. Ching makes his choice. He locks in and accepts the suicidal mission. Caesar smirks, signaling the trembling thug behind him to rally the rest of the squad. The final recruit steps from the shadows, and Ching's blood runs cold. It's Lao Chen. The second their eyes lock, Chen absolutely loses his mind, screaming in pure shock. Smash! Ching aggressively claps a hand right over the traitor's mouth. After a quick, violent struggle, he yanks the panicked mage into a dark corner for a little chat. Chen is hyperventilating, mind blown that Ching actually survived the slaughter. Ching glares at him with dead eyes, hissing that this coward should be bowing in gratitude. The only reason Chen is still breathing today is because Ching pulled him from the jaws of death inside that dungeon. Without that epic carry, he'd be Monster Chow right now. Caesar raises an eyebrow, questioning their sketchy history. Ching instantly brushes it off, walking away with an absolute 0-degree chill in his voice. He loudly declares that nobody makes friends with a backstabbing rat who wiped out his own squad. Ching then shoots one final, lethal glare back at Chen. He demands to know how this snake slithered away from the guild investigators. Trembling, Chen spills the pathetic truth. He was staring down a brutal 15-year prison sentence, but he managed to buy his freedom by liquidating his entire stash and coughing up a devastating 1.5 million credit fine. Then, the audacity kicks in. Chen actually points the finger, crying that his ruined life is entirely Ching's fault. Ching's aura instantly turns pitch black. His voice drops to a deadly whisper. One more peep, and Ching promises to physically dismantle him and recycle his parts for literal scrap. Scene change. Deep inside the Sea City subway tunnels, the squad stands before the terrifying, swirling portal of the abyss. Zhou Tang, a level 3 veteran, sarcastically welcomes them to the Suicide Squad. He casually asks everyone to drop their stats. Our main character steps up first, claiming the name Ye Qing, a pathetic level 1 scavenger. Chen nervously stutters next, locking in as a level 1 mage. Another hunter, Shu, chimes in with a grim reality check. He brutally admits there's zero ego in this party. Why? Because every single soul here is absolute bottom barrel trash, gambling their lives just to secure a bag. Watching them, Ching internally smirks. This ragtag gang of losers might actually have the survival instincts to make it out alive. Zhou then points to his own pair of disposable rookies and loudly declares the raid needs a captain. Naturally, he crowns himself the shot caller, bragging that his level 3 status makes him the absolute alpha. Nobody argues. Lao Zhu, a totally drained level 2 healer, instantly pledges loyalty. Following suit is Lao Zhang, a rugged level 3 warrior who nods in agreement. Suddenly, Caesar steps up to command the room. He locks eyes with the 5 temporary newbies and delivers the brutal truth. Their only job in this dungeon is to be walking meat shields, 100% expendable. Ching absorbs the grim reality without flinching. The S-rank boss then tosses a glowing key to the rookies. He warns them that this abyss is a hellish labyrinth, absolutely rigged with lethal traps in every single corridor. Their suicide mission? Pioneer a bloodless route straight to the boss room, map the entire zone, and feed the intel back to the elite strike force. His final rule is chilling. If a beast spawns, sprint for your lives. They have zero combat specs, but if nobody makes it back alive, the payout vanishes forever. The harsh truth hangs in the air. Suddenly, a brutal coughing fit wrecks Old Man Zhu. Zhang quickly grabs his shoulder, asking if the veteran healer is going to crash. Zhu wipes his mouth with a shaky hand. Quitting isn't an option. He's got 4 hungry daughters waiting at the dinner table tonight, and he absolutely has to secure this payload. Zhang gives a heavy, knowing nod. They are all playing roulette with the Reaper. He's staking his own life right here, desperate to pay off his dying wife's critical hospital bills. The squad stands paralyzed at the very edge of the abyss. Zhang pushes to the front line, completely ignoring the whispering cowards behind his back. Zhang's sharp eyes lock onto Qing, noticing the fresh face. Zuo just scoffs, muttering that every single person here is just fresh meat for the slaughter. Zhang slowly shakes his head. In all his years fighting, he has never seen a rookie look this insanely chill staring down a death trap. The descent into the absolute darkness begins. The silence is deafening, and Zhou starts sweating bullets. Knowing a dungeon with 0 monsters is a massive red flag. Chen finally snaps, barking at the guy to shut his mouth before he jinxes the entire raid. Out of nowhere, the temperature absolutely plummets. Frost coats Joe's breath just a second before his clumsy foot clicks against a hidden pressure plate. Deadly steel spikes erupt from the shadows. By sheer dumb luck, he throws himself backward to avoid getting skewered. Chen explodes in absolute rage, while our main character, Qing, just watches in silence. Honestly, Qing is just amazed the idiot survived. The squad pushes deeper into the gloom, leaving a trembling Joe trying to catch his breath. Thinking he is kissed by the goddess of luck, Joe suddenly gets a burst of fake confidence and sprints straight into the darkness. Qing and Chen just stare at each other. They are beyond fed up with his trash tier behavior. But wait, shadows detach from the cavern ceiling. The team snaps their heads up, eyes going wide. The darkness twists, revealing horrifying, demonized spiders raining down on them. And worst of all, these absolute nightmares are level 5. We are talking about elite-class beasts packing lethal venom. Joe shrieks like a banshee, absolutely paralyzed by terror. But Chen instantly bites back. Blazing torrents of fire erupt from his hands, scorching the monstrous arachnids. Zuo and Zhang draw their weapons and dive straight into the chaotic bloodbath. Meanwhile, a massive beast launches itself at Qing, plunging its razor-sharp fangs deep into his leg. But thanks to a hidden chemical buff pulsing through his veins, the spider instantly drops dead. Chen catches this out of the corner of his eye, his face twisting with bitter jealousy over Qing's overpowered recycling trait. Without missing a single beat, Qing triggers his system. The monster's corpse dissolves into pure energy, granting him a sweet, permanent attribute point. But the loot drop does not stop there. A glowing arcana card materializes in his palm. The name? Quenching Poison. This crazy buff converts 60% of a weapon's hit into pure venom damage over 6 seconds. And if you manage to land a critical strike, that toxic damage skyrockets to 120%. The catch is, it demands 25 agility points to equip. These arcana cards are completely unique. The card vanishes after one use, but perfectly enchants the weapon until the blade completely shatters. A smirk creeps onto Qing's face as the truth clicks. His insane recycling system does not just drop skills and classes, it farms legendary arcanas too. And since these artifacts can stack with other abilities, he immediately plans to fuse this venom right into his trusty dagger, maybe even stacking a second buff. Suddenly, Zhang roars from across the battlefield. The raid leader furiously demands to know why the rookie is just daydreaming during a massacre. Little does he know, Qing has already merged the toxic power. His basic blade now drips with terrifying quenching poison, fully prepped to butcher the demonic horde. On the total opposite side of the spectrum, Zhou is crying and sprinting away. The coward curses his life, sobbing that being level 3 means absolutely nothing when his entire kit is built for boosting teammates instead of dealing damage. Desperate, he slaps on a bizarre mask, terrified out of his mind. He frantically mumbles that he needs an ultimate survival skill to save his own skin. He starts belting out a totally unhinged song, screaming that the beasts are evil spirits that need to be exorcised. Qing just stares from the shadows, utterly baffled. What on earth is this clown trying to pull? Instead of debuffing the swarm, Zhou's pathetic melody actually sends the spiders into a berserker frenzy. Realizing he just buffed the enemy, Zhou screams and runs for his life again. A massive spider lunges for his throat, but a venomous blade flashes from the dark. Qing executes the beast in a single, flawless strike. The sheer volume of monsters is spiraling out of control, forcing a bloodied Zhang to make a call. He orders the squad into a full defensive formation, realizing this fodder-tier dungeon is turning into an absolute death trap. Because Qing moves like a ghost, the clueless squad actually thinks Zhou landed the killing blow. They start hyping up the terrified coward like he is some kind of war hero. Let them glaze the idiot. Our overpowered protagonist completely ignores the chatter, locking his piercing gaze onto the shifting horde. His mind races, calculating the perfect slaughter strategy. Meanwhile, the absolute clowns in his party are still busy throwing a parade for Zhou. Qing deduces a terrifying truth about these abyssal entities. They are not mindless bugs. They have actual battle IQ. When they mark their prey, they fall back to strike from the shadows. Proving his massive brain right, the surviving monsters suddenly break formation and vanish into the darkness. Everything is playing out exactly as the main character calculated. Chen is visibly shaking now, pointing out the horrifying reality that they are still at the entrance. If the lobby is this insanely brutal, what kind of nightmarish boss is waiting for them in the depths? Qing secretly checks his system interface. He stashed one elite arcana for emergencies, but melted down the remaining 27 cards into pure stats. That nets him a massive 54 basic points. Suddenly, Zhou starts acting tough again, barking orders to push forward now that the coast is clear. The clown even has the nerve to warn everyone about hidden traps. Qing just rolls his eyes, thinking Zhou is the only walking hazard in this entire raid. While the fools march forward, Qing's eagle eyes lock onto a concealed stone gate. Jackpot. It is a legendary berserk zone, spawned entirely by the chaotic red moon. The dungeon's architecture is literally mutating. Deciding to claim the secret loot, he instantly summons his terrifying blood nightmare familiar. He commands the beast and a shadow clone to babysit the useless squad. Meanwhile, the real Qing seamlessly vanishes into the hidden abyss. Bam! A mutated spider launches a lethal ambush from the pitch black. Qing slashes with his venomous blade, only to discover a terrifying truth. This variant is completely immune. Our guy is staring down a Broodmother variant, a level 20 rare elite boss. His gamer brain is already calculating the insane loot drops. But the boss isn't waiting around. It lunges, and our MC claps back with a devastating wall of flames. No dice. The beast literally tanks the inferno without a single scratch. Time for plan B. Close quarters carnage. Zero hesitation. He closes the gap in a blur, gripping his dagger tight, and sinks the blade right into its critical weak spot. Here is the crazy part about this monster lore. Lower tier level 5 spiders are packed with deadly venom, right? But this massive level 20 broodmother, it traded its poison immunity for raw stats. Meaning, poison is now its ultimate Achilles heel. By hyper-focusing on tank-like defense and endless monster spawning, it left a glaring flaw. Think about it. Queens don't hunt. They sit back and let their demonized spider armies do the dirty work. In a twisted stroke of irony, the very venom her minions carry is the exact thing that can tear her down. The massive beast snaps back, spitting a thick web that pins him down completely. But our boy just smirks. Boom, berserk mode activated. Raw, unadulterated power surges through his veins as he literally rips the monster to shreds. A sweet system chime rings out. His berserk card just hit the next level. Now he faces a classic skill tree dilemma. Option A is splattering gore. It heavily buffs his physical strikes, letting him shred through enemy armor like wet paper. But the catch? A nasty health drain debuff that keeps ticking until the skill times out, or he flatlines. Then there is option B, Unyielding Rage, a solid utility buff that massively extends duration and slashes the cooldown in half. Decisions. Unyielding Rage is the textbook safe play. But let's be real, against absolute tank bosses, splattering gore is the ultimate cheat code. The HP drain is sketchy, sure, but then, a 200 IQ strategy clicks into place. What if he stacks splattering gore right on top of his regeneration mode? The rapid healing completely cancels out the self-damage. It is literally an infinite armor-piercing hack, without the fatal drawback. Genius. With the boss dead, he sweeps the zone for loot drops, hoarding every valid item his official abyss clearance allows. Time to hit the market, secure the bag, and scrap the leftover junk for parts. The system drops a juicy 20 attribute points into his lap, sparking his imagination about his next massive power spike. And the grand prize? A super rare Broodmother summon card. This bad boy lets him call forth 4 demonized spider pets to jump his enemies, complete with their own wild evolution paths. Meanwhile, cut back to the side squad. They just stumbled into the motherlode, a literal S-rank crystal mine. Zhu stands there stunned, guessing the apocalyptic red moon triggered this insane spawn. Absolute jackpot. Wasting no time, Zhu pops his Eye of Horus skill. A radar pulse sweeps a 60-meter radius, pinging the massive cache and broadcasting it straight to the squad's minimap. But Chen absolutely loses his mind. He starts screaming at Zhu for putting it on the grid. They could have pocketed this haul and lived like kings forever. But Zhu shuts down that greedy fantasy instantly. He reminds the hothead that if the ruthless boss Caesar catches them skimming off the top, they are dead meat. Zhang chimes in with a harsh reality check. They are just disposable pawns. Their whole existence is just clearing the fog of war for the big shots. Whether they breathe or bleed out, the guild could not care less. Chen bites his tongue, a bitter taste in his mouth. He used to be the elite guy, spitting on weaklings like them. But ever since Qing shattered his level progress, he is right back at rock bottom. Just another scrub in the dirt. All he desperately wants is enough cash to buy his way back into a prime scavenger guild. Driven by pure greed, his hand shoots out to snatch a shiny crystal, whispering that he just needs a tiny handful. Click. A hidden trap springs. Out of nowhere, a lethal blast obliterates Lao Ju point blank in the skull. He drops like a sack of bricks. Dead. Cut back to our MC, chilling and inspecting his new level 1 spider pet. Honestly, it looks totally pathetic right now, but it has the hidden potential to morph into a savage level 5 demonized beast using base points. To make this little guy actually viable in the abyss, he needs to power level it right now. He dumps his hard-earned points, and boom, a flash of light, and a sleek silk spider emerges. Back in the caves, the tension explodes. Zhang grabs Chen by the throat, veins popping in his neck. He violently blames Chen's selfish greed for killing Lao Ju. a good man who was literally just grinding in hell to feed his family. But Chen, he just snarls right back, barking that if his stats had not been wiped, he wouldn't even be slumming it in this death trap to begin with. With ice in his voice, he declares he is totally done playing nice with low-tier trash. Zhang snaps, whipping out his blade and pressing it right to Chen's chest. He screams that Chen is nothing but a dirty team killer, exposing how he massacred his old party members too. Chen just laughs it off, deadpan. He admits he would do it all over again. In this brutal reality, cash and stats are the only gods that matter. Suddenly, a slow, echoing clap pierces the dark cave. A sinister voice echoes from the shadows, adding that a little luck helps too. The figure steps into the glowing light. It is the big boss himself, Caesar. A wicked grin stretches across Caesar's face. He actually applauds Chen's cutthroat mindset, and right then and there, offers him a spot in the elite squad. Meanwhile, one of Caesar's creepy henchmen kicks Lao Ju's corpse, chuckling that the poor guy hasn't even gone cold yet. Caesar just shrugs like it is a minor inconvenience. In the abyss, blood is literally the currency, he claims. Stepping on corpses to get rich? That is just the name of the game. And dying for it? Not an option. Casually slinging an arm around Chen's trembling shoulders, he whispers that these crimson crystals could buy an entire empire, spawning only when the blood moon rises. Just one has the insane potential to flip a peasant's destiny overnight, but farming them costs a life he considers absolute trash. Pivoting to his newly acquired meat shields, Caesar barks a chilling command to harvest every crystal and fill the crate. He promises a swift execution for anyone who dares to run. Panic sets in as Zhang screams that this task is straight-up suicide. Caesar's eyes lock onto him like a predator, ruthlessly weaponizing Zhang's own tragic backstory against him. He coldly reminds the broken man that trading a pathetic existence to pay for his wife's medical bills is a noble sacrifice. Zhang's trembling hand inches toward a glowing crystal, but he violently snatches it back, hot tears streaming down his face. He sobs that he refuses to be deleted in this hellhole. He only signed up to wipe out the crushing gambling debt that ruined him. Witnessing this absolute nightmare, Chen's spirit completely shatters. Knowing his fire magic is a joke compared to Caesar's aura, he begs to join the elite squad, desperately accepting the previous offer. Even as a bottom-tier mage, Caesar glances at his merciless crew, mocking the sheer audacity of the request. Getting a sinister nod, he gestures for the boy to approach, and Chen instantly drops to his knees, swearing to become the perfect, loyal pawn. Bam! Without a second of hesitation, Caesar delivers a bone-crushing kick, sending him flying. He snarls that absolute garbage will never infiltrate his ranks. Then, his eyes darken as he makes a lethal declaration. Everyone dies right now. Just as the killing intent peaks, our main character materializes from the shadows like a ghost, silently morphing his clone back into a blood nightmare. Chu flexes his aura, ready to dive headfirst into the brawl, but the protagonist smoothly holds him back. He is stepping up to the plate himself. Cheng casually strolls up to harvest the fatal crystals. One of Caesar's goons screams at him to call it out before triggering a trap. Completely unbothered, Cheng snatches up a glowing stone. The entire crew dives behind the rocks, bracing for a bloodbath, but absolutely nothing hits our boy. Minds are blown as they try to process the glitch. Are the traps broken, or do they fizzle out after a single shot? Here is the ultimate cheat code. Thanks to his broken system abilities, Cheng bypasses every single hidden death flag. Sure, he might take a scratch, but getting flat-out deleted while farming? Zero chance. Effortlessly, Cheng scoops up a second crystal, and the death mechanism stays completely asleep. Caesar's jaw practically hits the floor, muttering that this kid's luck stat must be cracked over 60 points, which is mathematically impossible for a lowly scavenger class. Even top-tier awakened players struggle to boost their luck attributes. The only logical conclusion for these veterans? The system trap is totally glitched out. His squad nods, along with this massive cope, and feeling arrogant, one goon aggressively snags a crystal. Zap! A blinding laser instantly punches a hole straight through his skull, dropping him dead. Caesar's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. He instantly recalculates, realizing Ye Cheng must possess an ultra-rare class trait, a passive skill that practically bends reality in his favor. He demands to know if Cheng dumped every single stat point into luck, but our boy hits him with a relaxed smirk, casually dropping the bomb that he runs a perfectly balanced, all-rounder build. Hearing this absolute flex, Caesar finally drops his act. He admits his original strategy was to use all their dead bodies as trap fodder, but witnessing Cheng's absurd cheat skills has changed the game. Now, he only craves the corpse of the boy dripping in god-tier luck. As for the rest of the crew, they are total cannon fodder. Caesar barks the order, capture every single one of these rats alive. Chu instantly freezes up, cold sweat dripping down his neck. After all, they are staring down the infamous Blood Oath Syndicate, and crossing blades with a ruthless guild like that is basically signing your own death warrant. Chu desperately signals for a full tactical retreat. Meanwhile, the coward Chen has already bolted, sprinting for the hills, with 10 stolen magic crystals gripped in his sweaty palms. But our boy plants his feet, declaring that running is not an option, it is time to throw down. Zhang wildly objects, screaming that the enemy has them completely surrounded. But Cheng just flashes an insanely cocky grin, countering that they are not outnumbered at all. With a snap of his fingers, he deploys his summon skill. A swarm of nightmarish demon spiders erupts, rushing the Blood Oath squad with terrifying, skittering speed. Chu loses his absolute mind, his brain short-circuiting at the horrific realization that they are caught between psycho mercenaries and a deadly monster wave. Our boy casually pats him on the shoulder, telling him to chill out, these creepy crawlies are the cavalry. Chu's jaw unhinges in pure shock, absolutely stunned by the revelation that his teammate is a monster tamer. While Chu mentally reboots, our protagonist locks his focus on the Blood Oath Vanguard, scanning their auras to find every single enemy rocking a level 15 or higher. Sure, the exact stat scaling between his monsters and awakened humans is still a wild card, but he is banking on his swarm tactics to bridge that gap. On the opposite side of the deathmatch, Caesar zeroes in on the summoned beasts, and the veteran killer instantly connects the dots. Wielding monsters? This kid has awakened a legendary hidden class. At that exact second, our boy's level scanning skill hits a massive firewall on Caesar. The stats are unreadable, which means one terrifying truth. The guild leader's power absolutely dwarfs his own. Caesar refuses to let the momentum shift. He roars at his syndicate to butcher the monster wave first, then exterminate the human trash. Sensing the incoming bloodbath, our boy whips around to his terrified squad, ordering them to follow Chen's exact escape route if they want to live to see tomorrow. Chẳng còn con đường nào khác. Trinh chép miệng thừa nhận, dù nam chính nhà ta đôi khi hơi ngơ ngác, nhưng cậu ấy thực sự đang vắt kiệt 200% sức lực để gánh còng lưng cả đội. Một tia sáng hy vọng lóe lên, vẫy gọi cậu lao đi như một mũi tên xé gió. Thế nhưng Joe vẫn chôn chân tại chỗ, toàn thân run rẩy trong sự hoang mang tột độ. Nam chính ném cho anh chàng một ánh nhìn sắc lẹm. Nếu muốn giữ lại cái mạng nhỏ này và tiếp tục càn quét các vực thẳm khác thì vắt chân lên cố mà chạy ngay đi. Anh chàng lật đật co giò bó chạy, gào lên rằng sẽ khắc cốt ghi tâm sự hy sinh của Joe. Nhưng cánh cửa sinh tử vừa hé lộ, một âm thanh chấn động xé toạc màng nhĩ, kéo theo cơn bão đá khổng lồ ầm ầm đổ sập xuống, phong ấn hoàn toàn lối thoát duy nhất. Trang quay phát sang nam chính, hai mắt vàng tia máu gào lên điên cuồng, gặng hỏi xem cậu vừa kéo cả đám vào cái địa ngục trần gian nào thế này. Lần này, Joe hoảng loạn cúi đầu tạ lỗi, ôm trọn mọi tội vạ vào người. Kể từ giây phút bước chân vào vực thẳm này, vận đen cứ thế bám riết lấy anh, tai ương nối tiếp tai ương không hồi kết. Ở một diễn biến khác, đám sát thủ của băng huyết thể đang lao vào một trận tứ chiến đẫm máu với nam chính và bầy nhện quỷ đột biến. Đám quái vật đú độ trâu bò để nghiền nát những kẻ thù thông thường. Nhưng đối đầu với một đội quân kỷ luật thép như huyết thể, lại là một bài toán hóc búa hơn gấp vạn lần. Giữa chiến trường hỗn loạn mù mịt, Trinh xoay người vung dao găm chém toạc đôi chân của một tên địch, sát khí ngùn ngụt chuẩn bị bồi thêm đòn chí mạng. Ngay khoảnh khắc đó, đám thợ săn điên cuồng phản công, nã một cơn mưa mũi tên độc về phía anh. Nhưng với phản xạ thần sâu, Trinh lách mình né tránh mượt mà không tì vết. Đám thợ săn trố mắt nhìn nhau sững sờ, hoàn toàn không tin nổi con mồi có thể thoát được đòn tử thần ấy. Một tên gân cố giục đồng bọn chỉnh lại thước ngắm và khai họa lần hai. Nhưng lần này, nam chính đã bắt sóng được. Cậu vung kiếm chém đôi mũi tên ngay giữa không trung, rồi tặng kèm cho lũ khốn một vụ nổ hỏa ngục rực sáng cả góc hang. Uy lực tàn bạo của ma pháp thổi bùng một luồng sát khí khiến kẻ địch lạnh sống lưng. Nhận ra bản thân đang đối mặt với một con quái vật ao trình hoàn toàn, bọn chúng vứt bỏ vũ khí và cắm đầu chạy tán loạn. Kẽ hở lộ ra, một tên huyết thể khác điên cuồng lao thẳng về phía Joe, nhưng Trang đã kịp thời phóng tới cản phá đòn tấn công. Joe mềm nhũn ngã bệt xuống mặt đất lạnh lẽo. Trang gầm lên ép anh phải đứng dậy cầm vũ khí, đầy nghiến nhắc lại sự thật cay đắng rằng chính anh là nguồn cơn khiến cả đám kẹt dưới đáy mồ này. Huyết quản vỡ nát, máu tươi nhuộm đỏ nửa khuôn mặt Trang. Kẻ thù trước mắt thực sự quá áp đảo, thở dốc từng nhịp đứt quãng. Trang cay đắng lầm bầm đáng lẽ anh không bao giờ nên bước chân vào cái vực thẳm nguyên rủa này. Nhưng đến bước đường cùng này, cái chết lại như một sự giải thoát. Một khi nhắm mắt xuôi tay, đống nợ nần ngập đầu kia cũng tan thành mây khói. Ngay khoảnh khắc Trang nhắm mắt chờ đợi nhát chém kết liễu, Joe đột ngột tung một bùa lợi thẳng vào tên ác ôn. Thật trớ trêu, lần này ma pháp lại trúng đích hoàn hảo, mặc dù tác dụng phụ của nó làm tê liệt luôn cả Trang. Ở phía xa, nam chính đứng hình mất 5 giây, não bộ lột hết công suất để cố hiểu xem hai báo thù này đang thi triển chiến thuật quái quỷ gì. Tên khốn đang giao chiến với cậu khẽ nhếch mép mỉa mai. Hắn gáy bẩn rằng, dù sức mạnh của cậu có khủng khiếp đến đâu, thì thành thể lực cũng phải có giới hạn. Và ngay lúc này, cậu đang vượt quá giới hạn chịu đựng của bản thân rồi. Không nói nhiều, Trinh thi chiến thuật phân thân, ngay lập tức giải phóng một binh đoàn nhện khát máu lao lên. Nguồn năng lượng trong cơ thể tụt dốc không phanh. Để duy trì trận pháp, cậu ngửa cổ nốc cạn một bình ma dược ép lượng mana hồi phục trở lại. Thế nhưng tên đối thủ, một gã pháp sư chiêu hồn tà ác, lại bật cười man rợ. Hắn buông lời khinh bỉ rằng mọi vùng vẫy đều vô ích. Lưỡi hái tử thần đã kê sát cổ rồi. Hắn kiêu ngạo tuyên bố tà thuật chiêu hồn là sức mạnh tối thượng, và binh đoàn xác sống dưới trướng, hắn sẽ cắn xé con mồi cho đến tận lúc thế giới tàn lụi. Chân tướng sự việc đánh thẳng vào tâm trí nam chính. Tên khốn này chuyên thao túng tử thi. Đôi mắt cậu ánh lên sự quyết tâm rực lửa, lạnh lùng tuyên bố sẽ đích thân tiễn những vong hồn này về nơi an nghỉ. Đáp lại lời thách thức, những đôi bàn tay ma thuật rực sáng xuất hiện từ hư không. Chúng vươn ra hấp thụ đám xác sống, tàn nhẫn xé toạc và phân giải từng thân xác một cách triệt để. Tên pháp sư chiêu hồn hoảng loạn gào thét, tra khảo xem binh đoàn bất tử của hắn đã biến đi đâu. Chẳng buồn phí lời giải thích, nam chính đáp trả bằng một đòn tấn công hủy diệt. Caesar đứng khoanh tay quan sát từ xa, khóe môi giật giật để lộ sự thích thú hiếm hoi. Ngay sau khi tiễn gã pháp sư xuống suối vàng, Trình bừng bừng sát khí tiến thẳng về phía tên trùm. Anh thẳng thắn thừa nhận lẽ ra đã nhắm mắt làm ngơ để bọn chúng ôm tiền tẩu thoát. Nhưng thứ thực sự chọc điên anh chính là việc đem mạng sống con người lên bàn cân để đo đếm với mấy viên đá ma thuật rẽ rách và coi sinh mạng đồng loại như những công cụ vứt đi. Caesar nở một nụ cười khấy ngạo mạn. Hắn cất giọng răn đe, bảo Trinh bớt ảo tưởng sức mạnh lại, chỉ vì vừa nhặt được chút uy quyền mọn. Hắn buông lời răn dạy khắc nghiệt, thế giới này là lò mổ của kẻ yếu, và chỉ có những ác quỷ tàn nhẫn nhất mới leo lên được đỉnh vinh quang. Chợt, một giọng nói nức nở van xin cất lên phá vỡ bầu không khí, hóa ra là Joe. Caesar ngửa cổ, cười lớn đắc ý. Hắn tin chắc mười mươi rằng đám bia đỡ đạn rác rưởi này sẽ mài xương dưới đáy vực thẳm mãi mãi. Kỳ lạ thay, Joe lại điềm tĩnh gật đầu đồng tình. Trang tức lộn ruột gầm gào vào mặt anh, cấm tiệt việc thỏa hiệp với kẻ thù và ra lệnh phải đâm thủng họng chúng ngay lập tức. Trang nghiến răng tuyên bố, ngay từ khoảnh khắc lũ khốn này bật nắp phản nghịch, án tử dành cho chúng đã được định sẵn. Thế nhưng, Joe lại cay đắng đáp lại rằng anh thậm chí còn chẳng giết nổi một con quái vật quen. Số phận của anh sinh ra chỉ để làm một người hỗ trợ vô dụng. Ở phía bên kia chiến tuyến, Caesar lạnh lùng vạch ra ranh giới sinh tử của trận huyết chiến này. Chắc chắn sẽ có kẻ phải bỏ mạng tại đây. Nhưng nam chính bước lên cắt ngang bầu không khí u ám. Cậu nhún vai thừa nhận bản thân chẳng thể ngấm nổi mấy mớ lý thuyết hắc ám của tên trùm, nhưng cậu có một niềm tin sắt đá rằng bất kỳ ai đặt chân vào vực thẳm này đều xứng đáng có cơ hội hít thở khí trời và sống sót trở về. Nhanh như chớp mắt, Caesar tung một đòn càn quét hung hãn, hất văng nam chính găm chặt vào vách đá. Trong cơn choáng váng tột độ, cậu nhận ra mình chưa từng chạm trán một con quái vật nào sở hữu sức mạnh kinh hồn đến thế. Áp lực tứ thần lại ập đến. Caesar lao tới bồi thêm nhát chém thứ hai. Rất may, nam chính đã lách người né được trong gang tấc. Tên ác bá nhếch mép cười khinh bỉ, ngông cuồng tuyên bố trước sức mạnh tuyệt đối của hắn, tất cả những sinh vật đang thoi thóp ở đây chỉ là một đám rác rưởi. Cùng lúc đó, tên sát thủ huyết thể vẫn đang điên cuồng trút đòn thu lên người Joe, trong khi Trang liên tục gào thét đến rách cổ họng, ép anh phải đánh trả. Anh nhắc cho Joe nhớ vị trí thủ lĩnh mà anh đang nắm giữ. Ký ức đưa Joe quay về khoảnh khắc bốc đồng khi anh giơ tay nhận chiếc ghế thủ lĩnh. Sự hối hận trào dâng khi anh từng ngây thơ đến ảo tưởng rằng làm trưởng nhóm sẽ được miễn nhiễm với việc phải chém giết quái vật. Bí mật nhục nhã nhất mà anh luôn giấu kín chính là sự yếu kém đến thảm hại của bản thân. Anh thậm chí còn không đủ tư cách để đứng chung hàng ngũ với những người đồng đội. Đạp đổ mọi lòng tự tôn, anh quỳ gối khóc lóc van xin kẻ thù tha mạng, nghẹn ngào thú nhận rằng bản thân thực sự chỉ là một kẻ vô dụng cặn bã. Những vết thương lòng bị xé toạc. Joe nhớ lại bóng lưng lạnh lùng của những đồng đội cũ khi họ vứt bỏ anh, không phải vì anh thiếu kỹ năng chiến đấu, mà vì anh đã thất bại thảm hại trong chính nhiệm vụ duy nhất mà mình được sinh ra để làm. Buffing from the sidelines had been his only party trick, and honestly, it was completely pathetic. That absolute rock bottom was exactly when Caesar swooped in, dangling an invite to join his elite squad. But back in the present, the deadly dance continues. Caesar, locked in a brutal deathmatch with our boy, relentlessly bulldozes forward. Ching is already battered and bruised, but the nightmare is just starting. Caesar unleashes a legendary martial art, a devastating technique inherited directly from the legendary master, Kang Long-jin. This isn't just a simple punch. The strike violently ruptures internal organs, causing catastrophic trauma from the inside out. And here is the sickest twist. If the victim dares to cast a single spell afterward, the internal damage violently explodes, guaranteeing a gruesome death. It is an absolute executioner's move, perfectly designed to slaughter even Grandmaster mages. Panic sets in, and our main character desperately backpedals away from the monster. His mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. That nasty blood loss debuff is ticking away, greedily swallowing his health pool. But right then, a sudden light bulb goes off. He screams Joe's name into the chaos, but before the echo can fade, Caesar detonates forward, landing a bone-crushing blow that sends the protagonist skidding across the dirt, crashing right at Joe's feet. Coughing up crimson, a half-dead Ching forces himself to speak. He spills his guts out, confessing the agonizing weight of feeling utterly useless. He knows the humiliating sting of surviving purely on other people's pity, The absolute torture of being treated like fragile, disposable trash. He reveals a crushing secret. He once craved godlike power more than anyone breathing, and failing to grab it left him suffocating in his own self-hatred. He stares Joe dead in the eye and tells him that he used to be exactly like him, completely powerless. But the difference? He never once ran from the Reaper. Being weak is absolutely no excuse to play the coward. Our hero flashes back to his own brutal rookie days, fighting monstrous beasts with zero skills. Back then, he was literally nobody, entirely stripped of value, but he reveals that a blade to the throat isn't what terrifies him. It is the horrifying decay of his own willpower. It is the terrifying crumbling of a warrior's heart. Joe, completely thrown off, stammers out, asking if he literally means a failing organ. With a bloody smirk, our boy confirms that Joe himself is the very heart he is talking about. Drifting back into his memories, the protagonist visualizes his epic clash against a sky-scraping titan. That bloodbath was a pure miracle. He confesses to Joe that raw stats did not win that fight. It was pulling every last ounce of insane courage from his soul. That was the only reason the beast fell. And then, he drops an absolute bombshell, declaring that his entire agonizing life has been a grueling training arc to claim a king's throne. Overhearing this, one of the blood oath grunts gets literal chills. He whispers that this terrifying beast of a man used to literally scavenge through garbage. It makes his explosive rise from the slums absolutely legendary. Meanwhile, Shu is completely paralyzed, mentally looping that one heavy word, king. He frantically whispers to himself that he has to level up, or he is destined to be cannon fodder. Hiding behind a pathetic mask, dodging every single conflict, had always been the easy way out. But right here, right now, the burning hunger for raw power finally ignites inside his soul. The enemy, however, throws his head back and erupts into villainous, mocking laughter. A pathetic level 3 weakling like Joe? He could not even leave a dent on Prime, level 17 armor. Dripping with arrogance, the enemy taunts the kid to step up and die. But Joe isn't backing down. He grips his mic and starts furiously chanting buffs. Caesar freezes in his tracks, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process the sheer audacity. That is exactly when our main character flashes a devilish grin, proudly announcing he just found the most thrilling sport on planet Earth. Ding, the system flares up. He just scored the inspiration status, a god-tier buff that instantly cranks his damage, defense, speed, and magic resistance up by a massive 15%. Riding that insane adrenaline spike, our boy summons the terrifying Blood Nightmare. The demonic entity erupts from the shadows, launching a savage assault on their enemy. The Blood Oath fanatic is instantly fighting a losing battle, desperately clinging to life against the horrifying nightmare beast. At the exact same moment, Ching violently clashes blades with Caesar. As sparks fly, he realizes his health regeneration is off the charts. It is all thanks to the terrifying, ocean-like mana reserves pulsing through his veins. Without hesitation, he completely snaps into berserk mode. Crimson gore explodes everywhere. As he blitzes straight toward Caesar, his lethal dagger locked onto a vital strike. Panic flashes in Caesar's eyes as he realizes his unbreakable armor just totally failed. The blade sliced through it like absolute butter. Our protagonist smirks, realizing the ocean of spilled blood pooling around them is fueling his dark abilities. Even though that brutal blood loss debuff is still draining his life force away, he doesn't flinch. There is zero time to hesitate. He launches himself like a ballistic missile, dead set on ending this war right now, and slashes fiercely at Caesar's throat. But Caesar violently blocks the strike with a reinforced forearm. He snarls like a rabid dog, screaming that it is physically impossible for him to lose to some trash who has only trained for 20 hours. He arrogantly demands to know if our boy can finally taste the agonizing gap in their power levels. With zero hesitation, the Juggernaut unleashes an earth-shattering right hook straight into the protagonist's gut. The impact craters him into the concrete. Towering over his broken body, Caesar spits on him, barking that he has absolutely zero respect for pathetic, flashy skill combos. He is a sheer powerhouse. He channels pure, unadulterated explosive energy, winding up his legendary heaven-breaking punch, an ultimate move built to erase enemies from existence. But guess what? Ching absolutely refuses to stay down. Caesar's eye twitches, violently triggered by the cockroach-like stubbornness. He brands the hero a brainless idiot, promising a slow, agonizing execution, while swearing on his life that a peasant will never overthrow him. But our guy is busy playing four-dimensional chess. He accesses the system interface, violently dumping every single one of his hoarded stat points directly into raw strength. His power level instantly skyrockets to a monstrous 176 FP. Caesar is paralyzed in utter disbelief, his brain lagging behind reality. Our boy steps out of the crater, oozing pure, terrifying boss energy. He smirks, feeling the godlike surge as his system stats artificially supercharge his anatomy. His muscles literally bulge and mutate with explosive new power. With a terrifying grin, he winds up a devastating counterpunch and drops one final, icy line. Sure, he might be totally clueless about elite martial arts and their insane energy channeling techniques, but dumping a massive 300 FP into one single attack, that is more than enough to absolutely obliterate anyone. Both fighters explode forward, cocking their fists back before violently colliding mid-charge. The resulting shockwave is pure devastation. Our boy's monstrous strength completely crushes the competition. The sickening crunch of shattering fingers echoes out right before the enemy gets blasted backward, violently tearing up the ground as he skids away. But our main character is not giving him a single second to breathe. He instantly closes the gap, raining down a savage, non-stop barrage of heavy punches, totally dead set on wrapping this brutal beatdown up right here, right now. Tell Caesar he is officially on cannon fodder duty starting today. Those words cut sharper than a blade. Caesar instantly spirals back 8 years, back to when he was just a nameless grunt, scrubbing down everyone else's filthy gear. They stepped all over him like absolute garbage. Ripping back to reality, our main character pushes the knife deeper. He coldly declares Caesar was born to be a meat shield, and he will die as one. Boom, another core memory unlocks. The day he squared off against a Tangent-class beast, just to prove his worth. It was an absolute bloodbath. His jaw snapped, 8 ribs caved in, and a lethal strike punctured straight through his heart. His internal organs were completely pulverized. It took an insane payload of magic crystals just to keep his soul anchored to his body. Fortunately, abyssal tech was hitting a golden age, allowing scientists to splice monster cells right into human biology. The doc dropped a bombshell. His DNA was a perfect match for the beast. He was going to live, but at a massive cost. The surgery would mutate him into a half-breed nightmare. But it worked. He officially earned his spot in Lionheart. By proving his undeniable value, the top dog tossed him a guild badge, ordering Caesar to be his loyal hound. He swallowed his pride and accepted in a heartbeat. He eagerly asked about the rest of his squad. The boss just hit him with the cold, hard truth. His entire crew was already wiped out. This was a ruthless world that chewed people up and spit them out. Unless he kept proving his worth, he would be tossed into the gutter, just like the friends he lost. Snapping back to the present, Caesar forces himself off the ground. He funnels every last ounce of his aura and launches a devastating assault right at our boy. A flashback hits again. His former boss once broke down the true nature of magic crystals, revealing that their energy violently spikes under a blood moon. Thanks to those twisted monster organs wired inside of him, Caesar acts like a sponge for that raw crystal energy. This insane hack lets him temporarily shatter the boss-tier power ceiling of the abyss itself. Ching gets a glowing system alert. Boss Caesar has officially spawned, and his berserker state has hit 0. Our main character narrows his eyes at the towering beast, mentally decoding this freakish mutation. The system interface flashes red, tagging Caesar as a full-blown, boss-level threat. Caesar lets out a demonic growl. He claims that throwing away human dignity is the cheat code to limitless power. He closes the distance in a flash, landing a brutal strike. He is dead set that he just secured the kill. The monster stands triumphantly over the motionless body. He scoffs under his breath. Low-tier trash should never challenge elite players, though he admits Ching was hiding some seriously cracked stats. Regardless, one punch was all it took. He smirks, noting that Ching had already burned through his mana reserves. At the end of the day, he was just another frail rookie in the face of true power. It was an absolute reality check. Caesar drags a massive claw across his mutated face, shouting that to claim god-tier strength, you have to embrace the ugly side of evolution. A completely unhinged laugh erupts from his throat. But wait, a glitch in his memory makes him freeze. He whips his head around and locks eyes with Joe. The poor guy is absolutely paralyzed. Stammering, Joe blurts out that he is not ugly, not even a single bit, but Caesar is way past caring. Joe completely fumbled the crystal harvesting quest, making him the perfect final sacrifice to witness this massacre. The beast raises a fist, promising Joe a glorious send-off. Sweating bullets, Joe throws his hands up in pure panic, begging for one last word before he gets squashed. Rolling his glowing eyes at this pathetic stalling, Caesar lifts him up by the collar, barking at him to drop his final wish. Joe swallows hard. His only wish is to walk out of this hellhole breathing. Trembling, he points a finger right over the shoulder of Caesar. Stuttering, he reveals he is not the last surviving spectator, because standing right behind the monster, Ching is totally unfazed and on his feet. He just downed a high-grade recovery potion. His stamina bar is completely refilled. Ching wipes his mouth and casually drops some lore. Scanning the beast, with his observing eye skill had given him 0 data. So, he improvised. He activated Blood Nightmare, snagging top-secret intel the moment his physical attack connected. The terrifying truth hit Caesar like a freight train. He never crushed the actual player. He just obliterated a shadow clone. Our boy smirks, lecturing the monster that his fake power-up comes with a deadly price tag. Sure, that berserker state spiked his attack stats through the roof, but it also completely nuked his life force. He forced his body to wield an aura way past its breaking point. Ching declares it is payback time. Caesar is about to collect the karma for selling his humanity, and not even the abyss can save him now. The mutant erupts into psychotic laughter. He roars that this terrifying strength belongs to him and him alone. The abyss has absolutely nothing to do with it. He pivots back to Joe, winding up for a fatal blow, but Ching dashes in, instantly parrying the strike and giving Joe the split second he needs to bolt. Absolutely enraged, Caesar goes full bulldozer straight for our protagonist. But Ching does not even flinch. He meets the charge head-on, slamming a devastating hook right into the skull of the beast. The system feedback is crystal clear. The monster is losing agility, its own mutated muscles tearing themselves apart. The two titans violently clash once more. Sparks fly as Ching calculates his odds. If only he had an elite-tier blade right now. Right on cue, Joe screams his name and chucks a dagger across the battlefield. Catching it mid-air, Ching instantly slices the arm of the mutant. Panic floods the eyes of Caesar as he realizes every single hit is triggering a critical strike. Flexing his undeniable aura, our boy looks him dead in the eye, dropping the coldest reminder. Even against a monster, he is still the undisputed king here. Caesar screams with blinding fury. He warns Ching to stop mocking him, threatening to rip him apart piece by agonizing piece. In his twisted mind, he is an evolved, superior being. Without skipping a beat, he throws a catastrophic right hook, but Ching violently counters the blow, coldly stating facts. He is not a god. He is just another pathetic monster waiting to be slain. Right then, Caesar's physical form absolutely crumbles. His flesh violently twists, morphing into a straight-up nightmarish monstrosity. Our MC coldly delivers the harsh truth. It is game over for his humanity. He is completely corrupted. Ching asks if he can hear the abyss whispering his name, but Caesar violently roars back, cursing our boy to rot in hell before dragging him down. Gripped by sheer desperation, the mutant shrieks that he is no longer just worthless cannon fodder. He genuinely believes he has finally transcended into absolute power. Joe signals that it is the perfect window to attack, but Ching stops him cold. A terrifying Blood Nightmare King is forcefully hijacking Caesar's decaying vessel. Suddenly, a system prompt drops an insane hidden quest. Secure the bag with ultra-rare loot by sparing Caesar's life, a challenge that honestly sounds basically impossible. The guy is practically a walking corpse anyway. But our OP protagonist smirks, knowing that top-tier drops make this reckless gamble totally worth the risk. Channeling his own dark energy, Ching shifts into a Blood Nightmare form. He snaps at Joe to pull aggro and hold the monster's focus for exactly 5 seconds. Then, a massive brain blast hits him. He genuinely does not have to land the killing blow. Creatures of the dark belong entirely to the abyss, and that endless void gladly swallows anyone who throws away their human soul. It is just the unforgiving law of this twisted dimension. Plus, the ominous red moon pushes every single beast into an absolute frenzy. Surviving this chaotic wave guarantees a totally game-changing jackpot, and our MC is insanely hyped to claim that ultimate prize. Cut to the other side of the zone, where the traitor Chen stumbles upon an epic loot stash, grinning like an absolute maniac. He is completely delusional, hyping himself up to live that filthy rich lifestyle and completely rebrand his identity. But a mutated Caesar ominously towers right behind him. Flash forward to a dim tavern, where Joe is literally begging Ching to let him join his party. He passionately confesses that hearing Ching's hardcore speech about grinding his whole life to ascend the throne sparked a fire in his soul, making him swear ultimate loyalty. Ching instantly rejects him, awkwardly admitting he was just flexing for the aesthetic back then. It was all pure cap. But Joe aggressively double downs, calling him boss and swearing. Those words carried heavy weight. That speech literally woke him up to his own hidden potential. When Ching questions his next move, Joe fiercely declares he is sticking by his side. He claims he is the ultimate support class. Just like the boss mentioned, Ching dramatically sweats, completely blanking on when he ever actually said that. Slamming his hands down, Joe vows to become the absolute god of support. Inwardly, our boy heavily sighs, with a pathetic 2 in agility and 1 in luck. It is honestly a massive miracle this dude hasn't been one-shotted yet. But keeping it real, dragging a squishy glass cannon into high-tier raid zones is just straight-up suicide. Joe keeps yapping excitedly about their future duo combos. Ching aggressively cuts the chatter, firmly telling him to permanently retire from the abyss. He drops brutal facts. Sure, his buffs help the squad, but he constantly needs a massive meat shield just to stay alive. That makes him a liability, not true support. Ching softly apologizes, confessing he refuses to watch his bro throw his life away. He casually slides over 1,000 glowing magic crystals. It is enough wealth to set him up for life, but it comes with one strict condition. He has to swear off the treacherous dungeons forever. Joe tightly grips the table. He respects the concern, but absolutely refuses to live like a pathetic NPC. Death does not scare him, but being treated like a useless scrub definitely does. Our MC raises an eyebrow, demanding to know how he plans to survive solo. With a metallic flash, Ching summons Lao Li's heavy blade. He asks if a bard's microphone seriously takes up both hands. Because in top-tier meta, a true bard dominates with half magic and half raw physical damage. He forcefully stabs the broadsword right into the wooden table. He reveals the ultimate cheat code. Joe can channel spells through enchanted weapons while simultaneously grinding his melee combat skills. It is his destiny to honor Lao Li's legacy by mastering this exact blade. Fired up, Joe pushes the crystal bag away, claiming he does not need the cash. Ching nods, suggesting they donate the massive fortune to their fallen comrades' families. After all, their future dungeon raids will generate way more profit. Scene transition to an elite strike team stationed outside the Abyssal Gate. A sharp-eyed analyst delivers the grim aftermath of the Blood Red Moon crisis. An overpowered squad of S-rank awakeners swept the corrupted zone. They stumbled upon a total bloodbath. 8 mangled corpses from the infamous Blood Oath Guild. Among the carnage was Caesar, completely twisted into an unrecognizable demonic entity. Right beside his grotesque remains, they found another highly suspicious body. It was flagged as Chen Xingdian, that exact same snake who brutally backstabbed his own raiding party. Top-tier dropped gear was scattered everywhere. Forensic magic confirmed he got absolutely shredded by the monstrous, mutated version of squad leader Caesar. It is a wild plot twist, but their fates were lethally intertwined. Her intimidating guildmaster narrows his eyes, questioning if there are any other hidden variables. She confidently confirms that the trail goes completely cold there. A shadow-cloaked guild member clicks his tongue, annoyed that their grand scheme just totally tanked. But the big boss just ruthlessly smirks. He brushes it off, stating they can easily recruit another pawn, since Caesar was basically just disposable trash anyway. Cut to the eerie corridors of Shenfang Hospital. A severely broken patient crumbles to the floor, violently sobbing and begging to be forgiven. White-knuckling a mysterious key, he aggressively vows to finally finish the job. Without warning, the cursed artifact erupts with a blinding, sinister aura. A shockwave of dark magic shatters the hospital's ward, violently swallowing the entire city block. A terrifying abyssal gate literally tears open right inside the building. Absolute panic breaks out as helpless civilians scream for the Hunters Association. A nightmarish beast targets little Joe and his sister. As the monster viciously pounces, the terrified kid completely freezes and hits the ground hard. The monstrous abomination swallows his sister whole. Bam! Our main character snaps awake in a cold sweat, gasping for air as he realizes it was just a nightmare. Shaking off the heavy sleep, a sinking feeling hits his gut. He is forgetting something major about today. He makes his way down to the local flower shop, calling out to the owner, Miss Zhang, asking for his regular floral arrangement. She gives him a soft look, asking if he is heading to see his little sister. He gives a quiet nod, dropping the heavy lore that they survived a devastating accident right in this exact spot. Miss Zhang offers a warm smile, telling him his sister hit the absolute jackpot in the sibling department, before pointing out his fresh fade. He rubs his neck, explaining that on his commute, some hardcore military fanatic practically ambushed him, begging to test out a brand new tactical buzz cut. Grabbing his fresh blooms, he steps up to help Miss Zhang set up her outdoor display. She beams at him, super grateful for the extra muscle. Suddenly, Ching's gaze locks onto a massive convoy tearing down the street. Miss Zhang squints, noting that an insane number of awakened job-changer vehicles have been speeding straight toward the local hospital all morning. She asks if he has any clue about the absolute chaos unfolding. The exact second the word hospital drops, his heart stops. Boom. He launches himself into the air, parkouring across the city skyline like a blur. Touching down at absolute ground zero, the horrific truth hits him. A massive abyssal gate has spawned right inside the building. He frantically scans the chaos, but a riot cop blocks his path, barking orders to back off. The officer screams that this is a highly restricted death zone, but mid-sentence, the cop just freezes. His eyes go wide as he realizes exactly whose presence he is standing in. Without another word, the guard steps aside, waving our boy right through the barricades. A rookie cop loses his mind, screaming about letting a random civilian walk straight into hell. The veteran officer just shakes his head. Do not interfere. That guy? He was part of the legendary strike team from the last catastrophic outbreak. Striding straight into the danger zone, Ching's mind races with images of his little sister. His fists clench. He swears on his life he will not fail her a second time. Thanks to the horrific abyssification process, the entire medical center has mutated into a twisted nightmare dimension. It is giving him major flashbacks to the bloodbath at the shopping mall. He drops into a surprisingly clear hallway. The Vanguard squad definitely steamrolled through here already. But then, his eyes catch a glint of glass on the floor. He smirks. This raiding party must be absolutely loaded with cash. Your average, run-of-the-mill job changer could never afford to just drop premium loot like this. It is a massive, top-tier mana potion. This bad boy restores 85% of magical power, and he can easily siphon half the remaining juice in under 30 seconds. He cracks his knuckles. If he is going to solo run this abyssal dungeon and pull Little Joe out alive, his mana burn is going to be astronomical. He needs every single drop. Activating his observing eye, he scans the nightmare labyrinth. The system flashes a brutal warning. Both branching paths ahead are absolute points of no return. It is a literal do-or-die choice. Crouching down, he traces the heavy combat boot scuffs left behind by the Vanguard team. He completely pivots. Going the exact opposite route maximizes his odds of tracking down Little Joe before time runs out. This cursed dimension is insanely massive. The clock is ticking down fast, but he has zero choice. He has to comb every single inch of this hellscape, pushing his agility to the absolute limit. A normal human would be dead meat in seconds here. He explodes into a full sprint down the shadowed corridor, his boots barely grazing the immaculately clean carpet. No blood, no scuffs. He is officially traversing entirely uncharted territory. But as he blazes forward, a spine-chilling sensation hits his back. The hallway behind him is literally being swallowed alive by a pitch-black void. A solid wall of pure darkness slams shut. His only exit is wiped from existence. No backing out now. But our boy is a veteran, and he remembers the golden rule of surviving a death maze. Always map your exact coordinates. He commands the Eye of Argos to boot up the holographic grid, but the system aggressively glitches out. Access absolutely denied. Welcome to the terrifying laws of the abyss. No wonder the previous hunters had to violently carve navigation runes into the walls with their raw blades. Out of nowhere, grotesque, slimy tentacles come slithering out from the shadows up ahead. The room reeks of a massive, lethal trap, but there is zero mechanical clicking, no gears grinding. The air is suffocatingly dead. This unnatural, bone-chilling silence sends his danger sense screaming into overdrive. Suddenly, a lethal killing intent spikes right behind his neck. Faster than lightning, Ching spins on his heel, his blade erupting in a flawless, horizontal arc. He slices the shadow beast completely in two, but the hype lasts exactly 1 second. The grotesque, severed chunks immediately morph back together. Absolute physical immunity. The nightmare creature violently claps back, blasting out an earth-shattering sonic wave that inflicts a brutal status debuff on Ching's senses. He slams his hands against his skull, desperately trying to block out the brain-melting shriek. His vision blurs. Reality check time. He massively underestimated the pure toxicity of the abyss. This hell zone is not just trying to kill him, it is literally ripping away his core bodily functions. Crimson blood starts pouring from his nose and mouth. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the terrifying truth. He is locked in a cage match with a rule-governed entity. But this horrific aura, he has felt it before. A brutal flashback hits him from 3 years ago. Back in his rookie days, while he was out grinding for mana crystals, he tripped an aggro zone filled with creepy stone statues. But those were not mere dungeon decorations. They were apex predators hiding in plain sight. The second he turned his back to run, a veteran hunter screamed at him to lock eyes and absolutely never blink. They were the legendary weeping stone statues. Just the name alone was enough to freeze his blood. The overwhelming aura of that veteran had practically paralyzed him, but the man roared at him to stop staring at him and keep his eyes glued to the stone demons. Because in the abyss, every single abomination is bound by a hardcore mechanic, and the higher the threat level, the more completely absolute and fatal those mechanics become. The veteran dropped the lore bomb that these weeping statues were literal S-class catastrophic threats. Normally, they completely ignore low-tier job changers, but the microsecond you make eye contact, the cursed rule locks on, tying your fate to theirs in a lethal game of red light, green light. The second you look away, boom, those stone nightmares blitz forward, hungry for blood. A chilling memory flashed in his mind. The veteran's survival guide was brutally simple. Back out, slowly, and whatever you do, do not blink. Inch by agonizing inch, they retreated, keeping their eyes locked in a deadly staring contest with the stone beasts. Freedom was right there, but fate had a sick sense of humor. Ching's foot caught on some rubble, sending him crashing down. Instantly, the statues awakened. The veteran lunged for the lever, slamming the heavy iron gates shut just in time. He threw Ching a grim look, saying the heavens had spared him today. 1 second slower, and he would have been meat paste like the other awakened job changers. After all, they were mere scavengers, absolute zeros in combat. Yet when it came to raw survival instincts, nobody topped a scavenger. Snapping back to reality, Our MC furiously calculates how to execute his current demonic stalker. Physical attacks are totally useless against this thing's twisted rules. So, time to test its magic resistance. He detonates a massive wave of scorching fire, but the inferno just fizzles out into pathetic little sparks. The demon doesn't even flinch. Okay, well, that is just downright humiliating, especially since pyromancy is his one and only flex. The clock is ticking. He desperately needs to hunt down the boss, and playing tag in this death trap isn't an option. Wait a minute. The gears in his head start turning. This demon ghosts through physical hits, yet its own attacks are entirely physical? The math isn't mathing. It's a massive, glaring loophole. His eyes flash as he activates his inspection skill, stripping away the monster's secrets. A vicious grin spreads across his face. The puzzle pieces snap together. He totally cracked the system's code. The ghost only turns solid the exact second it launches an attack, and right now, that massive death scythe is fully locked onto him. By going on the offensive, the spirit completely dropped its invincible cheat code. Its squishy physical form is finally out in the open, but the boss isn't going down that easy. Phase 2 begins. An ear-shattering shriek rips through the air, completely scrambling our boy's vision. Panic sets in. Should he cancel his blood clone to save his own skin? No. He instantly ruthlessly kills that cowardly thought. He literally just popped that skill. Dropping it now means eating a brutal 30-second cooldown penalty. Plus, there is a bigger problem. His mana pool is completely running on fumes. Spamming summons is off the table. The new game plan? Dodge like crazy, and don't die. He sizes up his enemy. This demon isn't a brawler, it is a glass cannon assassin. Brute force won't win this. He quickly triggers his man-eating plant regeneration ability. Soothing energy washes over him, knitting his flesh back together and clearing the ringing in his ears. Against a one-shot killer, he needs his HP completely maxed out. Wait, look at the demon. In its second phase, the creature violently flinches away from the light. Even the soft aura of his healing magic is making it cower in absolute terror. Jackpot. He finally found its kryptonite. Without missing a beat, he charges up another great flame explosion. But he doesn't threat. He slams his glowing palm right into his own chest. Boom. He turns himself into a living, breathing human torch. The spirit shrieks and desperately scrambles away. Fire is the ultimate counter. Underneath all that edgy darkness, this monster is just the tortured soul of someone who burned to death. If chucking fireballs doesn't work, he will literally become the fireball. With zero hesitation, he spams the great flame explosion once more. He blasts the inferno straight at the fleeing ghost. The insane recoil sends our MC flying backward across the room. Meanwhile, the demon is absolutely roasted. Trapped in the blazing inferno, the nightmare is finally over. The boss goes down. But a glowing system prompt ruins the mood. His right arm is totally charred. The status penalty is brutal. 0 weapons, 0 spellcasting. Yet, staring at his wrecked arm, he just bursts into manic laughter. A heavy price, but a flawless win. Now, it is a waiting game. He has to sit tight until his passive regeneration works its slow magic. But panic flares up again. What if the boss burns into useless ash? He desperately needs that corpse fully intact for his extraction system. The gacha gods are smiling today. He successfully extracts the boss and scores a high-tier artifact, the Soul Reaper. Check out these broken stats. He can now summon his own demonic spirit to blitz enemies with a devastating scythe swing, dealing a massive 5 times base damage multiplier. And the lifesteal is insane. Securing a kill restores 15% of his HP and mana pool. Even better, spamming Despair Harvest 5 times grants him a full second of pure invincibility. That means 0 physical damage can touch him. But reality quickly hits. He checks the fine print. The artifact is completely soulbound. This isn't just another throwaway item card from his collection. This power is permanently locked directly to his soul. No trading allowed. The Scythe's passive ability is basically a cheat code for endless sustain, turning crowds of mobs into walking health potions. But this kind of power always comes with a nasty catch. Miss the kill threshold, the damage violently rebounds right back into his own body. One bad swing could literally delete him. High risk, high reward. Suddenly, the heavy boss doors click, unlocked. Perfect timing. His healing cooldown finally wraps up. HP bar restored. He stares down into the terrifying abyss, ready to plunge into hell to save his little sister. Deep underground, the scene is straight out of a horror movie. Helpless victims dangle upside down from the ceiling like meat in a slaughterhouse. Blood-curdling screams echo through the blood-soaked dungeon. Tucked away in the darkest corner, his little sister Jo cowers behind a pile of filthy grain sacks, shaking in pure terror. Her precious teddy bear? It's lying right behind a massive, drooling beast that is currently busy hacking away at human bones. Summoning all her courage, she hurls a glass bottle across the room. Smash! The beast snaps its ugly head toward the shattering sound. This is it. Joe bursts from her hiding spot and violently dives across the cold stone floor. The monster is completely distracted. Her tiny hand stretches out, her fingertips literally brushing the soft fur of her beloved teddy bear. But right at the finish line, bam, a massive clawed foot brutally stomps down on the toy. The monster slowly turns, unleashing a bone-chilling roar right in her face. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she screams out for her brother. Tears stream down her face as the grotesque beast lunges for the kill. But right before its jaws snap shut, a shadow blurs past. A blinding flash of steel erupts. The monster is completely cleaved in two with one flawless strike. Enter Wu Ming, an absolute menace with dual blades. Ice cold and unbothered, Ming sheathes his weapon and walks off without a single word. Joe is left frozen on the ground, her whole body shaking. Desperation kicks in. She lunges forward, clinging desperately to his leg, pleading for salvation. He coldly brushes her off, ordering her to stay out of sight. He bluntly warns her that trailing behind his shadow is a guaranteed death sentence. But Joe refuses to let go, her eyes burning with sheer determination to survive. She refuses to die here, not when she has an unbreakable pact with her older brother. Flashback to 7 years ago. A tragic incident completely shattered her spine. An abyssal nightmare had left her hopelessly paralyzed. The doctors delivered the crushing news. She would likely spend the rest of her life trapped in a wheelchair. There was only one sliver of hope, a miracle cure hidden deep within the nightmarish depths of the abyss itself. Her brother was ready to risk it all, but the experts called him crazy. Plunging into that hellscape with his pathetic low level was pure suicide. But he absolutely refused to back down. With staggering medical bills piling up, and both their parents dead and gone, the weight of the world crushed down on him. He was her only shield left. Fueled by pure desperation, he crossed the threshold into the dark zone, ready to face down death. He wasn't just grinding for cash, he was hunting for a miracle. Swearing he would make it back alive, he left her with a heavy heart. In return, Zhou swore an ironclad vow. She would stand on her own 2 feet once more. Snapping back to reality, she screams at Ming that her story cannot end here. Her brother is out there tearing through hell to find her, and she has to meet him halfway. Ming roughly yanks her to her feet. He makes it crystal clear. He is not her bodyguard, and her survival means absolutely nothing to him. She frantically nods, swearing she will be a ghost. No holding him back, no crying, just a silent shadow following his lead. The tension hangs heavy before he finally drops his name. Meanwhile, we cut to our main character, pushing relentlessly deeper into the twisted void. His mind races through the brutal laws of this realm. The cruelest one, you can never heal past the exact physical state you entered with. If that twisted rule didn't exist, he would have ripped a cure from this dungeon for his sister ages ago. His boots grind to a dead halt. A massive graveyard of butchered monsters paints the floor red. A total massacre just went down. This wasn't some basic low-level skirmish. This was an absolute bloodbath. Eerily, not a single beast is left breathing. Somebody terrifyingly strong is lurking close by. His gaze locks onto the ultimate prize, the mutilated corpse of an absolute titan. The Colossus has been violently split right down the middle. But here's the crazy part. His inspection skills detect 0 traces of mana. No magic means pure, unadulterated physical dominance. This mystery hunter is packing insane speed and lethal precision. Was it really just raw, terrifying brute force? A wicked smirk plays on his lips. He whispers to himself, whoever did this is an absolute monster in combat. Cut back to Ming, carving a path through the darkness, with Zhou sticking to him like glue. Out of nowhere, deafening gunfire shatters the silence. A storm of heavy lead rips straight through Ming's flesh. Zhou shrieks in pure terror, watching him take the hits point blank. Flashback to 4 years ago, deep inside the legendary A-rank dungeon, the ancient tomb. A corrupt noble was barking orders at Ming and a squad of outcasts, demanding total submission from his disposable pawns. He bought their lives with cold, hard cash. As a shadow with 0 legal status, Ming had to sell his soul to an underground hunting guild just to eat. They were a squad of damned mercenaries. People who laughed in the face of death, handpicked for absolute suicide runs. Their mission? Assassinate the dungeon boss for a staggering 2,050,000 yuan payout. Against all odds, Ming actually executed the Demon King, but the greedy client instantly stabbed them in the back, refusing to pay up. In the aftermath, 2 legendary drops appeared, a mysterious box and a dark locket. The treacherous client greedily snatched the box, only to find nothing inside. In a terrifying twist of fate, his body instantly began crumbling into dust. An ancient curse devoured him alive, turning his very flesh into screaming sand. But the nightmare was far from over. The boss relic locket rejected everyone else, bonding itself exclusively to Ming's soul. And this was no basic accessory. It was an ultra-rare immortal class artifact. It warped its host into an unkillable undead entity. But the price of this god-tier power was brutal. It permanently stripped away his ability to feel physical pain or human emotion. He became a living ghost, only vulnerable to holy magic or healing spells. Regular attacks are absolutely useless against his cursed body. Back in the present, Ming coldly spills his tragic origin story to Zhou. He explains exactly why he is a broken, unkillable shell of a man. Zhou absorbs every heavy word, completely captivated by his dark past. She desperately asks about the terrifying sand curse. Ming just gives her the cold shoulder and keeps walking. Zhou snaps, shouting at him for the silent treatment. Cut to our main character, tearing through an ocean of demonic monsters. Adrenaline spikes as he perfectly allocates his stat points mid-battle. Every single attribute shatters the 200-point milestone, but a cold dread still creeps down his spine. He is flying totally blind here. God knows what kind of nightmare boss is waiting behind the final door. One messed up stat build could literally spell game over. These mobs are trash tier, but their endless waves are draining his stamina fast. Suddenly, a blinding red system warning flashes across his vision. A glowing red warning flashes across his vision. His mana pool just tanked below 5%. Without it, every single one of his skills is completely locked out. Now, he has to survive on raw physical stats alone. But the monstrous horde just keeps coming, turning this dungeon into an endless meat grinder. Heavy exhaustion floods his muscles, draining his stamina drop by drop. Even his mana, which was fully charged just moments ago, is already hovering dangerously at the halfway mark. Glancing at his inventory, only the massive mana potions are left. But he is strictly saving those lifesavers for an absolute nightmare scenario. Luckily, he is gripping the Soul Reaper artifact, a legendary item with passive health regeneration. Suddenly, a crisp system chime rings out, confirming the artifact's awakening. A surge of energy revitalizes his body, topping off his health and mana. But right then, the hair on his neck stands up. A strange presence is hiding nearby, and it definitely does not feel like a monster. Taking a cautious step forward, a loud crunch echoes through the shadows. His boot just completely shattered the lens of a dropped pair of glasses. Out of nowhere, a guy scrambles out from under a wooden barrel. He is practically sobbing, begging for his life and screaming that he is human. Crawling on the dirt, he desperately points at the crushed frames, pleading for them back. Trembling, the guy introduces himself as Song Qingshan. He claims to be a high-level doctor and researcher from the local hospital. With a shaky voice, he describes the absolute bloodbath when dungeon monsters suddenly breached his ward and slaughtered everyone in sight. Completely defenseless, he jammed himself inside that barrel to escape the massacre. Staring him down, our main character demands to know if anyone else made it out alive. Qingshan just shakes his head. He bitterly claims that even perfectly healthy adults were ripped to shreds, so the amputees and disabled patients never stood a ghost of a chance. Qing's eyes instantly turn ice cold. Pure disgust drips from his voice. How could a sworn doctor talk about his own patients like they were literal garbage? But Qingshan does not even flinch. He barks back that survival of the fittest is just reality. Without any awakened combat skills, he was completely powerless to play the hero. Then the doctor catches an attitude, snapping that if the hunter was hired to rescue him, he needs to shut his mouth and act like a proper meat shield. Pushing his luck, Qingshan smirks and asks if the legendary Lionheart Guild paid out a massive bounty for his safe return. The moment that guild name drops, Qing's mind flashes back to Caesar, the arrogant punk they looted a Lionheart badge from earlier. Zhu had warned him before that Lionheart was an absolute powerhouse faction, strictly recruiting only the highest tier of awakened elites. Honestly, their god-tier reputation seemed like a massive joke to Qing. Snapping back to reality, our boy ignores the doctor and marches deeper into the pitch-black abyss. Qingshan frantically screams that he is going the wrong way, pointing toward the safe zone. Stopping dead in his tracks, Qing coldly asks if the doctor just came from the patient wards. The doctor actually scoffs. He tells the hunter to drop the hero act, calling the disabled patients completely worthless and broke. Without missing a beat, Qing declares he is heading to those exact wards to find his little sister. Qingshan instantly freezes, the terrifying realization hitting him that this guy is definitely not a Lionheart mercenary. Confirming his worst fears, Qing steps closer. Addressing the garbage comment, our boy drops a stone-cold one-liner. He states that he only collects the trash around here. He never actually promised to save it. As Qing kicks open the next heavy iron door, a terrified Qingshan trails behind, warning that the dungeon has warped the next zone into a deadly labyrinth. Staring into a massive maze of twisted, endless corridors, it is an absolute death trap for solo explorers. Desperate to prove his worth, Qingshan quickly offers to navigate the maze. He pitches a deal to track down the sister together and then escape. Met with absolute silence from the hunter, the doctor nervously takes that as a solid yes. Stepping straight into the swirling teleportation gate, Qing closely follows right behind him. Trying to suck up, Qingshan starts calling him boss, and asks where the rest of his raid party is. Ching shuts him down instantly. He is a lone wolf, flying totally solo. Shocked, Chingshan starts yapping about heavy-hitter guilds like Tartarus, Lionheart, and Cloudtop, bragging about their massive payrolls for top-tier fighters. The rat-faced doctor offers to hook Ching up with an exclusive interview once they survive this mess. That is the final straw for Ching's patience. He violently tells the doctor to shut his mouth and just lead him straight to his sister. Her name? Ye Xiaozhao. That exact name hits Chingshan like a physical punch. Dark memories instantly flood his mind. He remembers a shady executive manipulating Xiaozhao and another patient, Lin Shugu, into becoming illegal lab rats. Chingshan had previously asked the man how he brainwashed them so easily. The twisted executive smirked, explaining he simply weaponized their guilt over being massive burdens to their families. Both families were drowning in crushing medical debt. The suit had cornered Shugu, ruthlessly asking if she really wanted to keep dragging down her father, an ex-convict who had just gotten out of prison, and a man who refused to even visit her because she was nothing but a financial anchor around his neck. For Xiaozhao, he used an equally toxic mind game. He asked if she could sleep at night, knowing her older brother was risking his life in dungeons every single day just to keep her on life support. Driven to absolute despair, both girls broke down and agreed. Chasing a miracle cure, they blindly accepted the devil's bargain. He dangled a fake miracle solution right in front of their faces. Without a second thought, they signed their lives away on those contracts. They were played like absolute fools. The flashback shifts to Chingshan and the executive staring into a massive, glowing stasis tank. Inside, a young girl's body drifted in eerie suspended animation. With a sick smile, Chingshan mocked how even hospital trash finally had a purpose. They were running highly illegal human experiments on the girls to forcefully accelerate the awakening of job changers. He gloated that these bioengineered embryos would sell on the black market for billions, claiming it was all a glorious contribution to modern society. Trapped inside the fluid chamber, Shugu lay completely helpless. Barking in order, Chingshan had another scientist pump her veins full of a horrifying serum. Pure, unadulterated abyssal stem cells. But the monstrous procedure completely flatlined. Pure chaos erupted in the lab. Slamming his fist down, Chingshan violently silenced the panicked scientists, reminding them this was only a single failed test run. He coldly stated they had plenty of backup subjects ready to go. Suddenly, a frantic nurse burst through the doors. She screamed that Shugu's father had stormed the lobby and was going totally ballistic. Annoyed, Chingshan ordered his heavily armed security to drag the guy in. Two massive guards threw the battered father onto the floor, lying through their teeth that his daughter was perfectly safe with the director. Boiling with absolute rage, the desperate father locked eyes with Chingshan, ready to tear the truth out of him by any means necessary. His hollow eyes stayed glued to the cold glass of the experiment pod holding his daughter's lifeless body, while the doctor coldly reminded him she had signed her life away voluntarily. The twisted experiment had completely destroyed her. Unfazed by the tragedy, Dr. Sean flatly stated that the payout would be processed exactly as the paperwork dictated. He even had the nerve to claim her remains for future testing. Pure grief exploded inside the shattered father, and he drove a desperate, bone-crunching hook right into Sean's face. Spitting absolute venom, the grieving man branded him a soulless monster who harvested innocent kids for twisted research. Wiping the blood away, Sean sneered back, mocking the man's disabled legs. He viciously spat that her corpse was way more useful to society than her pathetic life ever was. Heavy security guards slammed the crying father into the dirt as Sean casually ordered him to grab the cash and scram. Hot tears of ultimate despair carved trails down the broken man's cheeks. He screamed out, branding the doctor a straight-up butcher who brainwashed a helpless kid into signing her own brutal death warrant. He begged, rejecting their filthy blood money, pleading just to hold his baby girl one last time. Sean merely gave a dead-eyed nod. The beefy guards forcefully dragged the thrashing father out into the corridor, while his agonizing curses echoed through the lab. Without skipping a beat, Sean pivoted toward the next glowing pod. Floating inside this twisted nightmare tube was Xiao Zhou. The doctor barked at the head researcher for a status check. The lab rat nervously stammered out that her energy signature was completely flatlining, and that they desperately needed to run more diagnostic tests. Sweating bullets, the facility director nervously asked if Xiao Zhou's older brother was going to storm the place and go ballistic, just like that heartbroken father did. Sean laughed off the warning with absolute arrogance. He smugly declared that her sibling was nothing but a trash-tier scavenger who couldn't hurt a fly. Snapping back to reality, absolute terror paralyzes Sean the second her name drops. Our main character catches that micro-expression of pure guilt and instantly grills him. Sweating bullets, the cowardly doctor deflects, stammering out a weak lie that she might be locked up on the next level. But deep inside his panicked mind, he is totally freaking out. Completely mind-blown, by how a bottom-feeding scavenger evolved into such an overpowered beast. He literally questions if that insane monster-slaughtering display he just witnessed was a hallucination. A deadly, ice-cold aura leaks from our hero as he whispers a dark vow. If this corrupt medic actually tossed his little sister to the beasts, he will personally tear him limb from limb. They push deeper into the shadows, but pure dread is practically oozing out of Sean's pores. Shooting him a lethal side-eye, the main character demands to know if he magically forgot the path. Swallowing hard, the terrified doctor vigorously shakes his head, cooking up a pathetic excuse about just being overly stressed about Xiaozhou's safety. His voice literally cracks under the pressure as he lies through his teeth. He babbles about a massive monster wave swarming the medical wing, faking extreme panic for her survival. A sickening wave of cowardice totally consumes his soul, and he secretly plots to pin her brutal murder completely on the demonic beasts. He knows damn well that confessing his role in her horrific execution would mean his instant death. Out of nowhere, a sharp, metallic sound slices through the heavy silence ahead. God-tier reflexes kick in. Our guy aggressively yanks the doctor backward, delivering a tactical shove just milliseconds before a lethal blade cleaves the empty air where their heads used to be. Eyes sharp as daggers, our hero instantly reads the murderous aura. This strike possessed way too much technique to be a mindless beast. From the pitch-black shadows, Ming finally steps into the dim light. The rogue assassin throws out a lazy apology, claiming he thought they were mutant creepers. Locking eyes with the trembling doctor, he smugly declares that the Lionheart Guild dispatched him for an elite extraction. Sean absolutely loses his mind. He aggressively screams at the newcomer, violently demanding to know what kind of messed-up rescue mission starts with an assassination attempt. He shrieks that the psycho literally just tried to chop his head off 2 seconds ago. Meanwhile, our main character locks onto the threat, his murderous intent steadily rising. He instantly clocks Ming as the sneaky shadow who left those suspicious footprints way back at the dungeon's gateway. Standing nearby, Qing's jaw practically hits the floor in pure disbelief. He stares at the rogue like he just saw a ghost. It blew his mind that while their entire elite squad got brutally massacred, this lone wolf magically walked away without a scratch. Ming shrugs with zero emotion, coldly stating that he operates as a double-rate shadow mercenary. To him, watching disposable teammates bite the dust is just another Tuesday in the abyss. Our hero already has these shady scumbags figured out. They are underworld bottom feeders who dive into suicide-level raids, demanding twice the cash for playing with death. And the sickest part? When their whole squad gets wiped, they pocket 100% of the loot. Showing zero respect, Ming simply spins on his heel and casually strolls away into the dark. The doctor's brain completely short-circuits. He frantically screams after the retreating figure, demanding to know why his so-called savior is ditching him in this hellhole. He desperately sprints forward, but our hero violently yanks the pathetic doctor backward by his filthy collar, practically choking him out for a second. A predatory growl rumbles from our guy's throat. He warns that this assassin did not come to play hero. Every single muscle fiber, the exact grip on that blood-stained hilt, screams absolute lethality. That flawless stance belongs to a cold-blooded killer ready to harvest souls. Sean just blinks like an idiot, his tiny brain totally unable to process the massive danger. The warning completely flies over the terrified scientist's head. Our hero locks onto Sean with eyes like pure ice, bluntly revealing that he is strictly keeping him breathing as a living compass, just to track down the exact torture chamber holding his little sister. Out of nowhere, Ming lazily tosses over his shoulder that he actually bumped into a little girl wandering around that sector. Time literally stops. A massive shockwave of dread violently rocks our hero's core as he barks out, his voice trembling with sheer panic, demanding to know her exact status. A suffocating wave of terror chokes Sean's mind. If that test subject is still breathing, his own execution is absolutely guaranteed. With a psychopathic lack of empathy, Ming casually lobs a battered, familiar teddy bear through the air. He smirks, dropping the ultimate bomb: the sweet little kid is already dead. That catastrophic sentence shatters our hero's entire universe. He completely freezes, his mind totally unable to process the apocalyptic devastation. Meanwhile, the cowardly doctor experiences a massive, twisted rush of salvation. With her out of the picture, he just might live to see tomorrow. Ming brutally keeps talking, casually mentioning that he straight up warned the kid that her life meant absolutely zero to him. He refused to lift a single finger when the mutated freaks swarmed her, but he did swear one final blood oath to personally pass along her dying wish to her older brother should they ever run into each other in this cursed abyss. He coldly explains her heartbreaking final thought: she desperately wanted to hold out by the clinic's front gates, praying her big brother would find her and know she was safe. Devastating sorrow instantly mutates into apocalyptic wrath. Aura explodes from our hero as he violently launches himself at the mercenary, roaring in pure agony that this monster just stood by and watched her die. A girl's life was literally hanging by a thread. But Ming just stared back with dead, empty eyes. His voice was pure ice. He stated that he only cares about finishing the job and securing his bag. Everything else? Just meaningless background noise. Then, he drops a chilling truth bomb. He is walking under a dark curse, and anyone who shadows his path ends up 6 feet under. And just like that, the battle explodes. Our main guy unleashes an absolute hurricane of strikes. But Ming tries to negotiate through the steel-clashing chaos, his voice barely slicing through the roaring heavy attacks. Ming demands the release of Dr. Sean, promising to show our boy the true path to ultimate power if he complies. Hoisting his massive blade to the heavens, Ming swears his mercy has completely run dry. The craziest part? He coldly brags about sending his very own squad straight to the afterlife. But Ching refuses to back down. He rockets forward, slamming a brutal hit right into Ming's arm. The sheer force of the impact sends the enemy's heavy sword spiraling into the dirt. Ching flashes a wicked smirk, mocking how Ming plans to survive this deathmatch completely empty-handed. Our boy instantly draws a fresh weapon and hurls it straight at Ming's skull, but the mercenary ghosts out of the way like it was absolutely nothing. Out of nowhere, a blazing red system screen pops up. Warning, disarm triggered. Every single weapon in our boy's arsenal is locked down for 8 agonizing seconds. Ming capitalizes on the glitch instantly. Closing the gap in a flash, he grabs our hero and launches him across the battlefield like a broken rag doll. Watching from the sidelines, Ching's jaw completely drops. He thought Ming was just some flashy sword swinger, but now it is terrifyingly clear the dude is an absolute lethal weapon, even barehanded. The dark reality sets in. Top-tier, double-paid mercenaries are literally bred to brawl with nightmare monsters as sacrificial pawns, surviving purely on killer instinct when their weapons break. And the absolute scariest part? Ming has not even tapped into his real aura yet. Snatching his heavy blade from the ground, Ming's eyes glow with menace as he declares the warm-up is officially over. Dropping into a terrifying combat stance, he triggers the legendary rock-breaking slash. The sheer pressure of his mana makes the very air around them violently quake. But our main character's battle IQ is completely off the charts. He instantly reads the technique, realizing that while the strike packs apocalyptic power, the massive iron weight drags its speed way down. The math is simple. If he can just explosive dash before that devastating blade connects, victory is basically locked in. Sparks fly as our boy violently collides with Ming, but wait, the mercenary's speed is completely insane. Ching yells out in panic, asking if our guy plans to summon his beasts to even the terrifying odds. Ignoring the shout completely, our boy goes full send. He rockets through the sky like a missile, channeling his own devastating version of the rock-shattering strike. But right before the finishing blow can connect, Ming brutally intercepts him. Mocking the attack as absolute trash tier, Ming buries a bone-crushing punch deep into our boy's gut. Ming coldly states the terrifying facts. 99% of the time, a raw hit like that would instantly vaporize an opponent's internal organs. But the insane density of our boy's heavy blade actually shielded him from total destruction. Ming smirks, finally giving props, acknowledging this kid definitely is not your average, garbage-tier rookie. He admits our boy's stats are built completely different, but strictly enforces that compared to his own divine specs, the kid is still light years behind. Our guy just spits out blood and fires right back. He tells the mercenary to cut the arrogant villain monologue, because the power gap between them is not nearly as huge as his ego thinks it is. Meanwhile, Ching is completely losing his cool. He screams that this is the absolute final warning, our boy better spill every secret he knows about his missing sister right now. Hearing that name, a forgotten memory flashes through Ming's mind. A past conversation with Ju about her beloved brother, Ching. She used to talk about him with total starry-eyed worship. She had bragged that even stuck with a bottom-tier scavenger class, he was out there grinding his life away, literally bleeding every single day to rewrite his cursed destiny. She wanted nothing more than to match his savage strength. But back then, Ming had completely crushed her dreams, brutally stating that scavengers are nothing but weak, low-level jobbers. He had claimed they held zero potential and zero raw power. But Ju had totally lost it, screaming right in the deadly mercenary's face that he was dead wrong. She had fiercely declared that her brother was a born king of the battlefield. She promised Ming that if he ever actually locked eyes with him, he would instantly feel the terrifying difference. She swore to the heavens that fate would force them to clash one day. Only then would Ming truly witness the unbreakable, awe-inspiring willpower her brother carried in his soul. Snapping back to the brutal present, Ming locks onto our boy with a razor-sharp, calculating glare. As Ju's prophetic words echo in his mind, the chilling truth finally clicks into place. This guy is not just pretending to be tough. He is an apex survivor, a warrior who has danced with the Grim Reaper 100 times just to earn the absolute right to stand on this very battlefield. On the other side, our MC chugs down his very last healing potion. His mind is racing like a supercomputer, trying to scan and calculate Ming's monstrous hidden base stats. He desperately needs to know if popping his massive berserk multipliers will actually secure the kill, because this enemy, he feels completely alien compared to the regular human players he has stomped before. Just look at the guy. Ming is not rocking a single piece of defensive armor. His entire lethal build relies purely on wielding one intimidating greatsword. His hyper-aggressive onslaught leaves absolutely zero windows for blocking or counterattacking. Pushed to the absolute edge, our boy flips the switch, popping his berserk skill and exploding forward like a rabid beast. But it is like trying to punch a phantom. Ming sidesteps the catastrophic blow without even breaking a sweat, leaving Qing completely paralyzed by the mercenary's untouchable tier of strength. Running out of options, our guy burns his ultimate mobility trump card, the Soul Dash. But as they violently clash again, a cold sweat drops down his neck. Something is horribly wrong. His evasion stats are suddenly totally useless against Ming. Out of nowhere, Ming throws his head back, erupting into a psychotic, booming villain laugh. Our boy just stares at him, totally creeped out, but absolutely refuses to back down, launching yet another relentless combo. But just like smoke, Ming phases through the deadly danger without a single scratch. Flashing a sinister grin, the mercenary drops a massive bombshell. He holds an exclusive passive trait that literally nullifies all basic physical damage. Our MC's blood runs ice cold as he realizes he might be fighting a literal immortal. Ming continues his dark lecture, revealing that the deepest floors of the abyss are crawling with absolute anomalies. He speaks of nightmarish bosses that completely shatter the rules of modern system tech, glitching through legendary skills and gear. And the most terrifying among them, the forbidden, walking calamities, known simply as curses. Ming preaches his dark gospel, explaining that his curse is a twisted brand of divine punishment, a brutal toll he pays for god-tier power. To wield it, he had to completely strip away his own fear of the Grim Reaper. The higher beings crowned him with the mythical undead trait. But the sickening price? Absolute carnage. He had to bathe his hands in rivers of blood, slaughtering countless players and ruthlessly plundering their hard-earned loot. The system gods watched his psychotic massacre from the heavens. And instead of banning him, they rewarded his dark madness with the exact broken power he was desperately starving for. In exchange, they ripped away his absolute everything. Our protagonist goes straight for the kill, slamming Ming deep into the shattered earth, his mind racing to decode this broken undead ability. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Shang screams out a terrifying truth. The dark rumors from the abyss were totally real. Monsters actually passed down their twisted traits during a class awakening. He breaks it down in pure panic. The undead passive is completely overpowered, feeding its host a limitless healing factor, just as long as their mana holds out. Without warning, a rotting hand punches right through the rubble, and Ming drags his battered body back up. He stares down our boy with hollow eyes, claiming that right at death's door, his fingertips grazed absolute eternity, forcing him to cheat the Grim Reaper. Ever since that fateful day, he became a walking death wish. One by one, his own squad members started dropping like flies. Nobody knows if the abyss took them or if he snapped their necks himself. But let us be real, the blood is definitely on his hands. His name turned into total poison in the guild. Every single awakened player flat out refused to run raids anywhere near him. Ming just smirks, calling it the ultimate tax for tasting infinity. His heart might not beat, but his soul refuses to fade away. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns freezing cold. He triggers his Wish of Death ultimate, a highly restricted, conditional nightmare of a skill, and blitzes our protagonist with pure killer intent. A chill runs down our boy's spine as Ming unleashes an insane combo of raw martial arts, layered with a heavy, curse-infused aura. Not backing down for a second, our protagonist flips the script and pops his Blood Nightmare card. Ming turns into a literal blender, raining down vicious sword strikes without a single pause. As Ye Cheng studies the brutal barrage, a dark thought hits him, questioning if this undead passive is actually a glitch in the system. Ming laughs, riding a massive ego trip, fully convinced he has already bagged the win, after seeing the limits of our hero's loadout. But that is exactly when our boy drops a shiny green card, unleashing his god-tier artifact. A terrifying Phantom Reaper materializes and dives straight for Ming's throat. To the undead fighter, this blade lacks physical weight, acting way more like a pure magical debuff. Our protagonist smirks, flexing his despair trait. If this shadow executes a target, the curse goes live. On top of that, his health and magical reserves passively tick back up. Because Ming's physical vessel is already 6 feet under, every single connect triggers the drain effect. Our boy reads him like an open book, revealing that Ming is just a mana-fueled zombie. For an undead class, a red health bar is literally just for show. His real lifeline is tied entirely to his blue magic gauge. Ming lets out a dry chuckle, genuinely shook that our protagonist cracked his secret code in record time, putting veteran players to shame. But our boy goes hard, declaring that this entire abyss is governed by unbreakable system logic, meaning no boss fight is impossible. A massive tank might lack basic agility, a glass cannon can nuke the field, but gets easily one-shotted, and even a guy with an immortal shell is hiding a fatal flaw somewhere in his build. That is exactly why Ming baits his targets into raw trading, using kamikaze tactics to trick them into a heavy slugfest. Most cowards back down instantly, fully terrified of his fake immortality. That massive psychological bluff, our boy sneers, is the massive blind spot he purposely weaponizes. Ming nods in respect, openly confessing that surviving this hellscape means playing the meta perfectly, but quickly hints that our hero is also carrying some serious dead weight. He bets everything that, out of the 6 main player stats, there has to be one that the protagonist totally dumped. Our boy just grins, snapping back that he is built way differently than those basic class players, bragging about a mountain of bonus points spread perfectly across every single category. Why? Because he unlocked the legendary hexagonal warrior class. Glaring down at Ming's slowly knitting flesh, he knows he needs to wrap up this raid before the healing factor hits max stacks. He ignites a brutal, all-out offensive, redlining every single stat on his character sheet. In that terrifying second, Ming realizes, our boy was not capping at all about his broken power level. Ye Cheng boldly claims he has unlocked the skill tree for every combat style in existence. He knows perfectly well that raw force will not keep a zombie down, but rapid fire pressure will completely empty his mana pool, locking out his auto heal. Once that blue bar hits 0, this immortal boss is totally finished. Our protagonist turns into an absolute storm of violence, forcefully making Ming bleed out his last drops of magic. He triggers Harvest Despair one more time, mockingly asking the undead freak if he is feeling a bit drained yet. Right now, our hero is totally dominating the battlefield. However, Ming stays chillingly calm, echoing the exact same warning. Even an impossible raid boss puzzle has a hidden mechanic waiting to be cracked. His cold gaze shifts to a tiny plush bear dropped in the dirt, instantly grabbing our hero's focus. Panic flares as he realizes he completely dropped his guard and his item. Without hesitation, Ming's own arm shatters into a million dusty fragments. Using the momentum, he swings his good arm with bone-crushing force, launching our protagonist off the high ground and violently smashing him into the bedrock. He spits out his absolute disgust for White Knight meddlers, making it crystal clear that he would gladly slaughter his own party members if they stepped out of line. In his dark, twisted mind, our hero sticks out like a sore thumb, still clinging to the pathetic morals of the living world. The proof? He actually threw away his advantage to save. A bystander, Ming views as absolute, literal garbage. In a blur of motion, the undead boss locks his vice-like grip around the protagonist's wrist. Ming drops a soul-crushing ultimatum, forcing him to choose who gets to live, his precious sister or Shang. The terrifying demand freezes our boy's blood, trapped in a twisted trolley problem, especially since he was fully convinced his sister was already gone. Ming violently yanks him closer, flashing a demonic grin as he whispers, "Whoever said she was actually dead?" Ming drops his little act. He confesses the teddy bear was just bait to mess with his head. But then, he drops a massive bombshell. He actually knows her exact location. Ming bursts into a maniacal laugh, teasing that the little sister is just as stupidly hard to kill as her big brother. The main character, completely mind-blown and losing patience, aggressively demands answers. We flash back to just a few hours ago. Ming was locked in a brutal deathmatch with colossal beasts. Right in the center of the chaos, a nightmarish creature held Zhou in a suffocating death grip while she cried her eyes out. Remembering Ming's cold warning, she knew no knight in shining armor was coming to rescue her. As despair washed over her, her final thoughts drifted to her brother. He had broken his back, working endless hours just to pay for her crippled leg. Being his dead weight was her absolute biggest regret in life. Choking on her sobs, she screamed at the heavens for just a single ounce of power to fight back, and the universe answered. A terrifying, unnatural glow ignited in her eyes. Ding! She unlocked a brand new skill, shape-shifting. In a flash of blinding light, the frail girl mutated into a towering, ferocious bear. With a single, devastating roar, she shredded the surrounding monsters into absolute confetti. The trigger for this insane power-up was glaringly obvious. The insidious whisper of the abyss forces victims to awaken their dormant potential. Ming instantly clocked her condition. His mercenary instincts screamed at him to strike her down right there. He knew exactly how the dark energy worked. It corrupts the mind, twisting normal people into mindless, bloodthirsty abominations. But instead of a feral beast, the giant bear just stood there crying, completely freaking out over what had just happened. Looking down, she realized she was suddenly massive. Even crazier, her paralyzed legs worked perfectly fine. Suspicion flared in Ming's eyes. He snapped his weapon up, demanding to know if her brain had melted. He forced her to state her own name. Without missing a beat, she answered perfectly. Ming exhaled, realizing she hadn't totally lost her soul to the dark energy just yet. He pointed her toward a reflective surface. Only when she stared at her own reflection did the horrifying truth sink in. Absolute panic shattered her heart. How on earth could she ever face her beloved brother looking like a freak of nature? This was a total nightmare. Desperate, she begged Ming for a reverse switch to turn back into a human. But the mercenary just shrugged. He had zero clue. This was her unique ability after all, not his problem. Spinning on his heel, he casually mentioned he would keep an eye out for her brother while finishing his own deadly mission. He coldly added she could stay behind if she wanted. Just as he stepped away, she shoved the worn-out teddy bear into his hands. Her voice cracked as she made one final request. If he ever found her brother, tell him she just needed a little time to mentally process this chaotic transformation. Ming pocketed the plushie, sealing the promise. Snap back to reality. Ming flashes a cocky grin, declaring he practically holds all the winning cards in this current showdown. But throwing fists right now is completely pointless. Off to the side, Dr. Sean starts sweating bullets. Hearing Joe survived shakes him to his core. Ming does not hold back. He completely exposes the dark truth behind Joe's monstrous mutation. Every single piece of this tragedy, it leads right back to Dr. Sean. Even the terrifying abyss breakout is entirely his doing. Flashback to one of Sean's twisted experiments. His reckless methods directly slaughtered an innocent girl named Lin Shuyan. Consumed by blinding grief, her heartbroken father vowed absolute vengeance. The old man acquired a mystical key. With zero hesitation, he ripped open a hellish portal to the abyss, right inside the hospital walls. His goal was to burn Sean's sinister lab and life's work to the ground. The mastermind father was playing an elite game of chess. He knew an elite rescue squad would come knocking. So, he rigged the entire zone to trap the mad scientist in that shadow realm for eternity. Ming had actually crossed paths with the vengeful dad, demanding to know if he realized the catastrophic domino effect he just triggered. But the broken man simply stared back with dead eyes, stating that living through hell was his daily reality anyway. Cut to the present. Dr. Sean desperately tries to save his own skin. He stammers that he already threw money at Shuyan's family and, quote-unquote, handled the father. Then, the absolute scumbag drops the worst excuse imaginable. He claims the girl was basically expired goods anyway. Curing her would have drained way more cash than her pathetic life was even worth. A chill runs down the hero's spine. Murderous aura leaking out, he demands to know if Sean used Joe as just another lab rat. The doctor waves his hands in absolute panic, swearing on his life he did not lay a finger on her. He frantically claims Joe tumbled into the dark rift way before he even showed up. His hands were completely tied. To make it worse, he arrogantly argues that his test subjects signed up voluntarily, bragging that he paid them off whether they walked out breathing or left in a body bag. That single word, compensation, it snaps the last shred of the hero's sanity. Pure, unadulterated rage explodes from his core. He rockets forward like a bullet and smashes a bone-crushing right hook directly into the doctor's smug face. Blood splatters as Sean eats the dirt. Yet, the delusional rat still spits out venom. He mocks the hero for risking his life over a crippled girl who could not even stand. Why throw everything away for absolute trash? In his twisted mind, he was just trying to squeeze some actual value out of her pathetic existence. He actually believes she should have felt lucky to die as a lab rat just to help awakened job changers level up. The main character summons his massive, ethereal phantom hands. He yanks the trash doctor off the floor. His voice is ice cold. Sean could never comprehend this. Joe is his entire universe, the absolute last piece of family he has left in this apocalyptic wasteland. Sean chokes on his own blood, pathetically backtracking his words. But his apology is cut violently short. The giant spectral hands violently pile-drive him straight into the concrete. Gripping the trembling scientist by his ruined collar, the hero spits pure venom. Sean is the true worthless garbage here. He is so utterly pathetic that even the devil would reject his soul. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the broken doctor over to Ming like a used rag. Walking away, he casually drops a chilling statement. The doctor is all yours. Ming raises an eyebrow, smirking as he realizes they just struck a silent, deadly alliance. The hero does not even look back. His singular focus? Bringing his baby sister home alive. As his footsteps fade into the shadows, Ming stalks toward the shivering scientist. The executioner's aura flares up. He bluntly announces Sean's time is officially up. He is taking his head to cash in the mercenary bounty, while delivering the ultimate karma for the grieving father. Paralyzed by the grip of death, the cowardly doctor screams for his life. He frantically begs to know the bounty price, promising to double whatever the old man paid. Ming scoffs, his eyes locked on his opponent. A guy only gets one life to give, he smirks. How exactly do you expect me to pay double? Sean just stares, totally clueless. But Ming's gaze shifts to our main character stepping through the doorway. Next time our paths cross, Ming calls out, a thrilling edge in his voice. We're going all out. Cheng arrives at the exact coordinates. Ming dropped the shadowy hideout where his sister is trapped. Suddenly, a fragile figure steps out from the gloom. It is Qiao. Tears are absolutely pouring down her face as she chokes out, "Is that really you, brother?" Cheng's heart shatters. He drops his gaze, whispering a heavy apology for taking so long. But Qiao frantically shakes her head. She insists she is the one who messed up, crying that she is nothing but a curse who constantly drags him into life or death situations. The guilt of being a burden is eating her alive. Cheng softens, his voice gentle as a breeze, assuring her that the nightmares are gone and she is completely safe now. But Qiao recoils. She stares dead into his eyes and claims he is completely wrong because there is still a terrifying monster standing right in front of him. She drops to the freezing floor, her body shaking with sobs, and points a trembling finger at her own chest. The brutal truth? She believes she has mutated into a freak. Between her tears, she pours her heart out. She was so sick of being paralyzed in that wheelchair, drowning in the shame of forcing her brother to shoulder every burden alone. All she wanted was the power to protect him for once. But now, this new form terrifies her. Cheng immediately steps up, his voice steady, reminding her of a dark reality. He drops a massive truth bomb. There are thousands of people walking around in human skin who are way worse than actual beasts. But Qiao, even if she looks like a nightmare, she still has the purest soul in the world. Her tear-filled eyes look up, desperately searching for a lie. "Do you really mean that?" she whispers. Cheng gives a firm, zero hesitation nod. He reminds her that he literally hunts abominations for a living. He knows a real monster when he sees one. His sharp gaze then sweeps across the blood-soaked corpses littering the floor. "Did you do all this?" he asks, genuinely impressed by the wild surge in her power level. Qiao nervously shakes her head, brushing off the crazy kill count. She clarifies she didn't wipe out the whole squad of beastmen, pointing to a single, mangled carcass. She admits that was her one and only solo kill. The exact second her powers awakened, Cheng instantly hypes her up, an absolute proud brother moment, joking that she has already unlocked some top-tier stats. But without warning, a brilliant light erupts from her body. The blinding glow fades, leaving her back in her fragile human form as she completely blacks out, hitting the deck. Coming to her senses, she is completely baffled about how she powered down. Cheng, with absolute gamer logic, explains the catch. Her beast mode burns through a massive mana bar. The second that mana pool hits zero, she auto-reverts. The epic takeaway? She is not some cursed mutant, she has unlocked an ultra-rare shape-shifting class. When she shifts into that insane bear form, her paralysis vanishes. Cheng scoops her up, beaming with pride, welcoming her to the elite ranks of awakened job changers. The realization hits her like a truck she can finally stand. Pure, unfiltered joy lights up her face as the dream of fighting back-to-back with her brother becomes a reality. But reality check Cheng gently sets her back in the chair. His eyes darken with fierce determination as he swears a blood oath to never let her step foot in a death zone, especially the hellish abyss, ever again. Changing the subject, Qiao asks if he crossed paths with a certain guy on his way over. Cheng's brow furrows. Who exactly are we talking about? She sketches out the details of a mysterious dude who shared a crazy resemblance to Cheng. Apparently, when she bragged about her brother, this stranger's eyes lit up with a dangerous curiosity. The guy sensed a deep, twin-like connection between them. He even dropped a chilling flex. Taking down her brother would be as impossible as trying to end his own life. Pushing her wheelchair toward the exit, Cheng processes this psycho's message. He mutters under his breath, already sensing that this rival is going to be a massive headache. Cut to our boy, finally catching some well-deserved sleep in his room. But peace doesn't last. His phone shatters the silence. He groggily picks up, only to get instantly blasted by the caller. The voice on the other end is totally going off, interrogating him about going missing for days ever since that sketchy raid at the city public market. The dude's tone shifts from annoyed to straight-up furious, screaming through the speaker. How dare Cheng even entertain the thought of pulling a solo mission with the notorious Blood Oath psycho? Cheng winces, tossing out a quick apology to his uncle. He drops the cold, hard truth. He was desperately low on funds and stumbled onto a high-risk, high-reward gig he couldn't pass up. His uncle demands to know if he is still grinding in the trash tier as a scavenger. Cheng immediately cools the flames, swearing he hasn't flipped his main class. He is still a scavenger, through and through. But his uncle isn't having it. His voice cracks with that heavy mix of anger and pure dad-level anxiety, reminding Cheng he is way too green. and lacking the survival stats for solo runs. The fear of seeing Cheng end up as monster bait is real. He begs him to keep his head on a swivel and stop playing recklessly. The ultimate guilt trip lands. He has a fragile sister who depends on his survival. As the call drops, a soft smile touches Cheng's lips. The tough love means the world to him. Before he can even process the emotional beat, his screen lights up with a crazy notification. Boom. 2.4 million yen just hit his bank account, courtesy of the legendary Shingran. Attached is a smug little text. She fenced every single one of those god-tier items under her VIP status, exactly like they plotted in their mastermind scheme. She boldly reminds him that he owes her big time for the assist. Seeing that absolute mountain of zeros in his balance sends an unstoppable wave of euphoria straight to his brain. This was a brilliant tactical play from the start. By using Shingran's untouchable reputation as a shield, Cheng guaranteed no one would dare question where this elite loot came from. The guilds would never suspect a thing. Just the night before, our main character had absolutely cleaned out the deepest layers of the abyss, hauling back an insane jackpot of rare drops. When Shingran interrogated him about the stash, he played it cool. He hit her with the classic excuse that he was just picking up trash and got lucky, but she wasn't buying it for a second. She aggressively pushed for the real story. Backed into a corner, Cheng admitted his class restrictions locked him out from equipping those elite-tier weapons. So technically, they were just scavenged junk to him. Shingran couldn't resist dropping a savage roast, calling it totally tragic that he was stuck as a level 1 scavenger, especially when his physical stats looked completely jacked now. Cheng just shrugged off the sass, dropping a vague hint that he had survived a brutal gauntlet of trials recently. The near-death experiences had literally forged him into a different beast. Shingran suddenly clicked the pieces together. The scavenger class was still a ghost in the Great Awakening system, meaning traditional leveling was totally locked for him. But with a mysterious glint in her eye, she dropped a massive bombshell. There just might be a hidden path to bypass the rules. Unlocking unimaginable power just by hoarding garbage? He laid out his bizarre leveling method, and insanely enough, the crazy logic actually checked out. Still processing this revelation, she locked eyes with him and asked if he was dead set on marching straight to the World Committee to tackle the official Hunter exam. There was a massive catch, though. He desperately needed a bulletproof cover story to launder the epic loot he dragged out of the abyss. Our guy raised an eyebrow, questioning if crushing this exam would finally grant him a legitimate all-access pass to the danger zone. She hit him with the harsh reality. He had been ghosting through restricted territory this whole time, risking hard time behind bars. The licensing trial, she broke it down, was an absolute gauntlet. You either prove to the proctors you have the juice to survive the abyss, or you go home crying. He also needed a heavyweight backer. Having witnessed his raw potential firsthand, she stepped up to the plate, pledging to be his sponsor and secure his victory. He shot her a look of disbelief, asking if she genuinely thought he could survive the gauntlet. Without missing a beat, she mobilized her connections to liquidate his shadow loot under her own banner. She doubled down on her loyalty, reminding him that he saved her skin back then, so now it was time to return the favor. Snapping back to reality, our protagonist rolls out of bed, muttering under his breath that he owes her big time. A fresh delivery box suddenly catches his eye. Ju chimes in with a bright smile, explaining she scored a premium bento box for his breakfast, totally calling him out for living in a place without a functioning kitchen. He chuckles at her early bird energy. Ju fires back that surviving the abyss changes a person, and wasting the morning in bed is no longer her vibe. Tearing into his meal, the protective older brother asks for a status update on her paralyzed legs. In a jaw-dropping moment, she grips the armrests and actually lifts herself out of the wheelchair. She beams with pride, announcing that feeling has been flooding back since yesterday, showing off her newfound balance. Utterly blown away, he demands to know how she pulled off this miracle overnight. Ju casually reveals her genius hack, terrified that unleashing her full bear transformation would completely wreck their tiny apartment. She channeled all that beastly mana directly into healing her joints. Panic flashes in his eyes as he begs her not to overdo it, swearing she has never been a burden. She waves off his worry, insisting the mana flow feels totally natural. For the first time in forever, she feels destined to walk again. Amped up by the good news, our hero grabs his signature jacket and makes a beeline for the exit. Ju tilts her head, wondering what could possibly drag him out at dawn. He drops a cryptic hint about official business, promising to be back before she knows it. Her jaw drops. Hustling on a weekend, he steps into the morning light, flashing a confident smirk as he shouts back that the grind never stops and lets the door click shut. Left in the quiet apartment, Ju squints suspiciously, placing bets in her head that he is secretly sneaking off to a date. Cut to the testing facility, an absolute fortress of tension. Our protagonist stares up at the massive gates, swallowing back the heavy knot of anxiety in his throat. The courtyard is packed with dozens of fierce job changers, all hungry for glory. Through the chatter, he catches someone questioning the crowd about their exam goals and which elite guild they plan to infiltrate. The voice belongs to none other than Joe Tang, ready to throw down in the arena. Joe spots our hero and stomps over, asking if he is finally stepping up to the plate, totally exposing the fact that our guy has been running unlicensed this whole time. Our boy plays it cool, admitting he is only here because his wallet finally caught up to his ambition. Buying a ticket to this bloodbath costs an absolute fortune. Flipping the script, he demands to know why Joe is even loitering here. The man already holds a license. He continues his march down the imposing steps. Joe sighs, confessing he took the protagonist's hardcore advice and ground his melee stats to the absolute max. Yet, every single raiding party keeps rejecting him, writing him off as a filthy casual just playing around. So, he dragged himself back to this hellscape, ready to shatter their doubts and prove his fists are lethal weapons. Joe flashes a grin, claiming that once our hero secures that shiny badge, he is guaranteed to reign supreme as the ultimate damage dealer. The protagonist just smirks, confirming that total domination is the only plan. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns toxic. A squad of low-life thugs starts barking orders, violently shoving the anxious job changers out of the way. Their arrogant boss sneers at the crowd, openly mocking the absolute peasants who actually have to wait in line for a piece of paper. His muscle blindly bulldozes through the pack, throwing elbows and spitting venomous threats at anyone who dares to breathe their air. While parting the sea of candidates, the grunts loudly flex their boss's ultimate status. He has awakened a legendary god-chosen class. The moment those words drop, our hero's mind flashes to Shingron, an absolute powerhouse who also wields the terrifying might of a god-chosen knight. Beyond her savage baseline combat arts, she commands absolute zero frost magic, deploys impenetrable energy barriers, and can literally knit flesh back together. Her leveling speed is a total glitch in the system, leaving mere mortals eating dust. That god-tier versatility is exactly why monsters like her command the legendary S-class ranking. They are literally touched by the heavens because on top of insane base stats, the system showers them with crazy multipliers and literally deletes their class weaknesses from existence, granting them ultimate divine armor. Shrugging off the drama, the protagonist decides to just queue up behind the loudmouth. Joe rolls his eyes, scoffing that the punk is purely carried by the system and just won the genetic lottery. Up at the front, the arrogant VIP is already breathing down the proctor's necks, demanding they hand over his credentials immediately. When the exhausted staff asks which specific division he is applying for, he puffs out his chest and declares his divine status. Because he is supposedly a living god, he demands the ultra-rare, all-in-one license, refusing to settle for trash-tier paperwork. A wave of shocked whispers crashes through the hall, as the candidates lose their minds over his sheer audacity to claim the ultimate pass. One bystander mutters that it is practically a given. When you roll a god-chosen class, the world bends to your will. Feeding the ego trip, his pathetic minions crank their hype up to 11, screaming about his unbeatable combat prowess. The goons barked at the crowd to back off, hyping up their boss as the absolute ultimate prodigy. But their massive ego trip stopped dead when a gorgeous girl rocking vibrant purple hair stepped up to the plate, tilting her head as she asked if they were seriously calling this guy top tier. The thug's jaw practically hit the floor, completely mesmerized by her insane visuals, and instantly tried to recruit her to his squad. But she shot him down without a single second of hesitation. Smirking, the creep told her not to be so hasty, flexing that he was a literal god-chosen, and tossing in a totally out-of-pocket, nasty pickup line. Her eyes flashed with pure disgust as scorching mana flared around her, blasting a massive fireball that absolutely launched him across the room into a crumpled heap. His lackeys panicked, desperately stomping out the flames while crying that she totally overreacted and threatening that she just woke up a sleeping dragon. But the crowd was stunned. Her attack wasn't just fire. It was an instant cast explosion, a legendary high-tier technique almost no one could pull off. The roasted thug dragged himself up, smoke literally pouring off his clothes as he glared daggers at her, becoming utterly obsessed with finding out who just humiliated him. While Joe stood there trying to process the absolute chaos, the whole lobby started cracking up at the so-called God-chosen getting totally bodied. His face burned red with pure wrath, his ego completely shattered by the girl's brutal rejection and the sound of the crowd treating him like a total joke. He gritted his teeth, swearing he would make her regret this. But right as he was about to snap, a heavy hand clamped down onto his shoulder. He whipped around, ready to throw hands, screaming if this idiot had a death wish. But his voice completely died in his throat the second that terrifying aura hit him. It was our main character, and the suffocating, mountain-like pressure rolling off his body made the punk violently flinch, sweating absolute bullets. Shing quickly stepped in, whispering for the main character to reel in his overwhelming bloodlust. He reminded him that the guild examiners were watching like hawks, and catching a ban right now would be catastrophic. The terrified thug instantly zipped his lips. Right on cue, a strict female examiner marched over, flanked by 2 absolute units of guards, barking that flashing skills in the lobby was a massive violation. Our guy smoothly played it cool, telling her the crowd was just a little hyped up from the insane summer heat. The purple-haired powerhouse backed him up with a sweet apology. But the examiner wasn't playing, dropping a final warning that one more slip-up meant a one-way ticket to a holding cell. Pivoting back to business, she demanded to know the girl's combat class and what rank she was aiming for. She proudly declared herself a fire elementalist, aiming straight for the magic damage dealer license. Because of the explosive drama just seconds ago, the examiner ordered her to place her hand directly onto the mana measuring crystal. She slammed her palm against the stone, while the guild staff watched, their eyes widening in pure shock. The crystal flared blindingly bright, proving her magic circuits were absolutely busted, hitting a freakishly high, abnormal index score. The examiner sighed, explaining that crazy, strong, unregistered awakeners kept pouring out of the abyss lately, so these heavy security checks were the only thing keeping the city safe. Honestly confused, the girl asked for a redo. Totally convinced the glitchy rock was broken, she tapped the crystal again, and this time the mana flow stabilized, flashing a bright green light to signal she utterly aced the evaluation. Watching her jump around and celebrate like a total cinnamon roll, our guy sweat dropped, thinking her personality pulled a crazy 180 degrees from the terrifying pyromaniac earlier. Joe hyped up his bro, swearing that with his insane hidden stats, he was going to breeze through this. Then, the examiner's cold voice called out, the next candidate. It was our main character's turn. She looked him up and down, asking which basic license he was going for. Staring her dead in the eye, he dropped a bomb, demanding the ultra-rare, all-in-one certificate. The examiner froze, immediately interrogating his class, because only the elite, heaven-defying god, chosen, even dared to touch that test. Unfazed, our guy casually admitted his class was literally just scavenger, and oh yeah, his current level was just 1. The entire lobby erupted into brutal, mocking laughter, treating him like the biggest clown in the room. Joe furiously stepped up, snapping at the crowd to shut their mouths. He roared that his big brother Ching could literally fold every single one of them with just one hand. Ignoring the haters, our guy calmly explained he just needed a flex roll that let him join any raid party, since that was his only play to survive this messed up system. Pinching the bridge of her nose, the examiner admitted the system technically allowed it, but she warned him that the twisted rules for the all-in-one license were built entirely different. Her next words hit him like a massive truck. His eyes went wide as he asked her to say that again, totally stunned. Off to the side, the purple-haired girl squinted in confusion, racking her brain trying to figure out what kind of trash-tier class a scavenger even was. The examiner spelled out the brutal reality. While all the normal rookies got to raid the beginner abyss zones with a full squad, whoever chased the all-in-one license had to solo the entire dungeon. She dropped the harsh truth. The objective might look like a cakewalk on paper, but surviving it without a healer or tank made it an absolute death trap. Still completely unfazed, he just asked if clearing the abyss guaranteed he got the license. She practically begged him to drop the idea, warning that only elite veterans with years of combat experience took that gamble, flat out telling him that stepping into a solo raid at level 1 was just an overly complicated way to commit suicide. Narrowing her eyes, she studied his calm face, muttering that he was either completely brain-dead or some legendary hidden master in disguise. Sighing, she ordered him to press his hand against the mana crystal. He touched the glowing stone, but the magical artifact stayed completely dead. The room absolutely lost its mind, bursting into a second wave of toxic laughter. The bullies mercilessly roasted Joe, sneering that his so-called overpowered brother literally had 0 mana, yet still wanted to solo dive the abyss. Joe bared his teeth like a rabid dog, screaming at them to back off, but our guy completely ignored the haters and snatched up the dungeon key. The examiner gave him one last deadpan look, stating that if he was so desperate to throw his life away, the guild definitely wasn't paying for his funeral. She quickly broke down the mechanics of his teleport restricting artifact, pointing out the exact portal gate where his key would trigger. Without a second of hesitation, he walked straight toward the abyss entrance, leaving Joe shouting at his back to stay sharp and make it out alive. But lurking in the shadows, the humiliated thug, the self-proclaimed chosen one, practically barks at the examiner. He demands the exact same entry artifact she just handed over to our quote-unquote trash scavenger. He is dead set on hijacking the exact same trial. But the examiner keeps her cool, shutting him down with a polite apology. There is only one access artifact, assigned to each difficulty tier. If he wants a piece of the action, he will just have to sit out and wait for the next cycle. The arrogant rookie scoffs at the rejection. Rules mean nothing to him. He vows to storm the gate anyway. Definitely not as our main character's ally, but as a lone wolf. The examiner's gaze sharpens into ice. She challenges his logic. Is he seriously trying to crash the run as a direct rival? Before she can deny him, her security detail leans in close, dropping a crucial loophole. Sure, partying up is strictly forbidden, but the system says absolutely nothing about a bloodthirsty competition. Weighing the options, she finally nods in agreement. She lays down the ultimate ultimatum. Whoever crawls out of the abyss alive with the treasure in hand claims the absolute victory, but she drops a heavy warning. Do not even think about forming a secret alliance. The dungeon's AI automatically scales the threat level the second multiple players cross the threshold. If they try any cooperative funny business, the trial instantly spikes to a death sentence. Nightmare mode. This brutal mechanic is exactly why solo raids are the gold standard here. But with two arrogant hunters crashing the same instance, the threat meter is already redlining. She breaks down the grim reality. Forcing this kind of system glitch inside the abyss guarantees absolute chaos, triggering wildly unpredictable variables. We are talking nasty enchantments and insane stat boosts slapped onto every single mob. She offers them one last chance to back out. Our main character just smirks internally. He has danced with enchanted freaks before. Those so-called elite mobs, they are nothing new to him. They bleed just like the rest when you spam health-draining combos or break down their hidden mechanics. Meanwhile, Mr. Chosen One flexes an insane stash of high-tier artifacts. He brags that his pay-to-win loadout will basically steamroll the entire zone. Our hero silently scans the glowing stat windows popping up in his vision. Honestly, the rich kid isn't bluffing. Those monstrous buffs only come from god-tier, perfectly enchanted gear. Slap that kind of armor on a total noob, and their combat potential skyrockets to boss level. The examiner catches our hero eyeing the loot. She asks if he is getting cold feet. He brushes it off with a casual shrug. He is just here to secure his official hunter badge, nothing personal. Plus, if this nightmare zone is crawling with rare mutations, he is bound to harvest some seriously fascinating monster corpses. Joe steps up, telling him to chill out and not gamble with his life. The Abyss plays by zero rules, and the difficulty scaling is a complete wild card. The main character shoots a side-eye at the rival's shiny plating. He casually drops that he is totally planning to use the overconfident rich kid as a meat shield, so Joe can save his breath. The rival overhears and snarls, making it crystal clear that once they cross that gate, it is open season. If the quote-unquote scavenger gets ripped apart in the dark, he won't lose a second of sleep. Survival of the fittest, right? Our guy just flips the gate artifact through the air. He tells the self-proclaimed deity to do the honors. If he is truly heaven's favorite, maybe his VIP luck will keep them both breathing. Snagging the artifact midair, the rival marches up to the looming gateway with a cocky grin. Shoving it into the lock, he boasts about his legendary nickname, the Hand of God, and he is about to prove why. But the second the massive doors groan open, a terrifying system voice shatters the silence. The Abyss has instantly locked into nightmare mode. Red warning screens flash as monster energy signatures spike off the charts. Panic hits the rich kid like a truck as brutal debuffs stack up, sending him scrambling through his healing stash. He prays his premium potions haven't been nerfed, but our hero already knows the harsh truth. The system rules just flipped. Nothing is going to work normally, not even his savage man-eating plant or his lethal soul-reaping combo. He takes a deep breath, calculating that going into full berserker mode right now is a guaranteed death sentence. He has to keep his trump cards perfectly hidden. The rival curses under his breath. He lugged his heaviest inventory slot, completely full of potions, and now they are practically dead weight. Shaking it off, he activates his glowing armor. Who cares about useless healing items anyway? His pay-to-win defense stats are all he needs to butcher everything in the dark. He charges headfirst into the abyss. But the moment our hero crosses the threshold, the system bells chime a chilling melody. The interface burns blood red, permanently locking the instance at nightmare difficulty. 2 players, 1 death trap. Then, the real bombshell drops. A legendary tier trial has been triggered. Their mission? Annihilate a legendary rank beast. But here's the catch. It is a roaming boss with no designated arena. The prize? Mythic tier loot. Back at the staging area, the examiner's blood runs cold. She stammers out the math. Triggering a legendary mutation demands a raw luck stat of at least 300 points. We are talking about a drop rate of exactly 0.01%. Her eyes are glued to the monitor. She is desperately trying to calculate if this trash scavenger is an absolute genius, or just chosen by the heavens. Snapping back to reality, she barks orders at her crew. Get the guildmasters on the line right now. Strike teams need to deploy instantly, because a legendary catastrophe is crashing a standard hunter exam. Cut to the other gate. Joe slips into the beginner tier dungeon, sending up a silent prayer for his insane friend's survival. Meanwhile, Ching and the arrogant villain push deeper into the suffocating darkness of the abyss. As the entrance seals behind them, the rich kid looks around, stunned. They have been warped straight into a colossal interior. The architecture is sprawling, easily pushing 18,000 square feet. This isn't a cave, it is a straight-up Gothic mansion. Dead ahead, an intimidating squad of towering stone statues glares down at them from the shadows. The rival just rolls his eyes at the ominous vibe. He trash-talks the stony guardians, bragging that his family's private estate has way scarier lawn ornaments. But our main character drops a chilling reality check. This isn't the lobby, this is the boss room. The rich kid freezes, his face twisting in absolute disbelief. Wait, did they seriously just spawn? Directly into the final boss arena on step 1. Before the panic can fully set in, the stone guardians shatter their petrification. The system sirens wail as the statues awaken. These are not your average mobs. We are talking about immortal stone nightmares, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage and god-tier strength. Just one single strike from these titans guarantees a catastrophic bleed effect, literally draining a health bar in absolute seconds. Our main character's survival instincts instantly kick into overdrive. Reading their terrifying movements, the dark truth hits him like a freight train. These abominations are actually wielding 4 distinct elemental attributes, meaning they walked straight out of a brutally unforgiving, nightmare-tier dungeon. Bottom line, these walking tanks are an absolute nightmare. Ching debates unleashing his spider summons to bait their aggro, planning to use his explosive speed to flank them. Their front plating is basically impenetrable, but their backs are wide open for a critical strike. Since his berserker mode is on cooldown, playing smart is his only option. But right as he gets ready to pop his summon skill, his annoying rival completely blindsides him. The guy charges in like a total tryhard, screaming that he is taking the boss drops for himself. He throws himself at the monsters, hyping himself up as the legendary Crusher King, but Ching's stomach drops. This idiot is walking straight into a death trap. Boom! One of the statues swings a massive greatsword, instantly swatting the guy into the dirt and leaving a massive crater. By some absolute miracle, his heavy armor tanks the impact from the horrifying Knight of Purity. But then, the towering boss snaps its glowing eyes directly onto Ching. His stealth strategy? Completely ruined. The Knight unleashes an insane combo of lethal strikes, forcing our main character to spam his dodge skills just to stay alive. One graze from that blade guarantees heavy bleed damage, and since they are stuck deep inside the unforgiving abyss, a single mistake means an instant game over. Even with the boss locked entirely onto Ching, his clumsy rival keeps getting tossed around by the shockwaves. Ching yells at him to find cover before he becomes permanent dungeon paste, but the cocky tank brushes it off, claiming he only tripped. He furiously demands that Ching stop treating him like some useless beginner. As the chaos escalates, Ching realizes these monstrous knights are effortlessly shredding through physical barriers. It is like they were custom-built to utterly destroy heavy tankers. Needing a new angle, Ching fires up his Spirit Dash artifact. Yet again, Captain Clueless ruins the play. He aggressively rushes the boss, bragging that since Ching is clearly choking, he will personally solo the statues. Honestly, his massive ego might actually be useful, and Ching starts calculating how to exploit this human meat shield. If they sync their attacks, they could actually take these titans down. But the boss suddenly shifts into overdrive, dropping earth-shattering blows right onto the rival's head. Well, at least his defense stats are legit. Ching prepares to trigger a taunt skill, but the system flashes a glaring red warning. If the provocation fails, all that lethal aggro snaps right back to the caster. Glancing around the battlefield, Ching realizes they cannot just tunnel vision on one enemy. The second statue is finally waking up, and this one looks even more ridiculously overpowered. He slashes the first knight with his dagger, but the blade violently deflects off the armor. His rival loses his mind, screaming that these absolute units are nothing like normal abyss monsters. Usually, things down here get wiped out in a hit or two. As the larger titan steps into the fray, Ching straight up asks the guy if he dumped every single stat point into pure defense. How do you even reach this rank without throwing a single punch? Triggered, the tanker snaps back that his unique skills carried him here, but while he is throwing a tantrum, the second giant locks onto him. Ching calls him an absolute moron, shouting at him to keep his eyes on the battlefield. Panic sets in. The guy scrambles backward, but trips over his own feet, face planting spectacularly right next to Ching. Sighing, our hero tells him to adapt his fighting style, to match his clunky gear. That ridiculous heavy armor is completely nerfing his mobility. Cornered, the so-called Crusher King confesses the embarrassing truth. He knows literally nothing about real combat, and just pays people to carry him. Plot twist. This guy is Wu Sangxi, a crazy rich conglomerate boss who literally buys his way through dungeons. He is a classic pay-to-win player. He just maxes out his defense while elite mercenaries do all the actual killing. Mid-conversation, The knight lunges with a devastating horizontal sweep. Ching aggressively tackles Sangxi out of the kill zone, roaring that the abyss is not a rich kid's playground. Real hunters bleed and die out here just to put food on the table. Realizing blades are totally useless against this god-tier plating, Ching decides it is time to use blunt force trauma. He holsters his weapon, switching to his most savage and personal combat style, bare fists. "You are welcome," he barks out, unleashing an absolutely blistering barrage of heavy punches straight into the knight's armor. After the brutal combo, a sweet system chime rings out. Critical hit confirmed right on the boss's structural weak point. Yet even with that success, Ching is slightly stunned that bare fists triggered a debuff. He definitely got bailed out by some insane luck there. But the boss immediately strikes back. In a blinding flash of steel, it mercilessly slices Ching perfectly in half. Sangxi screams his lungs out, traumatized by the gory execution. But a second later, the corpse dissolves into mist. It was just a decoy clone from his blood nightmare skill. Hiding in the shadows, Ching coldly calculates a new execution plan. Sangxi's damage output is practically zero, and even with max defense, he cannot tank these boss strikes forever. Honestly, Ching expected nothing from this spoiled executive, but he still has to control the battlefield's pacing. He orders Sangxi to go hide in a corner, and the rich guy instantly sprints for his life. Now completely untethered, Ching becomes a blur of motion, raining critical strikes directly onto the boss's joints. Sangxi watches in absolute disbelief. Every single punch perfectly bypasses the thickest plating, dealing maximum structural damage with surgical precision. The rich guy is mind-blown that this combat intelligence absolutely embarrasses the top-tier mercenaries he usually hires. He screams out from his hiding spot, begging to know how a supposed beginner, how did he master such god-tier combat mechanics? Ching drops the truth bomb. Sure, he might be a rookie job changer on paper, but he spent years in the trenches with a scavenging crew, surviving absolute monster bloodbaths. That brutal past forged his killer instincts, turning him into a walking tactical nuke. And right now, he is flawlessly spamming multiple active skills at the exact same time. Add his insane, accelerated growth rate to the mix. Every drop of blood and sweat he sheds multiplies his power by the hundreds. But Sangxi just rolls his eyes, calling Ching a massive tryhard. In his mind, leveling up is way less deep. You want to hit harder? Just swipe your card for top-tier gear. Ching completely rejects that pay-to-win mindset. To him, flashy armor and legendary weapons are just temporary stat buffs, meant to be swapped out like cheap clothes. His ultimate weapon? His own flesh and bone, leveling up with every single life-or-death brawl. Suddenly, his passive thorn ability flares to life. This broken skill guarantees one thing. Any enemy stupid enough to strike him in close combat instantly eats 100% of their own damage. Sangxi gets hyped, declaring that his main character moment has finally arrived. He reminds Ching about his dual sword class, meaning his magic stats are basically zero. So right now, Ching absolutely needs him to carry this fight. Long-range bombardment is the only valid strategy to melt these absolute tanks. Plus, Sangxi brags about hoarding a few hidden magical aces up his sleeve. He even tells Ching to take notes and watch a real pro at work. With a cocky grin, Sangxi rushes the massive knight. He unleashes a crackling lightning arrow, daring the armored beast to tank the high-voltage blast. But Ching refuses to be sidelined and launches his own offensive. Thanks to his Thorn's aura, landing critical strikes feels like a walk in the park. Without hesitation, he detonates a catastrophic great flame explosion right in the knight's face. The roaring inferno violently rips the helmet clean off. The severed head bounces across the dungeon floor, stopping right at Sangxi's boots. The dual wielder completely freezes. His jaw drops. Did Ching just casually drop a tier 3 magic nuke? Even veteran job changers sweat blood trying to unlock spells that heavy, making this flex absolutely unhinged. What is even wilder? They are actively turning the boss's own momentum against it, chaining brutal counterattacks off the courageous Thorns effect. But Ching's spirit dash is stuck on cooldown. With no way to dodge, he grinds his heels into the dirt and summons a heavy shield to tank the incoming death blow. Boom! The sheer kinetic force obliterates his shield into digital dust. The Gatekeeper's attack patterns are terrifyingly erratic. Even though he is surgically striking their critical weak spots, these metallic titans are on a completely different power scale. If it weren't for his insanely buffed stats, that single grazing hit would have sent him straight to the respawn screen. The worst part? The knight's movement speed scales up continuously. The only way to reset their momentum is by landing a punishing, direct strike. To make matters worse, the boss's hidden auto-targeting mechanic makes dodging physically impossible. Ching is basically a walking bullseye right now. These dual gatekeepers are living up to their hype as nightmare-tier mechanical bosses. Panicking, Sangxi screams at Ching to back off and avoid close-quarters combat. He practically begs him not to throw his life away. insisting that dying here is a massive fail. But the main character just smirks. He coldly promises that the Grim Reaper isn't taking him today. Ching reads the battlefield perfectly. To crush this metallic freak, he needs to utterly dominate it in raw velocity and explosive firepower. He tries to activate his broken recycling skill for a quick buff, but a glaring red system prompt blocks him. Apparently, harvesting living entities for power is strictly banned by the dungeon rules. No buffs? Fine. He immediately triggers Berserk mode. A blood-red aura engulfs him, skyrocketing his attack damage while violently burning away his own health points. Ching launches himself like a ballistic missile. He channels every ounce of his fury into an earth-shattering blow that caves in the knight's heavy armor, striking its absolute fatal flaw. A warning alarm rings in his head. The system flashes that his health points will hit 0 in exactly 30 seconds. But for Ching, that is more than enough time to secure the win. But then, the nightmare escalates. The boss suddenly triggers its rapid regeneration phase, stacking broken defensive buffs on top of each other. If this deathmatch drags out for even a few more seconds, the knight will evolve into an unkillable juggernaut. And if that happens, our main character's survival rate plummets straight to 0. So Ching makes a totally reckless gamble. He double casts his Berserk skill, incinerating almost all his remaining health points, leaving himself with a terrifying 7 seconds to live. But he is about to make every single microsecond count. No more holding back. He needs one godly, apocalyptic strike to delete this boss from existence. The main character rockets toward the massive gatekeeper. Channeling all of his fading life force, he delivers a devastating, supersonic kick squarely into the monster's steel visor. Sangxi's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He cannot fathom how Ching just physically bullied a high-tier dungeon boss. As the dust settles, our heavily battered hero stands victorious. A golden system window chimes in the air. Congratulations on executing the dual gatekeeper knights. The crushing abyss difficulty penalty has finally been shattered. Hovering at a dangerously low 10% health, Ching frantically chugs down multiple glowing health potions. The second his vitality bar fills back up, he casually triggers his dark salvage command. The shadows warp and twist. Horrifying, phantom-like hands erupt from the void, brutally dragging the shattered mechanical corpses into the darkness as Ching coldly orders them to strip every last scrap of loot. Sangxi takes a terrified step back. He watches the nightmare fuel unfold, genuinely questioning if those demonic appendages are actually feeding the dead straight to the abyss. He is totally convinced now. This creepy, tentacle-summoning corpse-eating trick has to be a hidden, overpowered class ability that literally no one else in the world possesses. A cold sweat drips down Sangxi's neck. For the first time, he realizes that the guy standing next to him might actually be way more dangerous than the dungeon bosses. With the metallic bodies fully devoured, the main character scores a legendary multi-blade strike card. To use it, he needs a high-tier sword built for blindingly fast, back-to-back combos. The skill mechanics are completely cracked. Once the initial slash lands, every follow-up strike multiplies in raw damage, guaranteeing a catastrophic critical hit at the end of the chain. But the loot drop doesn't stop there. The card unlocks a long-lost sword art created by the Knight of Purity, plus a super-rare artifact known as the Courageous Roar. This magical relic is a massive aggro magnet. It forcefully taunts all surrounding enemies, making them lock onto the user with blind rage. It is an absolute game-changer when combined with heavy debuffs. Oh, and there is a hidden perk. A random straggler monster might also get dragged into the taunt radius, but only if the user is actively wielding a shield. Now, our main character rarely bothers playing defensively, but with skill combos looking this insanely overpowered, he realizes it might finally be time to add a heavy shield to his god-tier arsenal. From here on out, grabbing a shield is an absolute must. Sangxi, meanwhile, is practically buffering, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process the sheer chaos he just witnessed. How did Ching vaporize those stone statues with such terrifying precision, wiping them from existence? Before he can wrap his head around it, the duo finds themselves staring down the towering Forge Master's altar. The glowing system interface flashes a clear directive: sacrifice a piece of gear, and let the lingering souls of fallen knights bind to the metal. A roll of the cosmic dice to forge a brand new weapon. This is not just any drop, it is a mythical tier event, a whispered legend our main character only knew from rumors. Stories say it only spawned once after a brutal abyss raid, and the suffocating energy radiating here is the exact same. Sangxi slowly pivots toward Ching, completely bewildered. He demands to know what kind of insane RNG hack Ching used to trigger this, considering it is literally the rarest jackpot in the entire abyss. Our boy quietly stares at his hands, refusing to chalk this up to mere luck. Deep down, he knows his blood, sweat, and insane grind manifested this miracle. The universe rewards the relentless. Acting on pure instinct, he pulls out his battered, low-tier dagger, deciding to use it as the ultimate test subject. Songsi immediately loses his mind, calling him a total noob for wasting a golden opportunity on a rusty blade. He begs Ching to toss in some epic purple gear instead, but Ching drops a massive reality check. Thanks to his locked level, his character model is strictly restricted to absolute starter gear. Any loot over level 1 gets instantly pawned for cash. Sangsi jaw literally hits the floor, the horrifying realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. This absolute madman has been carrying the entire raid without a single piece of high-tier armor. Out of options, Ching yeets his trusty dagger into the altar, accepting his fate. It is literally the only weapon in his inventory he can actually afford to buff. The system immediately flashes a brutal warning, reminding them that enchantments carry a high risk of shattering the item. Everything rides entirely on the raw baseline of the weapon and the sheer, unadulterated luck stat of the player. But thanks to our boy's broken luck stat, the success rate skyrockets to an impossible 200%. The holographic prompt demands confirmation to initiate the morph sequence. The forge threatens to stretch the tiny blade into a massive longsword. Without skipping a beat, he slams the confirm button, and the altar erupts in a blinding flash. The dust settles to reveal a legendary tier masterpiece, but the system maliciously slaps it with the most disrespectful title ever, the Trash Sword. Ignore the troll name. The aura dripping from this blade is pure, god-tier energy to our protagonist. However, this so-called garbage blade drops with a fragile durability stat of just 50. Sure, the base stats look a bit scuffed at first glance, but the ultimate flex lies in wielding a completely one-of-a-kind, mythic-tier garbage weapon. The altar suddenly spits out a second blade, a perfect, identical twin to the first piece of trash. Despite the completely mocked designation, a massive smirk spreads across our main character's face. To him, this is the ultimate glow-up for his faithful starter dagger. Songsi, however, bursts into a fit of relentless mocking. He ruthlessly roasts Ching, pointing out that even with a rigged luck stat, the system still handed him literal garbage. Our boy just shrugs, claiming that one man's trash is another man's. These twin blades are the exact missing puzzle pieces to his broken build. Songsi refuses to let it go, insisting that Ching has been living under a rock and never tasted true god-tier loot. Shutting down the haters, our boy triggers the salvage command, and the sword dissolves into pure energy in a heartbeat. Ching triumphantly declares this to be the ultimate cheat weapon. It is a custom-tailored masterpiece, because he can endlessly recycle it without any penalties. Sangsi stares at him, caught somewhere between utter disbelief and pure amusement. He officially crowns him the god of trash. Realizing this madman completely ignores the meta of standard high-tier equipment, Ching literally weaponizes the recycling bin to fuel his overpowered ascent. Smirking, our boy locks his eyes on the massive Forge Master's altar, declaring it as his next target. Since its core power is drained, the system flags the mighty altar as junk. Without hesitating, he summons his spectral recycling hands, his loyal phantom minions, to devour the massive structure. The massive stone shrinks into a pocket-sized artifact, granting him the insane ability to spawn the legendary forge anywhere on the map. Our boy is absolutely buzzing with this massive win. He essentially just stuffed a mythic blacksmith into his inventory, ready to max out any raw materials on the fly. Better yet, if his blades shatter mid-combat, he can just hit recycle and forge fresh ones on the spot. This infinite loop is the true broken mechanic of his trash weapons. Honestly, he was getting completely bored of the rogue dagger playstyle anyway, and craved a massive combat update. Sangsi, however, is visibly sweating. He stammers, asking if this absolute lunatic is actually planning to dual-wield two full-sized longswords at once. Trying to handle twin heavy blades without the right class is a one-way ticket to the respawn screen. It will absolutely nuke his agility stats. On top of that, his hit rate and damage output will plummet into the abyss. This brutal penalty is exactly why high-tier players lock into a single specialized job class. Every single stat point matters the second you awaken a new role. Sangsi warns that our boy's current rank is way too pathetic to be pulling off experimental builds. Equipping two heavy blades will literally drag his performance straight to the bottom. Meanwhile, a solid rank C veteran like Sangsi could execute the dual blade style flawlessly. Even the system AI pops up with a massive red warning, demanding that the dual sword mastery node be unlocked first. Ignore the warning, and both attack speed and precision will suffer a staggering 50% nerf. But our boy just smirks, staring at his stockpile of BP to bypass the grind, as a prompt asks to drop 10 points. A mere 10 points to instantly boost his dual blade mastery to grade D. His eyes widen, realizing that battle points are not just basic repair tokens. They are literally a cheat code to power level his skill tree. His gamer brain goes into overdrive. If 10 BP hits grade D, dropping 40 should skyrocket him straight to grade A. But why stop at a measly A rank? Flashing a cocky grin, he dumps his entire savings, pushing the skill node to its absolute maximum limit. The holographic interface explodes with golden light, confirming the ultimate upgrade. He instantly shatters the ceiling, awakening the legendary Grade S dual sword mastery. With the system handicap completely erased, the real slaughter can finally begin. The duo pushes forward, stepping deeper into the suffocating darkness of the abyss to hunt down the next portal. But just as the first massive raid zone gets marked as cleared, Sanxi abruptly stops in his tracks, flat out declaring that he is tapping out of the next deathmatch. Our guy never signed up for a bloodbath this extreme. With his bank account already stacked, tossing his life away here makes zero sense. He spins around, making a beeline for the dungeon exit. But right before he can bail, a chilling system alert flashes across his vision. Combat mode initiated. A thick, suffocating mist bleeds into the room, instantly sending off massive red flags in Qing's mind. Out of nowhere, Qing screams at Sangsik to dodge. A blinding crimson beam erupts from the portal, forcing our boy to dive in and shove Sangsik out of the crossfire, but he is a split second too late. The laser cleanly severs Sangsik's arm, leaving our protagonist frozen in absolute shock. That heavy armor was built to tank Knight-class strikes, yet it shredded apart like wet tissue paper. That devastating hit was just a teaser trailer. The horrifying truth crashes down on him. Those two armored knights were not the final bosses. They were nothing but low-level bouncers. The real nightmare has just awakened. Gripping his twin blades, he frantically weaves through the creeping shadow mist when a terrifying presence explodes from the dimensional rift. Stepping out from the void is the Dark Elf King, the absolute ruler and true master of this abyss, projecting an overwhelming aura of pure malice. This monster is stacked with broken abilities, gravity manipulation, absolute immunity, death drain, anti-magic fields, fearsome hunt, and the dreaded tidal lock. Panic kicks in as Sangsik books it toward the exit, but the Elven King vanishes into a blur, hunting him down, with zero mercy in his glowing eyes. Refusing to stand by, our protagonist explodes into a dead sprint right behind them. He is fully confident that his new twin blade setup, paired with S-rank proficiency, will be a total game-changer. This crazy combination pushes his strike speed into a whole new dimension, leaving his old dagger stats in the dust. Blinking across the battlefield, he throws himself between Sangsik and the boss, blocking a guaranteed death blow. Without hesitating, he unloads a brutal barrage of slashes straight into the king, but a red error message pops up, nullifying his damage completely. The master has activated Tidal Lock, meaning only its primary target can actually leave a scratch. Qing's brain short-circuits as he tries to process his useless combo. Ignoring the interference, the dungeon master launches a second, blinding assault on Sangsik, slicing the poor guy cleanly in half. Meanwhile, far beyond the portal walls, the security team monitoring the Abyss radar watches a life signature flatline into oblivion. One of the guards scoffs, immediately assuming the dead meat is that cocky level 1 rookie, who strolled in way out of his league. This hellhole is strictly locked for level 30 veterans and above. The idea of a pathetic newbie, surviving purely on plot armor, is a total joke to them. Still, the guard smirks, noting that the rookie's sacrifice actually paid off. By drawing out a mythical tier creature from the absolute depths, he did them a massive favor. The elite strike force from headquarters will swoop in to sweep up the boss from here, and if that rich survivor actually crawls out breathing, they plan on shaking him down for an astronomical payout. The second guard grins in agreement, drooling over the fact that mythical bosses guarantee legendary rune drops, the holy grail of the hunter world. These artifacts are the golden ticket to joining the upper echelon, and people would gladly commit murder just to get their hands on one. Back in the death trap, a chilling system prompt chimes. Soaking up Sangsik's blood has permanently buffed the master's stats. Slowly, the boss snaps his terrifying gaze onto our boy. A wicked smirk crosses Qing's face, realizing the boss has finally marked him as the main target. But the lethal tension in the air just skyrocketed to absolute zero. Whispering a dark apology to his fallen comrade, he hovers his hand over the bloody remains. He instantly triggers the salvage skill, forcefully draining every single combat technique from Sangsik's corpse: Twin Blade Mastery, Whirlwind Slash, Weapon Disarm, and the devastating Meteor Strike. Backed by his S-rank learning speed, these raw skills fuse into his muscle memory like magic. Fully weaponized and dripping with new aura, he shifts into a fighting stance, practically daring the Elven King to make a move. The master answers with a lightning-fast slice, but Qing's nightmare artifact automatically pops a defensive shield. He counterattacks hard with an explosive meteor strike, only for another red alert to ruin the moment. The boss boasts absolute immunity against ambush tactics, coming from its primary prey. Refusing to back down, he spins into a fierce whirlwind slash, but takes a heavy hit in return. The bitter truth dawns on him: this monster has radar senses that perfectly track even his fastest shadow clones. As the brutal clash grinds on, pure frustration boils inside Ching. His stamina bar is plummeting, right alongside his health, and if this pace keeps up, he is going straight to the graveyard. Reading the opening, the dark elf charges up a massive gravity vortex to crush him out of existence. But our guy barely dances around the destructive blast radius. His lungs burn, desperately needing a few seconds of breathing room. Sweeping his eyes across the shattered terrain, he locks onto the impact crater, but the Elf King has completely evaporated into thin air. Cold sweat drips down his face as he pivots wildly, only for the master to materialize right against his spine. The boss drops a point-blank gravity vortex, perfectly comboing it with a dark anti-magic wave that violently rips away Ching's super regeneration. Our boy's vitals crash into the absolute danger zone. He is literally hanging on by a single hit point, meaning even a stray gust of wind will send him to the respawn screen. The ultimate reality check finally hits his brain. It does not matter how hard you are dominating a fight. One tiny mistake can flip the script to a game over. This is the raw, unforgiving law of the abyss, a realm of pure chaos and 0-second chances. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he mentally thanks the boss for beating this vital lesson into his skull. Tightening his death grip on both blades, he ignites his aura and rockets straight at the king. A cascade of blue system screens flood his vision, screaming that his meteor stab and emergency evasion are leveling up in real time. In a crazy turn of events, every single combat skill he owns starts rapidly evolving mid-fight. His battered muscles harden into steel, pumping explosive new energy through his exhausted veins. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, his entire being resets, forging a physical vessel that borders on totally indestructible. Riding this insane adrenaline high, he launches off the ground and unleashes a blinding double slash right at the master's face. But upon impact, one of his twin blades instantly shatters into glowing fragments. His own physical power has evolved so intensely that regular gear simply cannot handle his new god-tier stats. But our hero does not even flinch. Those blades were just recycled trash anyway, and his forging skills are completely unmatched. In a blinding flash of light, he reconstructs the shattered steel. Gripping his newly forged weapon, he locks eyes with the boss, ready for round 2. Suddenly, the colossal beast crashes to its knees. A flickering health bar reveals it is running on fumes. Our guy flashes a wicked smirk, taunting the Titan. He boldly declares he has absolutely 0 left to lose. That trash talk hits a nerve, and the monster roars back to life, its eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Cut back to the outside world, where Joe and the rest of the rookie hunters finally stumble out of the nightmare abyss. Breathless but alive, one of the survivors pats Joe on the back, pouring out massive gratitude for keeping them breathing. They hype up his insane combo of frontline brawling and spellcasting, but Joe humbly waves it off, pointing straight at the purple-haired girl instead. He admits she hard-carried the entire squad, dealing 90% of the damage. Flipping her hair with pure boss energy, she scoffs, calling the rest of them absolute dead weight. Turning their attention toward the boss gate, Joe spots a massive crowd huddled together. Confusion hits him like a truck as he wonders what the holdup is. The icy female examiner pulls a guard aside for a sit rep. The news is grim. Every single life signature inside has completely vanished from the radar. It basically confirms both challengers have been wiped out. Without skipping a beat, she coldly brushes it off as just another typical tragedy in the deadly abyss. 0 empathy. She immediately barks orders at her crew to lock down the zone and sweep up whatever legendary loot the boss dropped. They need it done before sunset to dodge any nasty surprises. But when Joe catches wind that nobody made it out alive, pure panic strikes his core. He snaps, violently shoving his way through the crowd in a desperate bid to launch a rescue mission. But a heavily armored guard shoves a halberd in his face, ordering him to back down. Joe screams at them to at least try saving their lives. The examiner just rolls her eyes, openly snoozing that risking their necks for some broke scavenger is a hard pass. However, if the rich kid prodigy somehow survived and popped a distress flare, then maybe they would roll out the red carpet for a rescue squad, because his premium gear is actually worth the hustle. Furious, Joe balls his hands into shaking fists, screaming that his leader is not some disposable trash. He swore on his life that he would conquer that dungeon, and he never breaks a vow. Unbothered, the examiner gestures for the guards to tune out the crying kid. She orders her men to march right into the shadows and bury the corpses exactly where they dropped. She throws in a lazy warning to watch their backs. But right as their boots hit the portal edge, a battered silhouette steps out from the darkness. It is Ching, and his voice cuts through the tension, telling them to cancel the funeral. Smirking through the pain, he casually asks if securing the loot means he finally cleared the exam. Joe's face lights up like fireworks, absolutely losing his mind. He yells out that he never doubted his bro for a single second. The rest of the crowd is completely paralyzed by shock. Ching looks like he just crawled out of a meat grinder, Dripping with sweat and monster blood, he casually tosses a glowing token right into the examiner hands. Her jaw practically hits the floor. A squishy level 1 scavenger, walking out of a boss-tier abyss alive? Absolutely impossible. Then her trembling eyes lock onto the heavy item in her palm. A legendary golden runestone. Her voice cracks as she demands to know how on earth he scored such a mythic drop. Ching just shrugs off the intense interrogation, declaring his quest officially cleared. Sweating bullets, she interrogates him further. Did this absolute nobody actually solo the apex predator of the dungeon? That specific artifact only drops from the dungeon ruler. With a chilling calmness, Ching states that he exterminated every single breathing thing in that abyss. It is a total ghost town now. The examiner brain completely short-circuits. She desperately tries to rationalize the impossible. A total scrub pulling off a miracle like this? No shot. She copes by assuming the boss must have spawned with a massive nerf. Yet even a weakened titan would instantly delete a level 1 scavenger, let alone get butchered by one. Panic turns into toxic accusations. She viciously points her finger, branding him a backstabbing team killer. In her twisted mind, Ching must have assassinated the golden boy, Sangshi, right after the raid to steal all the glory. Hearing this, Joe completely loses it. He barks right back at her, defending his friend Honor. Joe has seen the main character true potential and knows his power is the real deal. But the elitist examiner refuses to swallow her pride. She insists a low-tier rat like Ching could never possess that kind of explosive, raw strength. She weaves a crazy theory that Sangxi hard-carried the raid, only to catch a blade in the back. Joe claps back, daring her to inspect the body of Sangxi for any blade wounds. Ching suddenly cuts through the shouting match. His voice drops an octave as he reveals they will not find a single bone down there. Right on cue, a scout stumbles out of the portal. The pale-faced guard confirms the absolute worst. The dungeon floor is completely wiped clean. The examiner starts rambling, wondering if a glitch in the abyss system swallowed everything whole, erasing all evidence from existence. Ching steps up, dripping with chaotic energy. With 0 bodies and 0 proof, how exactly does she plan to pin a murder charge on him? Then he completely dismantles her entire argument. Why is she crying about teamwork and betrayal when she literally threw them into a cutthroat battle royale? He coldly reminds her that in the abyss, it is kill or be killed. He owed those rich kids absolutely nothing. The brutal reality suddenly smacks her right in the face. She literally wrote those ruthless rules herself. Cornering her with pure logic, Ching calmly demands to know if his hunter license is secured. Gnashing her teeth in defeat, she swallows her massive pride. With a bitter tone, she announces that he has officially conquered the impossible, earning the prestigious World Committee certification. She officially stamps his paperwork, granting him the incredibly rare all-rounder hunter license. Through gritted teeth, she welcomes him to the big leagues of elite hunting guilds, asking if this absolute flex of a victory satisfies him. But lurking just out of sight, the mysterious Shingran has been taking notes. She gracefully steps out from the shadows, dropping a massive bombshell. The examiner is hiding crucial information. The examiner and her elite guards instantly go into pure panic mode. They practically beg the VIP girl to step back, but she totally ignores them, her eyes locked dead on our hero. Closing the distance to Ching, she locks eyes with the stunned examiner. "Correct me if I'm wrong," she demands, her voice cutting through the tension. Doesn't securing the golden runestone grant the finder the absolute right to establish their very own independent hunting faction? The examiner stammers out a reluctant yes. A smug smirk plays on Shingran's lips as she drops the bombshell. Exactly. Which means our guy here doesn't have to bow down to anyone's guild. He's going to be the boss of his own crew. Pivoting back to Ching, she raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Hold on. Did you seriously not drop my name when you walked into this place? Scratching the back of his neck, he sheepishly admits it completely slipped his mind. She mutters idiot under her breath, shaking her head before glaring daggers back at the panicked official. Let me jog your memory, she snaps. The World Committee's registration window is wide open. With that golden token in his hand, Ching's application is already bulletproof. Backed into a corner, the examiner screeches that Shingran is deliberately trying to rig the system. The heiress fiercely fires back, but the corrupt official doubles down on her lies. Sweating bullets, the examiner tries to justify her blatant bias. I was only thinking of the greater good. Giving a legendary artifact to a bottom-tier, level 1 scavenger is an absolute waste of potential. That's the final straw for Chu. Pure fury ignites in his eyes as he steps up, fiercely demanding why his brother's sheer talent means nothing to her. You literally wrote the rulebook, he roars, pointing an accusing finger. And the second things don't go your way, you try to completely screw us over. The spark ignites a rebellion. Other hunters in the crowd start raising their voices, publicly exposing the exam's rigged nature from day one. They make it crystal clear they only showed up to witness this exact injustice. Even one of the armored guards breaks rank, venting his own built-up rage. Mutiny is in the air. The guard exposes how her toxic leadership goes beyond just a bad attitude. She actively starves them of vital rations and combat gear. Silence, the examiner shrieks, her voice cracking as her authority crumbles. Desperate, she whips around to face Ching, spitting out a final, venomous warning. Take the rune if you want, but the world will always see you as a pathetic, third-rate scrub, she snarls. That guildmasters are absolutely required to hold a minimum of an A rank. Your base stats were utter garbage before you even stepped up, she mocks. The energy stone is absolute. Walk into the World Committee headquarters looking like that, and they'll laugh you right out of the building. But before her arrogant laughter can echo, a terrified guard screams out. The main energy stone is picking up catastrophic power surges. The digital numbers blur into a chaotic frenzy, skyrocketing past the red zone. The massive crystal shudders, violently trembling like a bomb seconds away from detonation. Ignoring the chaos, Ching casually closes the gap between him and the trembling official. Paralyzed by fear, she shrinks back, begging him to stay away. Her mind completely breaks. She stammers wildly, desperately claiming the machine must be broken since nobody is even laying a finger on it. But the truth is undeniable. A menacing, dark purple aura erupts from Ching's core, swallowing the room in suffocating pressure. With icy calm, he declares that their worthless opinions mean nothing to him. I'm just here for my paperwork, he says, his voice cutting through the heavy air. The game is over, and he refuses to waste another second, breathing the same air as these clowns. The examiner's jaw hits the floor, drowning in sheer disbelief. Shaking like a leaf, she demands to know if he's actually insane enough to assault an official. Ching doesn't even blink. Violence? No, he replies, completely unfazed. I'm just taking what fate already handed me. Without missing a beat, our boy effortlessly snatches the glowing golden rune right out of her clammy grip. Refusing to accept reality, the elite guards whip out a portable measuring crystal. They are dead set on proving the previous catastrophic reading was just a glitch in the system. But the second the crystal enters his personal airspace, it goes absolutely haywire. The internal light violently pulses, unable to process the sheer gravity of his presence. It whines in a high-pitched frequency, literally cracking under pressure. Deciding to put an end to this circus, our boy finally stops holding back and lets his true aura roar to life. Boom! The raw, unadulterated power instantly overloads the crystal, blowing it into a million sparkling shards. As the dust clears, the glowing holographic display locks in on a terrifying rank, S+. Brushing a speck of dust off his shoulder, he drops a cold one-liner. Next time you want to test a god, try bringing a stronger thermometer. The examiner's brain short-circuits. She weakly tries to rationalize the impossible, stammering that he must have been concealing his god-tier stats from the very beginning. It's a massive pill to swallow for everyone in the room. As our overpowered main character finally turns his back on the wreckage, Xingran gracefully catches up to him. You know, she teases, if you just flashed my family crest at the door, none of these gnats would have even dared to breathe in your direction. Our boy shoots her a knowing look. Crushing them with my own two hands felt a lot more satisfying than hiding behind a VIP pass. A spark of pure respect flashes in Xingran's eyes as she nods in total agreement. Watching the two titans casually chat, the shattered examiner slumps against the wall. She quietly realizes this trash scavenger might actually be a hidden dragon, walking among mortals. After all, he's trading casual banter with the untouchable heiress of the legendary Lu bloodline. Catching his breath, Ching finally pulls Chu Tang into the conversation. Chu's eyes practically turn into giant stars at the sight of his idol. Noticing his massive fanboy energy, Xingran tilts her head, trying to pinpoint exactly where she's seen his face. Puffing out his chest, Chu proudly boasts about his past gig as a featured artist at her lavish birthday banquet. The gears click in Xingran's head as the memory hits her like a truck. Her smile instantly vanishes. Oh, she states with brutal, freezing honesty. You were part of that atrocious idol group that single-handedly destroyed my entire party. Critical hit. Chu's soul leaves his body as he turns entirely to stone. Instantly changing the subject, Xingran claps her hands together. A brilliant idea strikes her. They absolutely need to throw a massive banquet to celebrate Qing's official hunter status. And the kicker? She wants to host the VIP bash right at his place. Panic immediately shakes our boy to his core. His so-called home is a miserable, cramped, first-floor rental that screams poverty. The mere thought of this billionaire heiress stepping into his dump of a room makes him sweat buckets. Meanwhile, Chu is absolutely dead inside, still staring blankly into the void. The brutal reality check of his failed music career has completely shattered his will to live. Catching the painfully awkward silence dropping between the two guys, Xingran backpedals. She quickly waves her hands, saying they can totally cancel if it's too much of a headache, but pride takes over. Our boy instantly blurts out that his door is wide open for the party. Inside his head, a million chaotic plans form to disguise his broke lifestyle and fake being a homeowner. Smacking his depressed buddy on the back, he drags Chu into the mess. "Come on, man," he teases with a massive grin. "I'm throwing a blowout so legendary, even retired idols can't afford to miss it. Is tomorrow night good for you guys?" Shingram asks with a bright smile. Yet, underneath the excitement, she can't help but wonder why these two bros are sweating like they're defusing a bomb. Still, she is buzzing with hype for the upcoming event. Throwing them a quick wave, she floors the gas and speeds off into the distance. The absolute second her car vanishes, panic hits our guy like a truck. He stresses over his messy drip, but more importantly, his absolute disaster of an apartment. He knows he desperately needs an upgrade. Sprinting back to his complex, he pushes open the front door, bracing himself for the chaos inside. Instantly, his sister is on his case. She starts absolutely roasting him, loudly calling cap on his whole going on a date excuse, while he shrugs off his coat. Smirking, he jokes that she might as well count it as a date, but she is not having it. Spitting fire, she calls his bluff, dead set on the fact that he secretly dove back into the abyss. Dripping with sarcasm, she asks if his romantic evening was spent flirting with goblins and ogres. He quickly waves his hands, swearing up and down that everything went smoothly. Flashing a grin, he claims every limb is perfectly intact and tells her to chill out, immediately making a mad dash for his bedroom. She yells that he looks like walking death and demands he go straight to the hospital. But our boy plays it cool, brushing off the gaping wounds as totally minor scratches. He begs her to drop it. Hearing his stubborn tone, his sister finally bites her tongue. Moments later, our boy slumps into the bathtub. The hot water aggressively washes over his mangled flesh, turning the floor into a literal pool of red. He lets out a heavy sigh, thanking the heavens that his sister has no clue about the absolute hell he just went through. His body is literally falling apart at the seams, with his HP bar flashing a terrifying, deadly red. The brutal aftermath of the abyss has absolutely shattered his stamina. At this rate, healing back to 100% could easily take months. Trying to stay conscious, he pulls up his system interface. Right there, glowing on the screen after his epic clash with King Damaster, is the word Reincarnation. By executing that raid boss, he officially looted the king's ultra-rare signature skill, Gravity Vortex. Plus, he bagged an insane mountain of attribute points, dumping them evenly across the board. Now, every single one of his stats is sitting pretty at over 512, but the system suddenly flashes an error message, flat out blocking him from leveling up further. He has officially slammed into the ultimate stat ceiling. Suddenly, a golden notification pops up. The system announces he has perfectly cleared all the impossible conditions to trigger a reincarnation. This insane mechanic will strip his level completely back to zero, forcing a highly anticipated second awakening. From there, his power scaling will basically break the game. The artificial stat caps will shatter entirely. All he has to do right now is hit confirm. But taking that plunge means wiping his progress and starting from rock bottom, just to break through his current bottleneck. Our boy seriously weighs the massive risks of entering the abyss as a level 0 weakling. With his current god tier stats, a total reset feels like a massive gamble. But then, the examiner's toxic insults echo in his head. The entire elite society would brand him a thief, refusing to believe a nobody could earn that golden token. Even the high and mighty committee elders would just spit on his name. He grits his teeth, remembering how she framed him as a player killer, blaming him for Sanxi's death. In their eyes, a low-class scavenger, like him, could never wield true power. But our boy knows the truth. He bled and clawed his way up, just to keep his family safe. And he refuses to let these arrogant elites trample over his dreams. No matter the cost, he has to shatter his limits. His eyes burn with absolute resolve as he shouts to the empty room. He will become an unstoppable force. With zero hesitation, he violently smashes the reincarnation button. A blinding light engulfs him as the system works its magic. The screen alerts him that his rank is wiped, but his core growth is permanently locked at rank 5, meaning he is already leagues above a normal beginner. Flexing his muscles, he realizes every single agonizing wound has magically vanished. He lets out a massive scream of pure hype, but outside the door, his sister's patience officially snaps. Seething with pure rage, she kicks the bathroom door wide open. Staring at the massive puddle of blood on the floor, she screams at him, demanding to know why he lied about being totally fine. But then she looks up. Catching a full view of her brother in the buff, she shrieks in pure embarrassment and instantly poofs into her chaotic deer form. Tears absolutely flood down her furry face as she bawls her eyes out, accidentally obliterating the entire bathroom wall with her massive antlers during the panic. Well, that little disaster definitely forces our boy to find a new apartment. Fast forward, and Ching is standing right outside the legendary Shenfang City Equipment Auction House. He is ready to cash out on all the insane loot he snagged from the abyss. But since high-tier drops need an official appraisal before anyone drops serious coin, he figures it is way smarter to flex his inventory here instead of getting scammed in the shady black market. These premium auction houses are basically magnets for filthy rich VIPs, the exact type of whales who will drop millions for his overpowered gear. But the second he tries to casually stroll through the front doors, a massive guard steps in his way, aggressively shutting down his entry. Ching keeps it totally cool, explaining that he is a collector here for an official appraisal, but the guard just glares at him, oozing massive NPC energy. Not buying a single word, the guard strictly demands to know his rank. Our protagonist honestly replies that he is rank 1, secretly wishing he had already grinded back to rank 5, just so he could casually flex on these gatekeepers. Hearing that pathetic rank 1 status, the guard instantly laughs in his face and tells him to get lost. He ruthlessly mocks him, stating this elite establishment is no place for absolute nobodies. Only the top 1% of society are allowed inside to hunt for legendary gear, and street rats like Ching are strictly banned. Unbothered, Ching casually pulls out his newly upgraded dagger, daring the guard to scan it. The guard rolls his eyes into the back of his head, calling the weapon absolute trash, but to shut the kid up, he lazily scans it anyway. But the machine totally glitches out. The screen fails to read a single ounce of aura, spitting back a flat value of absolute 0. Smirking like he just won the lottery, the guard brutally tells our boy to toss that worthless garbage straight into the nearest dumpster. The appraiser almost tosses the junk back, not even bothering to charge a fee for such utter garbage. But wait, something makes him freeze. The blade's edge glints with an unnatural, terrifying sharpness. His pulse quickens as a heavy wave of suspicion forces him to look closer. Snatching up his appraisal monocle, he inspects the metal again, his jaw dropping as the truth hits him. This isn't trash, it's a phenomenally rare masterpiece. The system interface flashes its true name, Void Rift, a dagger forged from the deepest abyss, radiating a sinister energy laced with faint starlight. Its abyssal aura pulses with cosmic power. Legend whispers of a ruthless shadow stalker who once hunted a target with an astronomical bounty on her head. Backed into a deadly corner and bleeding out, the target simply dissolved into thin air, dropping only this exact, cursed blade in her wake. The weapon hums with a ghostly neon glow. The lore claims this blade tears open reality, letting its master instantly teleport anywhere within a 30-meter radius. While it demands a minimum rank 3 awakening to control, the appraiser's mind is completely blown. This single weapon crushes the value of his entire inventory combined. No wonder the system completely bugged out. A massive grin spreads across his face, realizing he just brushed off an absolute god-tier artifact. Flashback to exactly 30 minutes ago. Our main character was rotting away in a dingy basement. After splashing cash on a decent hotel room to keep his sister safe and cozy, he was forced to crash underground, completely dead broke from the massive apartment repair bills. Handing over a staggering 2 million yuan to his greedy landlord left his wallet painfully empty. He is literally scraping by on his last 200 yuan. Survival mode activated. He desperately needs to flip some loot for quick cash. But there is a major problem. The current market is completely flooded with basic gear. His stash is decent, sure, but it is nowhere near god level. Most awakened players just buy a solid starter pack, right after their class change and never look back. And the elite guilds? They wouldn't even use his loot as toilet paper. To them, it is all absolute garbage. Bottom line, he is going to get lowballed into oblivion unless he cherry-picks his absolute best drops to put on the auction block. Swiping through his system inventory, his eyes lock onto a mysterious altar. A crazy thought hits him. Can he actually summon this thing in the real world? Curiosity takes the wheel. He smashes the summon button. Boom! The massive stone structure tears through space, plummeting straight down from the ceiling. He dives out of the way just in time. 1 second slower, and he would have been instantly flattened into a pancake. But hey, experiment successful. He can now forge gear all the way up to legendary status, a total game changer for his empty bank account. He locks onto a rare, one-handed sword, named the Hunter's Longsword for his first test run. The lore behind this blade is brutal. A legendary huntress once wielded it to slaughter endless hordes of monsters, until a colossal dragon swooped down and swallowed both her and her prey whole. Capped at a level 17 requirement, it is honestly mid-tier. He chucks it onto the altar, figuring it would only fetch about 10,000. On the underground market anyway. Pocket change. The ancient relic drains 30 system points, glowing intensely as the forging begins. But then, a harsh red warning flashes. Upgrade failed. He clicks his tongue, guessing the sword's base stats were too weak to handle the overwhelming upgrade energy. Annoyed but far from giving up, he pulls out the big guns, the Titan Glove, a ridiculously rare, epic-grade gauntlet, carved straight from a dead behemoth's finger bone. practically overflowing with world-shattering giant strength. Just equipping it gives you an insane urge to smash things with the most massive, skull-crushing weapon possible. He crosses his fingers, praying to the random number generator gods that this epic tier loot doesn't just go up in smoke, but the system is merciless. Red text flashes again. The priceless gauntlet literally crumbles into gray dust before his eyes. That one physically hurt his soul. Done playing blind, he completely flares up his observing eyes skill to scan the damn altar. The hidden system prompt finally reveals its dirty little secret. This isn't a normal workstation. It is a junk forge altar, boasting an absolutely wild passive skill called waste reforging. And the kicker? The success rate brutally plummets, the higher the tier of your base material. Translation? This magical anvil literally hates good loot. It only wants the absolute bottom of the barrel trash. The realization hits him like a freight train. This ancient, overpowered artifact is literally built for recycling garbage. He lets out a massive, exhausted sigh, wondering if some god of garbage secretly cursed his bloodline. Seriously, why does his legendary system keep feeding him literal dumpster diving mechanics? But hey, if the system wants trash, he will feed it trash. He grabs a completely rusted out, shattered longsword from his reject pile, tossing it onto the pedestal for a test drive. The weapon is entirely useless, its edge chewed to pieces by centuries of rust and decay. A forgotten relic left to rot on some ancient, blood-soaked battlefield. Its base damage is a pathetic, laughable 5 points. The altar erupts with blinding energy. When the smoke clears, the rusted junk has been reborn into an incredibly majestic eclipse blade, officially baptized as Night Sky. The lore text claims it was hammered from the remnants of dying stars. It pulses with a mesmerizing, dark starlight, casting pure shadows even in broad daylight. The attack power violently spikes to a whopping 422 points. With a level 32 requirement, this one-of-a-kind masterpiece leaves Ching completely paralyzed in shock. His brain basically short-circuits. How did literal scrap metal morph into a god-tier weapon? As the hype washes over him, the ultimate truth sets in. He didn't just find a tool. He found an infinite money glitch. Eyes gleaming with greed, he starts frantically dumping every single piece of garbage loot he owns into the flames, practically drooling over the insane profit margins. Bam, bam, bam. Worthless junk transforms into priceless mythical gear. First up is Night Song, a breathtakingly gorgeous longbow carved in the shape of a celestial harp. Plucking its silk like bowstring unleashes a beautifully terrifying shockwave melody into the darkness. Locking in a level 29 requirement, it is an absolute sniper's dream. But he isn't done. The flames spit out mantra next. A twisted, mystical staff born from primordial roots, crowned with an indestructible crystal core. Its ancient wooden hilt whispers the forgotten prophecies of ogre warlords. Wielding this beast demands level 30, but he doesn't stop there. Next up, the legendary hammer, Thunder, a masterpiece forged in the fiery depths by abyss dwarves. Pure, crackling lightning surges through its core. One swing can summon a raging tempest mid-fight. The catch? You need to be level 41 to even lift it. The godly creations just keep coming. Through his hands, absolute garbage transforms into jaw-dropping, unique tier artifacts. Meanwhile, standard gear dissolves straight into raw attribute points. Suddenly, the system chimes in. Boom. He finally hits level 1. No monster hunting, no spilling blood, just pure, unadulterated forging. Just like that, our main character completely skips the brutal grind that every new awakened has to suffer through. Now, his brain gears start turning. How to flip this god-tier stash into cold, hard cash. Time to put that shiny new hunter license to work. Smash cut to the present. Jing sits confidently across a heavy mahogany desk, deep inside the city's most exclusive auction house. The head appraiser, sweating over the unique dagger Jing flashed earlier, begs to know his source. But our guy plays it cool, sticking to his perfectly crafted cover story. He calls himself a high-end collector. Sure, his aura screams level 1 scrub, but he boasts connections to god-tier loot. Spilling the truth about his insane forging system? Yeah, that is just begging for a death wish. The appraiser, desperate to secure a monopoly on this treasure trove, swallows the bait, hook, line, and sinker. He practically bows, declaring that true collectors are judged by their elite taste, not their combat stats. And dropping unique artifacts on the table, that proves his eye is absolute perfection. Smirking, Jing casually drops a bomb. He has an entire arsenal waiting. If their terms are good enough, he will dump the whole vault right here. A deal that would drown this auction house in massive commission fees. With a flick of his wrist, dimensional magic flares. A mountain of glowing gear crashes onto the floor. The appraiser scrambles to scan the pile, and his jaw hits the floor. Every single piece is unique. Shaking with pure adrenaline, he sprints out the door, screaming at his staff. Unlock the Supreme Suite. Prep the Platinum Tier VIP induction. Immediately. Meanwhile, as Jing strolls through the luxurious corridors, a massive shoulder slams into him. The towering brute instantly snaps, barking at our guy to watch his pathetic steps. Jing offers a chill apology, but the meathead's eyes narrow at Jing's basic streetwear. Sneering, he wonders how a broke street rat snuck into this fortress of the elite. What guild owns you, trash? He growls. Unbothered, Jing introduces himself as a solo, independent hunter, and drops his name. The brute bursts into mocking laughter. No wonder you look like a beggar. Only a guildless loser wears rags like that. Thrusting out his chest, the thug flexes his identity. Lang Xiaofeng, vanguard of the A+ rank Taurus Guild, the notorious Mad Blade. He aggressively shoves his golden badge into Jing's face. Jing's eyes flicker with recognition. Taurus. The entire awakened community knows those psychos. A guild of absolute battle-crazed maniacs. Their recruitment test? Have 0 brain cells and max out pure, unadulterated violence. Back in Jing's dark days, as a battlefield scavenger, he looted their corpses on the regular. Spoiler alert, those meatheads never lived long. Still, picking a fight with a rabid dog is just a waste of energy. Jing throws out a lazy apology and turns to leave. But Mad Blade has a fragile ego. Roaring with fury, he demands blood over a simple mistake. Cold steel flashes as Xiaofeng presses his heavy broadsword right against Jing's throat. He spits venom, accusing him of ratting his way past security. This sanctuary is for high-tier awakened only, the brute snarls. Bottom-feeding trash like you belongs in the gutters outside. Unfazed by the blade at his neck, Jing's voice drops to ice. He reminds the idiot that this turf is backed by the colossal World Guild. Pulling a stunt here is pure financial suicide. But Xiaofeng is completely blinded by arrogance. He roars that a level 1 insect has no right breathing the same premium air as him. Snapping his fingers, he commands the heavily armed security guards to drag Jing out like garbage and interrogate him. The guards advance, mana buzzing in their fists. But suddenly, halt! The head appraiser bursts onto the scene, his face pale with panic. He glares daggers at the arrogant swordsman. What is a basic member doing blocking the pathway? He snaps. Then, he drops the ultimate bombshell. Jing isn't a trespasser. He is a platinum tier VIP. One guard stammers, utterly confused by Jing's beggar-like aura. But the appraiser barks a final order. In a flash, the security detail pivots and violently slams the mighty Mad Blade face-first into the marble wall. Xiaofeng thrashes like a trapped beast, screaming that a guildless nobody could never possess a platinum black card without a powerhouse guild. Ignoring the rabid dog, the executive appraiser bows perfectly 90 degrees, begging for Jing's forgiveness. Veins popping in his forehead, Xiaofeng screams about his Taurus Guild status, threatening to slaughter anyone who touches him. A stone-faced guard leans in, silencing the fool. We answer to the World Guild, the guard whispers coldly. One more squeak, and your entire guild is blacklisted permanently. Crisis averted, the executive smiles warmly at Jing. He offers a VIP tour of the lower-level exhibition floors while his funds process. Though, he chuckles, a god-tier collector like Jing would probably find the standard loot utterly boring. Jing shoots a freezing side glance at the humiliated Xiaofeng. I do not judge worth by its cover, he smirks, because sometimes, the greatest legendary treasures are hiding in plain sight, disguised as absolute trash. The appraiser laughs at the subtle burn, bowing again to lead the way into the VIP halls. Meanwhile, deep inside the luxurious auction plaza, a circle of ridiculously wealthy guildmasters lounge around a pristine crystal table, whispering with feverish excitement. A scarred billionaire leans in, lowering his voice. Word on the street? The market was just flooded with a mythical batch of unique tier weapons. The absolute second these god roll items dropped, the city's mega whales launched an all-out bidding war, burning tens of millions of credits in minutes. And the craziest part? He reveals that one specific artifact, a legendary pair of Yunding boots, just dropped the hammer for tens of millions. Nearby, a rugged hunter scoffs in disgust, venting that he had grinded for months just to loot a single decent drop. He throws his hands up, wondering how this auction house managed to hoard such a massive arsenal. The first guy whispers the rumor. A mysterious collector walked in and dumped an entire vault of god-tier loot. The hunter shakes his head in defeat. He mutters that against elite guilds backed by infinite wallets, solo players like them are just scavenging for leftovers. Meanwhile, our main character is chilling in the VIP lounge, liquidating his forged gear, piece by piece. Just as he planned, every single weapon is sparking brutal bidding wars. His creations are absolutely dominating the event. Leaning back, he smirks to himself. If his bank account ever drops, he can literally just fire up the forge, craft some broken gear, and print infinite money here. The spotlight snaps to the center stage. The host steps up to break down the rules for the blind auction block. He announces that every item will drop, completely unappraised. This is the ultimate gamble. You could pull absolute trash, or you could awaken a mythic treasure. Since nothing is verified, all sales are final. No refunds, no crying to the staff. If you drop millions on a rusty spoon, you own that rusty spoon. The blind auction kicks off with a massive theatrical display. The velvet cloth is pulled back, revealing a visually stunning ring. The host slams the starting bid at a steep 500,000 yuan. Our boy immediately narrows his eyes, activating his observation skill. A hidden aura radiating from the band catches his full attention. The massive hall stays dead silent. Nobody dares to flex their wallet. Everyone knows the house rules. Organizers always bait the crowd with garbage first, saving the S-rank drops for the finale. But completely ignoring logic, our boy casually raises his hand and drops a savage bid of 1 million yuan. This insane flex instantly triggers Xiaofeng in the VIP section. He bares his teeth, snarling that there is zero chance some unidentified trash ring is worth 7 figures. The host hits the mic, hyping the crowd and asking if anyone dares to top the million yuan mark. A shockwave of whispers floods the arena. Players start sweating, wondering if this ring is a glitch in the Matrix. One veteran hunter points out that the crazy bidder is rocking a platinum VIP badge. This guy swims in high-level loot, so his game sense is basically absolute. Riding the hype wave, a random player throws down 1.1 million. Another jumps in at 1.2 million. The tension skyrockets as it hits 1.3. But our boy does not even blink, coldly countering, with a crushing 2.5 million yuan bid. The entire crowd gasps, totally brainwashed into thinking this ring is an endgame artifact. Xiaofeng is basically frothing at the mouth. His ego cannot handle the disrespect. Desperate to steal back the spotlight, he dives straight into the war zone. He screams out a 3 million yuan bid, dead set on crushing the competition. But our boy is sitting on a mountain of 79 million yuan. He just yawns and bumps the price to 4 million. The face of Xiaofeng turns a dangerous shade of purple. He feels utterly disrespected. His guildmate grabs his arm, begging him to stop trolling, because 4 million for a mystery item is pure financial suicide. But Xiaofeng violently shakes him off, insisting that this arrogant solo player would never burn cash like this unless the ring was overpowered. Blinded by rage, he roars out a 5 million yuan bid. Across the floor, elite job changers are clutching their pearls. One veteran groans that 5 million is endgame money, usually dropped on legendary unique weapons. Blowing that on a gamble could literally delete a small guild from existence. Xiaofeng shoots a toxic sneer at our boy, trash-talking him as a pathetic free hunter who just got lucky, while violently flexing his own massive guild backing. But our boy completely vaporizes his ego with one sentence. 10 million yuan for the gorgeous ring. The entire auction house goes graveyard silent. Xiaofeng feels his brain short-circuit. A weaponless free hunter dropping 8 figures? That kind of cash could literally build a mid-tier hunting guild from the ground up. Panic setting in, he screams at the host to run a background check on the wallet of our boy. VIP or not, nobody fakes bids in this house. The room holds its breath. The host taps his earpiece and loudly declares the bid of Qing is 100% verified. The man has the funds. The arena explodes into pure chaos. Players are losing their minds, realizing this guy is walking around with mega whale money. He is a hidden boss. Xiaofeng clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn white. The humiliation is burning him alive. As the face of the fearsome Tattoos Guild, getting ratioed by a solo player is a fate worse than death. Veins popping, he desperately throws out a 10.5 million yuan bid. But before the echo even fades, our boy drops a nuclear bomb on the entire venue. 100 million yuan. And he does not even blink. In his mind, he is just laughing. Even if this ring is absolute garbage, he can just hit the anvil tomorrow and print another 100 million. The auctioneer lifts the hammer, hands visibly shaking. Meanwhile, our boy locks eyes with Xiaofeng, flashing a devilish smirk as he taunts. Looks like a big bad guild leader just got gapped by a solo player. Xiaofeng freezes, totally paralyzed by massive FOMO. What if this ring actually breaks the game? The previous warning of Qing echoes in his skull, the terrifying fact that his eyes can perceive hidden stats that ordinary hunters cannot even fathom. A cold sweat drips down his neck. If Qing is not bluffing, this little band of metal could be a divine tier artifact, a world-class item capable of shifting the balance of power. He is literally betting his entire guild. Xiaofeng slams his hands down, screaming a mind-blowing bid of 200 million yuan. The auctioneer's hammer freezes mid-air. Shockwaves ripple through the VIP room as the crowd completely loses their minds. One hunter yells that a number like that would instantly bankrupt a mid-tier guild. Another spectator whispers, pointing out that Xiaofeng represents the notorious Tattoos Guild. Does that squad even have the cash to back up such an insane flex? Xiaofeng straight up jumps onto the table, his eyes blazing with pure arrogance. He taunts our main character, daring him to match their absolute financial dominance. But Ching? He just flashes a cold smile and smoothly drops out. He loudly announces his defeat, handing the victory to his rival on a silver platter. Xiaofeng erupts into maniacal laughter, soaking in his triumph until a sweating guildmate tugs at his sleeve. He stammers out a terrifying reminder. They came here to gear up their frontline fighters, not to drop 200 million on a mystery accessory. How are they going to explain this catastrophic spending to the boss? Xiaofeng just brushes him off, bragging that his massive brain definitely just scored a divine tier artifact. The auctioneer totally hypes him up, congratulating the heavy spender and demanding a round of applause. Meanwhile, our boy just watches from the shadows, smirking like a master tactician. He knows that blind box items can occasionally hide legendary stats, exactly like his own forging altar did. That thing looked like absolute garbage on day one, but evolved into a game-breaking treasure. Could this ring hold the same hidden potential? Ching instantly activates his ocular skill, scanning the glowing pixels. The system interface pops up with the brutal truth. Basic, ornate iron ring. Literal trash. He tries not to laugh out loud. Nothing escapes his god-tier vision. He had already appraised that piece of junk 10 minutes ago. Cut back to Xiaofeng, who was posing on stage like a champion, hyping up his supposedly divine artifact before officially appraising it. But the second the system notification flashes, the color drains from his face. The entire hall holds its breath as the catastrophic reality sets in. That 200 million yuan ring has 0 stats. He goes absolutely feral. Xiaofeng starts screaming at Ching, completely shifting the blame for his own colossal failure. In his delusional mind, Ching totally set him up to buy worthless garbage. Panicking, he begs the auctioneer for a refund, crying that his massive bid was just a prank, an innocent joke that should just be swept under the rug. But in this ruthless world, the auctioneer's smile turns icy. Rules are absolute. Since he bid for the Tattoos Guild, an official invoice will be sent to his boss. They have exactly 24 hours to cough up the cash. If they default, the almighty World Guide system will hit their entire guild with devastating penalties, leading to instant disqualification or total disbandment. On top of that, Xiaofeng is getting slapped with auction disruption charges, sentencing him to a literal trash-collecting labor camp. The auctioneer casually waves his hand, commanding the heavily armed guards to drag the screaming man away. He politely explains that, due to the massive debt, elite enforcers will personally escort him to the union for forced collection. As he gets dragged out, Xiaofeng keeps screeching at Ching, cursing him for ruining his entire life. Watching this absolute masterpiece of karma unfold, a veteran hunter shivers. He points out that Ching just wiped out a top-tier guild without lifting a single finger. Another nods in sheer terror, whispering that this is just Tuesday for a platinum VIP monster. The room eventually settles as the blind auction kicks back into gear. The next drop? A wild transformation necklace. The stats are insane. Complete immunity to crowd control, 0 knockback damage, and a broken self-healing passive. Ching's eyes light up immediately. This gear is practically custom-made for his sister, Xiao Ru. Knowing she absolutely needs this to survive, he casually raises his paddle. 1 single yuan. The ultimate lowball for a priceless gift. The crowd freezes. Someone whispers that the Platinum Demon is setting another trap. Flashbacks hit them hard. They just watched him bait Xiaofeng into a 200 million yuan grave, getting him locked up and praying his boss bails him out. The unspoken rule instantly spreads through the room. Do not cross this guy. Bidding against him is basically a death sentence. The auctioneer leans forward, teasing the dead silent crowd for a counteroffer, while the paranoid spectators start theorizing. What if this terrifying Platinum VIP is actually a secret system admin planted by the auction house? Still smiling, the host calls for a challenger one last time. Crickets. Literally, nobody breathes. They are way too smart to end up in a labor camp like Xiaofeng. Ching just blinks at the awkward silence. Did his little revenge play earlier actually terrify the entire server? A sly smirk creeps onto his face. Sometimes, having a villainous reputation is the ultimate cheat code. Going once, going twice, sold. The hammer drops, and the auctioneer officially awards the god-tier necklace to our boy. The rest of the whales in the room want to scream. They just realize they dropped millions on absolute garbage, while Ching sniped a unique tier artifact for a single, solitary yuan. But the flex doesn't end there. His interface suddenly pings with an unread system message. His previously auctioned items just cleared, dumping a staggering 180 million yuan straight into his inventory. His war chest is overflowing, giving him infinite power to dominate the rest of the night. Cut to the city skyline after dark. Ching is touring luxury real estate with a nervous agent. She nervously gestures to the breathtaking architecture, explaining that this towering skyscraper represents the absolute pinnacle of high society living. This is literally the most overpowered property in all of Shenfeng City, heavily gatekept for the top 1%. She points up, revealing that the penthouse suite, spanning a massive 1,000 square meters, this sky-high sanctuary demands a jaw-dropping 100 million yuan. The saleswoman scoffs, flashing a condescending smirk as she tells him to stop dreaming about luxury real estate way out of his league. She points him toward a cramped 80 square meter box instead, sarcastically suggesting he could scrape by with a brutal 30-year mortgage. But our main character just shuts her down with ice-cold confidence. He does not need to see anything else, he is taking the penthouse. Her eyebrow shoots up in disbelief, sneering that a guy with his garbage credit score could never secure a 100 million yuan loan. She adds that these high-tier domains are strictly for the elite. Not missing a beat, he casually drops the bomb. He is paying the absolute full price in pure cash. His only condition? He wants the keys right now. He orders her to prep the entire place by noon flat. Fast forward to that afternoon. He casually walks Zhou Tong and Xiao Zhou right into their brand new, ultra-luxurious penthouse. Xiao Zhou completely short-circuits, demanding to know what parallel universe they just stepped into. He vanished all morning, and suddenly they are chilling in a literal palace. She grills him in total panic, asking how many zeros are on the price tag and whose bank he robbed. Dropping the ultimate flex, he reveals the deed is entirely in her name. He even made sure the ceilings are towering enough for her literal bear transformation, and if her wild powers wreck the place, he will just casually swipe his card for another one. Xiao Zhou freezes entirely, her brain completely failing to process that her brother just gifted her a fortress in the sky. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong is losing his mind, sprinting through the colossal rooms like a kid, screaming at the top of his lungs just to hear his own voice echo across the massive estate. Looking out over the glittering city skyline, our main character pulls his sister close, making a solemn vow that her days of suffering are permanently over. The trio completely goes off that night. They blast music, feast, and throw an epic party to celebrate their massive glow-up and his newly minted hunter license. The hype eventually burns out, leaving Zhou Tong passed out cold on the designer sofa, while Xiao Zhou snoozes right across the massive dining table. Out on the starlit balcony, Ye Cheng stands in absolute silence. Xingran glides up beside him, playfully teasing that he looks like he is deeply inspecting the city smog. He lets out a heavy breath, noting that even from the absolute peak of the richest district, the world still feels suffocatingly toxic. Changing the vibe, she warmly congratulates him on finally securing his official hunter status. Having watched him grind through literal hell, she firmly declares that every ounce of his new power is completely deserved. She urges him to actually soak in the victory, prompting him to offer a genuine, grateful smile. Xingran nudges him to drop the serious main character aura for just one night of celebration. Reaching into her pocket, she reveals a glowing, familiar crystal stone. It is the exact same artifact he handed her years ago during their fateful first encounter. The sight of it completely blindsides him, a spark of pure nostalgia lighting up his gaze. She confesses that she kept it close to her heart every single time she dove into the deadly abyss. Now, she is passing that ultimate lucky charm back into his hands. To her, that glowing rock was proof that some absolute legends refuse to let garbage social status or cursed fate dictate their lives. It represented warriors who would gladly risk total annihilation just to rewrite their own destinies. She smiles, swearing the crystal acted as her guardian angel, pulling her straight out of the jaws of death countless times. Yi Cheng just nods, his eyes heavy with experience, as he states that mere luck does not keep you breathing. She softly agrees, bringing up an old, raw quote of his. Why waste breath trying to force the elites to respect their bond, when crushing them with absolute, undeniable strength is so much easier? She finally grasps that escaping the abyss unscathed was never about rolling lucky dice. Ye Cheng agrees, leaning into his core philosophy. Raw action speaks loudest. Standing tall and unbothered while your enemies fall is the ultimate flex. A soft, genuine smile breaks across Xingran's face as she confesses that is exactly why she admires him. The moment outsiders learn her real name, they immediately attribute her lethal skills to her untouchable status as the Liu family heiress, completely invalidating her own blood, sweat, and tears. Her ultimate goal? To carve out a terrifying reputation built solely on her own blade, just like her legendary siblings, and she is absolutely certain that day is coming. She looks back at the gem, admitting that while the market value might be zero, its emotional weight is completely priceless. Locking eyes with him, she drops an incredibly sweet truth bomb. He is exactly like that crystal to her. She could not care less if he rules from a high-tech penthouse, crashes in a trashy basement, drives a hypercar, or literally pedals a rusty rental bike. Her feelings are permanently locked in because the guy she fell for is the fiercely unstoppable scavenger, Ye Cheng. Catching her drift, he lets out a low, rumbling chuckle. He casually shrugs, admitting that swimming in sudden wealth honestly feels kind of overhyped. Deep down, greasy street skewers and cheap beer will brutally defeat five-star steaks any day of the week. But then his aura shifts, mentioning he actually needs this massive fortune for a specific reason she once planted in his head. Xingran tilts her head, totally hooked. He reminds her of a casual comment she made. With enough brutal capital, he could forge his very own elite hunter syndicate. Her business mode activates, immediately warning him that building a top-tier guild from the dirt up requires an insane, bleeding-edge investment. Right as she speaks, the air violently distorts. He casually rips open a swirling void vortex, declaring his absolute intention to forge an unstoppable squad, and plunge straight into the most nightmarish, uncharted abyss zones. The solo leveling phase is over. Just like she predicted, he needs an army to break his limits now. Pulling a blindingly radiant golden rune from the subspace, he coldly states that everyone expects him to just bow down to the system's rules. A wicked, utterly terrifying smirk crosses his face. Forget playing the game, he is going to become the absolute rule of this world. Cut to the next morning. Our god-tier main character is literally standing outside a dumpster, grumbling that despite living in a 100 million yuan ultra mansion, taking out the actual garbage is still a massive, annoying struggle. Taking out the trash in this ultra-elite complex is an absolute nightmare. He literally has to trek a massive 100 meters just to find a dumpster. Seriously, do these billionaire snobs magically vaporize their garbage? The layout is completely brain-dead. Suddenly, an arrogant voice barks from behind, demanding his employee ID. The guy sneers, claiming our boy is breaking elite zoning laws. He coldly lectures him, pointing out that lowly servants have their own hidden dumping grounds in the shadows. He strictly bans him from parading his filthy garbage in plain sight, warning that absolute VIPs might get the wrong idea. We can't have peasants mingling with the gods, he scoffs. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He casually drops the mic, stating he's no servant. He literally owns a penthouse here, and casually introduces himself. But the rich jerk just laughs, tossing a slimy banana peel right into his hands. In this ultra-rich zip code, real owners don't touch garbage, he mocks. So in his twisted logic, our boy is definitely just the help. Turning his back like a total boss, the snob orders him to scrub the entire block, threatening to have him erased if he ever breathes this air again. Big mistake. Our boy instantly triggers gravity vortex. The snob's feet leave the pavement as an invisible force chokes him in midair. With zero emotion, the main character whispers that, since this is his trash, he better clean it up himself. Boom! He violently craters the guy face first into the concrete, spitting dirt and shaking with pure rage. The elitist screams in disbelief, mind blown that a peasant dared to strike him. But our boy isn't playing games. He completely locks down the dude's combat stats. Stripped of all his brute strength, the jerk gets pinned to the pavement again. Pick it up, our boy commands with terrifying killing intent. The billionaire brat throws a massive tantrum, screaming about his VIP status. Suddenly, system alerts flash in our boy's vision. The target just popped. Titanic power. A crazy burst skill multiplying his base stats by 10. It's designed to shatter any crowd control debuffs. But our boy just smirks. He counters with his own legendary tear suppression aura, instantly crushing that buff into absolute dust. The rich guy's jaw drops. His brain completely short-circuits, trying to process how this so-called janitor just flexed god-tier magic. Our boy drops some harsh reality. Gravity Vortex wasn't taught in some preppy academy. It was ripped straight from a legendary boss monster. That instantly makes it an S-class. Reality-bending power, dwarfing anything those professional frauds could ever teach. Yet, this delusional fool still lives in utter denial. He absolutely refuses to accept that our boy's power level is this insane and desperately copes, convincing himself our boy is just a squishy support main. He whines that the only reason he got dropped was because of a cheap shot. Ching has heard enough. He cranks the gravitational pressure to bone-crushing levels and repeats his single order. Pick it up. Totally broken by the suffocating weight, the elite finally shatters, sobbing for mercy, and swearing to scrub the streets. Mission accomplished. Our boy casually strolls away, leaving the broken snob twitching next to the dumpster. Swiping through his phone, our boy lets out an exhausted sigh. More money, more ridiculous drama. Moving to the hills didn't fix a single thing. His screen lights up with a frantic text from Joe Tang. His buddy is literally lost inside their new mega mansion and freaking out, complaining that the estate is just way too massive. Our boy types back that he just handled some garbage, but he needs to swing by their old dump to tie up a few loose ends. Joe goes into full panic mode. Terrified, their old slumlord is hunting them down for damages or some hidden agenda. With a soft chuckle, our boy shuts down the paranoia. He's just grabbing some forgotten loot. Absolutely nothing spicy. Cut to the rundown old apartment. Relaxing on his beaten-up couch, Our boy admits this dusty room just hits different. Suddenly, the grumpy landlord kicks the door open. He aggressively barks that rent money won't save him anymore, so pack up and bounce. Some absolute madman just bought the entire block in straight cash, paying 50 years in advance. The deed is officially gone forever. A savage smirk creeps across our boy's face. He leans back and casually drops the bombshell. Yeah, I know, because I'm the one who bought it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the ultra-intimidating World Association headquarters. Deep inside the parliamentary fortress, two high-ranking executives are sweating bullets over a massive financial crater. The elite Tattoos Guild just nuked their accounts, racking up a mind-blowing 200 million yuan debt at the underground auction, all thanks to one anonymous buyer. The intel reveals Tattoos completely threw Xiaofeng under the bus for illegal bidding, desperately washing their hands of the massive scandal. The head honcho's eyes narrow to deadly slits. He orders a full-scale manhunt for this phantom buyer. Tattoos is his personal pawn on the chessboard, and he won't let some random glitch ruin his ultimate master plan. The nervous minion starts spilling the classified tea. This mystery player just swept the hunter exams, instantly securing a pro license like it was a tutorial stage. Even crazier? He's directly linked to the utter annihilation of the foed, Blood Oath Guild. Swiping his tablet, the lackey projects a glowing hologram of our boy's mana signature, ripped straight from the exam stone. The room goes ice cold as he drops the ultimate bombshell. This exact energy matches the residual aura left behind at Caesar's murder scene. Staring at our boy's digital profile, the boss's face twists in dark realization. This kid isn't normal. He's the rumored anomaly. The lackey is literally shaking now. These hidden classes, the ones wiped from the official system registry, are walking nuclear codes. They possess the raw potential to completely shatter the association's iron grip on the social hierarchy. If this wildcard refuses to bend the knee to their established game mechanics, he won't just be a nuisance. He will become public enemy number one, hunted by the very system itself. The head honcho drops a chilling truth bomb. Everyone falls in line, because in this twisted new era, they are the absolute gods, and mortals do not question divine law. But our main character? He is standing right outside their towering headquarters, ready to shake things up. Striding straight to the front desk, he slams a glowing golden rune on the counter. He locks eyes with the receptionist, declaring he is here to forge his own hunting guild. The receptionist raises an eyebrow, hitting him with a harsh reality check. Forming a squad requires a staggering 50 million yen up front to the World Guide. Plus, he needs an official operating license. It is basically a VIP pass to survive in this cutthroat industry. She makes it crystal clear. Guilds can only raid specific abyss zones greenlit by the World Guide. No going rogue. Break the rules, and you are done. But our boy just smirks. He tells her the cash is the least of his worries, and he is dropping cold hard currency today. Sighing, she points across the massive lobby. A whole sea of licensed awakened are already sweating in line, desperate for a guild placement. He figures he can just snatch up some rookies right then and there. After all, the system demands he recruit at least 4 core members by midnight. Time is ticking. He officially registers his squad under the name Scavenger's Home, and the title flashes across the massive digital billboard. The waiting job changers immediately snap their necks toward the screen. Gasps echo through the hall. Who is insane enough to launch a startup guild this late in the apocalypse? The whispering instantly turns into toxic roasting. One guy totally claps back at the cringe name, calling it absolute garbage. They ruthlessly mock the idea of joining a solo player squad, especially since the system slapped them with a pathetic E-class business rating. The receptionist drops the bad news. The system only has E-class slots left. It is literally the absolute bottom of the barrel. We are talking about glorified scavengers. Because of this trash-tier rank, his guild is locked out of all the epic raid events. High-tier combat is completely off the table. System laws dictate they exist purely to do the dirty work for the elite hunting squads. A dark realization hits our main character. The system is trying to force him back into the shadows, making him a servant all over again. Suddenly, a wildly arrogant voice echoes from behind. It is the exact same loser he humiliated earlier. The guy laughs, mocking how their first encounter involved literal garbage. And now, he sees our boy signing up to be a trash collector. He sneers, dropping the name Ye Qing, his eyes practically glowing with venom. He swears absolute vengeance for his previous defeat. He promises to shatter Ye Qing's pride, force-feed him dirt, and make him beg like a stray dog today. Our main character instantly recognizes this clown. It is Fa Zhong, a massive nepo baby whose senator father just bankrolled a top-tier guild. They call themselves Hunting Heart. It is painfully obvious this spoiled brat bypassed the entire system just by riding his daddy's political coattails. Now, his Silver Spoon squad holds VIP access to the most lethal abyss zones. The entire lobby goes dead silent, violently eavesdropping on the brewing storm. Whispers spread like wildfire. The crowd mutters that crossing the Fa family is an instant death sentence, and this rookie guild is already marked for deletion. But Ye Qing does not even flinch. His voice is ice cold as he states he is just here for business, and their little playground rivalry means absolutely nothing. He tells the rich kid to take his temper tantrum outside, but Fa Xiong is completely unhinged, blocking his path with pure malice. The Nepo baby vows to turn his life into a living hell. He drops a twisted ultimatum, demanding Ye Qing drop to his knees and grovel in front of the whole crowd. He even commands him to become his personal loot scavenger forever. If he submits, maybe he will graciously let him recruit some pathetic guild members. Refuse, and he will crush Scavenger's home before sunset. Ye Qing just chuckles, delivering a lethal roast. He tells the rich kid he is literally worse than unrecyclable trash. That absolutely shatters Fa Xiong's fragile ego. His face turns purple with blinding rage, screaming about how a nobody dares to disrespect him on his own turf. His lackeys instantly panic, grabbing his arms to hold him back. They desperately beg their boss to chill out, frantically gesturing to the sea of staring eyes. They whisper that stomping a dead guild is just bad PR. Why throw a tantrum when nobody in their right mind would ever join Ye Qing anyway? The goons literally drag their foaming boss out the doors. Ye Qing just watches them with a bored sigh. But suddenly, a desperate shout shatters the silence. Zhou Tong comes sprinting through the crowd. Panting heavily, he yells that he rushed over the literal second he heard about the new guild. He practically begs to become their first official member. Fa Xiong and his squad freeze at the door. One of the lackeys narrows his eyes at the newcomer. He violently points him out. It is Zhou Tang, a totally washed-up support player they previously kicked out for having absolute garbage buffing stats. The whole lobby knows this kid is considered dead weight. Ye Qing just smiles, casually asking if the kid finally cleared his exams and beat his recruitment anxiety. Zhou nervously rubs his neck. He admits he has been bouncing around shady private parties, but his cursed reputation makes him totally unhireable. Not a single legit squad will even look at his resume. Then, clenching his fists, his eyes well up with raw, unfiltered determination. He swears on his life. If his big bro gives him a shot, he will dive headfirst into hellfire and face down absolute nightmares, without a second thought. Our main character lets out a soft chuckle, teasing him that the job market must be brutally cold right now. Zhou looks down, totally embarrassed. He confesses he was desperately scrolling the guild forums. That is when he saw the viral posts about Ye Qing completely disrespecting the Fa family. The internet is already betting that Scavenger's home will be deleted by tomorrow, but Zhou points out something completely insane about the registration. Ye Qing literally slammed down a golden rune, a legendary artifact from a B-tier dimension. Yet, the system slapped him with an E-rank rating. That kind of glitch is impossible, meaning Fa Xiong definitely bribed the admins. But our boy just gives a chilling smirk. Scavenging trash? He is perfectly fine playing the underdog. He points out a massive silver lining. Whether they are facing a terrifying rank B gate or a totally basic rank E dungeon, the situation actually plays right into their hands. Still, the bitter reality definitely stings. It completely sucks watching the elite strike teams grab all the action, while their squad gets shoved to the back as glorified janitors. But then a dark realization hits him. Those top-tier guilds are absolutely going to vacuum up every single legendary loot drop. With their massive armies of hunters, they will strip the zone completely dry. That leaves our guys fighting over absolute garbage that will not even pay the bills. Zhuo claps back, bragging that he built his massive fortune literally by hoarding absolute garbage. It is a massive flex, showing his insane resourcefulness. But our main character keeps it 100% real, dropping the harsh truth that all the cash in the world cannot buy your way out of every nightmare. In this ruthless world, absolute raw power is the only currency that commands respect. Suddenly, Xiong violently interrupts the vibe, barking that this debate is entirely pointless. He declares that overwhelming might is the ultimate status symbol, period. Pumping his chest, he loudly announces he is opening exactly 10 highly exclusive spots for his guild. He demands only the absolute elite, telling the weaklings to not even bother stepping up. Instantly, a massive wave of awakened classes, players hovering around levels 41, 46, and 49, stampede toward him like absolute fanboys, praying to secure a spot. Zhuo rolls his eyes, whispering the dirty secret. These tryhards are only simping for Zhang because his incredibly overpowered dad pulls all the strings in the hunting association. To make things even more pathetic, those level 50 applicants aren't even fresh rookies. They are literally just shameless, bootlicking veterans chasing a free carry. Basking in the glorious attention, Xiong smirks, praising the mob for their flawless taste. He then shoots a toxic glare at our boy, calling his squad literal trash. But right at that tension-filled second, a breathtaking new player named Ye Ling steps into the guild hall. Her voice cuts through the noise, casually asking if there are really only 2 miserable squads recruiting today. Xiong's lackeys frantically whisper that she is the most hyped rookie of the season, with every top-tier guild thirsting for her signature. Unbothered, Yeling sweeps her gaze across the holographic bounty board. Her eyes lock onto a bizarre, brand-new faction called Scavenger's Home, literally registered seconds ago. Zhuo immediately panics, recognizing her as the absolute unit who carried their hunter exam. Realizing she is actively hunting for a squad, the stakes instantly skyrocket. Our boy nods, his memory flashing back to her insane combat style. She is the terrifying mage who spams instant screen-clearing explosions. Zhuo aggressively nods, shivering as he remembers the exam bloodbath. She single-handedly dealt the most catastrophic damage, while the rest of them totally leached off her carry. Hyped up, Zhuo declares he is going to recruit her right this second. Our boy tells him to sprint before it is too late. But plot twist, the arrogant Xiong has already slid into her personal space. He turns on the fake charm, flexing his title as the supreme leader of the Hunting Heart Squad. He lays out the red carpet, practically begging a prodigy like her to bless his ranks with her absolute god-tier talent. Without missing a beat, he brutally roasts Scavenger's Home, labeling them a pathetic joke of a guild. He warns her that joining them would be career suicide. Watching from afar, Zhuo completely loses his mind, thinking they just lost the ultimate draft pick to a toxic nepo baby. But in an absolute boss move, Yeling fiercely rejects Xiong, stating coldly that she is locking in with the Scavengers. Xiong absolutely short-circuits, screaming his lungs out. He demands to know why a god-level warlock would willingly sink her career with a bottom-feeder squad. He viciously points out their pathetic rank E status, insisting that teaming up with those losers will completely ruin her insane potential. Ignoring his temper tantrum entirely, Yeling gracefully walks straight past him, reaches out to our main character, and smoothly admits the guild name perfectly matches her vibe. Desperate for some screen time, Zhuo wildly waves his arms, begging her to remember their past trauma bonding, but she completely leaves him on red. Her aura flaring, she officially introduces herself as Yeling, a devastating fire elemental sorcerer, and straight up asks our main character for a contract. The boys quickly drop their introductions, and our main character firmly shakes her hand, flashing a confident smile. He promises he would never ever reject a powerhouse, who willingly chooses their chaotic family. Caught off guard by his intense gaze, a cute blush creeps across Yeling's cheeks. To rescue the awkward tension, our boy smoothly pivots, suggesting they celebrate with a massive feast. During the meal, some randoms try to shoot their shot, but Yeling politely but coldly blocks them, claiming her appetite is zero. Our main character flags down the guild receptionist for a menu, and the trio crashes onto a plush, VIP sofa. Scanning the prices, our boy starts internally sweating, at the heart stopping. Extortion-level costs. Meanwhile, the absolute queen, Yeling, effortlessly orders literally one of everything on the menu, like a total billionaire. Poor Zhuo Tong just sits there, intensely third-wheeling in absolute dead silence. Cut back to the raging antagonist. Fa Xiong is literally vibrating with toxic fury over being curved so brutally, while his minions frantically try to massage his shattered ego. They whisper absolute copium, insisting the explosive mage must have actual brain damage to reject him. They desperately pat his back, hyping up their current roster and swearing that missing out on one arrogant girl will not stop their flawless winning streak. But suddenly, the air grows freezing cold. A dark, imposing figure steps up behind Xiong's squad, ordering the so-called elites to get out of his way. The entire guild hall goes dead silent, prompting Yeling, Zhuo, and our boy to pause their massive feast. Every single eyeball in the room locks onto this terrifying newcomer, and panic instantly sets in. It is Wu Ming, the legendary lone wolf deeply rumored to have brutally slaughtered his own guildmates. Terrified whispers flood the room, calling him a walking death curse, warning that literally anyone who breathes his air is doomed to a devastatingly tragic end. Ignoring the haters, Ming parts the crowd and marches aggressively toward our main character. His eyes locked on target, he reveals he tracked our boy all the way from the World Guide residence. The tension explodes as Ming declares they still have a violent, unfinished score to settle. The air crackles with pure battle intent. Unfazed, our main character calmly sips his drink, casually mentioning that his top priority right now is strictly guild recruitment. He hits him with a smirk, guessing that if this edgy killer tracked him down, he must be begging for a squad invite. In an absolute menace move, Ming casually snatches a bite of Yeling's sacred cake, swallowing it before dropping the ultimate bombshell. He admits he is extremely interested, but the real question is whether our main character has the guts to accept a monster. He lays all his dark cards on the table. Ming confesses his aura is completely cursed, dragging anyone foolish enough to stand by his side down into an absolute abyss of bad luck. And worse, this toxic hex violently infects everything in its blast radius. The nightmare does not stop at mere danger. Now, Even their desperately needed legendary loot drops are rotting away into absolute garbage. Thanks to our guy, Ming grabs a seat at their table. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong and his squad are glaring daggers from across the room. One of the goons scoffs, whispering that Ming hasn't seen a single decent drop in years. His luck isn't just bad, it is absolutely cursed. He is basically a walking magnet for garbage tier loot. Fa Xiong flashes a wicked smirk, mocking that with karma that rotten, no guild would ever touch him. But our MC leans in, his eyes gleaming. He asks if Ming's dark karma literally rots a weapon's stats. Completely unbothered, Ming casually snatches another slice of cake right off Yiling's plate, totally ignoring her angry swats. Chewing loudly, Ming asks why he is suddenly under a microscope. He admits he has no clue about the loot curse, but shrugs, saying the MC might actually be onto something. He lazily explains his survival strategy. He only grinds commissions for wealthy clients. If the paycheck is fat enough, he does not care about the gear drops. Even if he checked the drops, the dungeon only spits out trash for him anyway. Next to him, Yiling is absolutely boiling over the stolen dessert. She looks ready to throw hands, forcing Zhou to desperately play peacemaker. But as Ming rambles on, the MC's eyes completely light up. He cuts Ming off with a massive grin, instantly demanding that he join their squad. He hypes Ming up as the exact rare talent they desperately need. Why? Because to our MC, garbage gear is literally a gold mine. Ming's horrific curse naturally nerfs every single drop to the absolute lowest tier possible. For the MC's broken system, that guarantees endless top-tier upgrades. Without missing a beat, our boy thrusts his hand forward, officially locking in the invite. Watching this, Fa Xiong and his lackeys absolutely lose their minds laughing. They mock our boy for scraping the absolute bottom of the barrel. They joke that recruiting a walking jinx is pure suicide. Fa Xiong sneers that the title scavenger is dead on, since the MC only collects recycled garbage. Ming's aura suddenly shifts. He flatly warns the MC that this cursed luck might wipe his entire squad in the abyss. And if things go south, Ming promises he will be the one to personally end the MC's life. But despite the death threat, he shakes the hand. He is in. Unfazed, our protagonist flashes a fearless smile. He tells Ming to prepare for disappointment, because no one dies on his watch. Period. Meanwhile, in the guild hall, hushed whispers spread like wildfire about Wu Ming. The crowd respects his insane raw power, but everyone knows the horrifying rumors. He is a walking omen. Whenever he dives into the abyss with a party, he is the only one who walks out alive. His teammates, turned into absolute dust. It is a chilling, flawless track record. A 100% survival rate, but strictly for himself. Fa Xiong shakes his head, totally baffled by this suicidal draft pick. He smirks, betting that no sane hunter will join them now. Their roster is literally just clowns and disasters. Ignoring the haters, our boy double-checks the guild system requirements. He has successfully locked in 3 teammates so far. He desperately needs one final member to hit the quota and unlock their official hunting license. But the clock is ticking, and the recruitment booth is a ghost town. Zhou awkwardly mutters that their popularity stats are hitting rock bottom. Yiling angrily blames the MC and their new edgelord. Suddenly, Fa Xiong struts over, dripping with arrogance. He gleefully points out the ticking clock. If they do not fill that last slot soon, their guild application goes straight to the trash, and he drops a bombshell. He has already bribed the guild officials to blacklist their paperwork. He cited trash leadership skills, zero party stability, and a massive list of completely fabricated violations. Fa Xiong makes it crystal clear. The MC will be permanently banned from ever leading a party. Even worse, his personal hunter license will be heavily restricted. This is the brutal price for disrespecting a veteran. With a venomous grin, he asks if our boy is finally choking on his regrets. Yi Cheng does not even blink. He coldly states that their party slots are already maxed out. Fa Xiong bursts out laughing, literally counting them on his fingers. He points them out one by one. First up, the absolute weakling, Zhou Tang. Second, the hot-headed brute, Ye Ling. Third, the Grim Reaper himself, Wu Ming. That is only 4 bodies total. They are mathematically doomed. But our boy just smirks. He says Fa Xiong needs to learn how to count. They have 5. Right on cue, the guild doors slam open. A girl sprints in, gasping for air and apologizing for the delay. She vents that she was literally trapped in a nightmare-tier abyss and almost got deleted. She glares at Ye Cheng, blaming him for giving her speedrun directions. This absolute chaotic energy belongs to Xingran. Waving off the drama, she slams her ID down and demands to be locked in as the final member. The entire guild hall goes dead silent. Jaws hit the floor. Everyone instantly recognizes her. This is Xingran, the literal heiress to the Liu dynasty, the massive whales who fund the World Guild. Sure, her power level might be the lowest in her overpowered family, but her VIP status is god tier. Fa Xiong looks like he just saw a ghost. Royals like her are supposed to be auto-drafted by elite professional teams. Word on the street is she rebelled against her family's elite power leveling program. But even without her trust fund gear, slumming it with this rookie squad defies all logic. The only explanation? Ye Cheng is secretly a monster. But Fa Xiong instantly chokes on his own denial. He screams that it is totally fake, claiming the MC is completely skillless. He yells that our boy only survives using cheap exploits. He starts bragging that if it were not for a cowardly sneak attack last night, Ye Cheng would be in a full-body cast right now. Sweating bullets, one of his goons nervously asks if they should hold their ground. They are still waiting on the official guild scavengers to show up. Fa Xiong snaps back into leader mode. He flexes that their upcoming raid is strict A-tier territory, dropping only premium gear. Any leftover scraps are just pixelated trash, making normal scavengers totally useless anyway. Meanwhile, back at the registration desk, the receptionist hits them with a warm congratulations for finally making their squad official. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, locking in their member count, levels, current stats, and names into the guild database. She then drops the news that they are officially cleared to tackle E-class co-op missions. But just as the arrogant Zhang struts away with his elite squad, he stops dead in his tracks. Our boy loudly declares they are crashing the Hunter Hearts, a class abyss run, boldly claiming he will handle all the dirty cleanup duty. Zhang absolutely loses his mind, screaming that a pathetic E-class squad has zero right to even breathe near his high-tier A-class operation. Unbothered, our main character smoothly fires back. He schools Zhang on the rules, pointing out that E-class only limits their business scope, meaning their abyss entry levels are completely unrestricted. And since Zhang's squad has empty slots, they are perfectly free to tag along. Right on cue, the receptionist slides over their official ID card, officially greenlighting their spot in the Hunter Hearts expedition. Veins popping in his forehead, Zhang snarls that our guy is just shamelessly abusing guild loopholes. Flashing a calm smile, our boy casually holds out a hand, suggesting they bury the hatchet and actually team up for this raid. After all, they are about to dive straight into a massive A-class treasure trove. But Zhang aggressively slaps the idea away, spitting that he would rather die than cooperate. But if he is so desperate to act as a garbage collector, he will gladly leave a mountain of trash for him to scavenge. Throwing a few final toxic insults, the elite leader storms out of the hall. Xing flashes a knowing smirk, teasing that they are now technically forced to follow that arrogant jerk's commands. Watching the drama unfold, Joe nervously asks if taking orders from a guy like that is really the move. Our boy drops the act and bluntly says, "No way." But here is the ultimate cheat code. Holding a scavenger title completely shatters all level restrictions. It literally allows the lowest-ranking players to bypass the system and raid the most insane high-tier dungeons. That was his hidden ace all along. Joe Tang's jaw practically hits the floor as the realization sinks in. The mastermind keeps dropping bombs, revealing that playing the lowly scavenger role was a calculated strategy from day one, but piggybacking on the Hunter Hearts squad was just a lucky coincidence. However, the real prize hiding inside this specific abyss is the legendary key to the Black Tower. And that ultimate artifact goes by the name of the Black Keystone. The rest of the crew leans in, completely clueless, asking what the hype around this tower key actually is. Our boy breaks it down, explaining that secret intel points to this exact abyss, holding the hidden entrance to the legendary Black Tower. He is absolutely convinced that the Hunter Hearts Guild pulled some serious strings to secure such a top-tier, high-stakes operation. Ming steps in to drop some lore, explaining that the Black Keystone is basically a golden ticket to a brutal survival challenge, showering climbers with god-tier loot for every floor they conquer. We are talking about reality-breaking rewards here, from shattering ancient curses to instantly curing the most hopeless diseases known to man. Ling chimes in, noting that top global syndicates have bled themselves dry hunting for this key across countless abyss gates, yet only a tiny fraction ever actually snagged it. The absolute monsters who survived the Black Tower now rule the world as apex hunters, and that terrifying list even includes her own overpowered siblings. Cutting through the heavy tension, Joe scratches his head, completely lost in the lore, and excitedly wonders if grabbing this key will instantly make him an unstoppable superstar. Without missing a beat, the entire squad brutally shuts his fantasy down, yelling that he needs actual raw power before he even thinks about touching it. Joe lets out a massive sigh, heavily accepting the harsh reality that he needs to grind his stats up if he wants any respect. Bringing the focus back, our main character hypes up the squad, stating they finally have a legitimate shot at claiming the keystone, and if fortune smiles upon them, they might just steal the prize right out from under the elite's noses. Even better, with the arrogant Hunter Hearts acting as their personal meat shields up front, our underdog crew will have all the breathing room they need to sniff out the secret chamber. The entire team just stares at him, absolutely speechless at his insane level of strategy. Shinran quietly mutters that this massive mastermind move must have been his plan all along, but our guy casually shakes his head. It really was not. He honestly assumed recruiting a full squad would be a total breeze, but reality hit hard and derailed his initial blueprint. He swears up and down that stumbling into this exact situation is nothing but wild luck. Flash forward, the highly anticipated day of the A-class raid finally drops, and the raid party steps straight through the massive dimensional rift. Jack Xiong and his elite vanguards aggressively push to the front lines, leaving our scavenger squad to casually trail behind in the shadows. The moment their boots hit the abyss floor, Zhou Tang's eyes sparkle with pure awe. He gazes upward, mind blown that an actual endless sky stretches out inside a dungeon. It is a massive departure from the suffocating, claustrophobic caves they are used to. The main character drops some crucial knowledge, explaining that rare high-tier abysses generate as massive open-world environments. Forget your basic video game room layouts. This place has zero borders, zero maps, and absolutely no compass to guide you. One wrong turn out here means wandering the wasteland until your bones turn to dust. That massive scale makes these zones infinitely more lethal than any standard raid. Ling and Xingran finally step through the portal, looking like total mystery bosses wrapped head to toe in heavy tactical gear and pitch-black shades. Raising an eyebrow, the main character asks if they seriously plan on sweating it out in that heavy armor for the entire raid. Ling casually brushes him off, stating they are just shielding their skin from the brutal, unearthly sun rays. With their gear secured, the party begins their long march into the unknown wasteland. Zhou Tang remains the sole hype man of the group, literally belting out songs as if he is on a summer road trip. Up ahead, Faxi Yang is practically foaming at the mouth with annoyance, violently complaining that he absolutely despises these massive maps, where you have to hike a marathon just to find a single target to punch. A sharp-eyed girl from the elite squad scans their intel files, pointing out that a massive oasis fortress is supposedly locked somewhere in the dead center of this desert. Xiong fiercely scans the barren horizon, his voice dripping with suspicion, as he questions if this dead zone is actually an A-class threat level. They have been walking for miles without seeing a single blade of grass, let alone catching the attention of a rogue monster. One of the vanguard tanks grips his weapon, agreeing that the eerie silence is severely messing with his head, especially since a massive, ominous flock of birds has been endlessly circling their position like vultures waiting for a fresh corpse. Catching onto the grim vibe, another scout snaps his head toward the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs for the entire raid party to brace for an ambush. These weren't your average flying pests. They were bloodthirsty harpies. Absolute panic exploded as the squad scrambled for their lives. But out here in the barren wasteland, they were sitting ducks. There was zero cover in sight. One of the so-called elites immediately pointed fingers at the scavengers' home crew. He screamed that their trash positioning was basically a death wish, practically serving them up as monster chow. But our boy? He didn't even flinch. He coolly brushed off the panic, stating these bird freaks were nothing to sweat over. Their only real trick was scooping you up and playing gravity drop. Hearing this, Ling let out a savage scoff. She fired back that getting snatched just proved your footwork was absolute garbage. That hit a nerve. A hunting heart meathead instantly raged, barking that a low-tier support had zero right to disrespect the main strike force. He sneered that they should be kissing Fa Zhang's boots for even letting them tag along, to scrap for leftover loot. But the trash talk got cut short. The harpies dive-bombed for round 2. In a flash, one of those loudmouth hunting heart guys got snatched straight into the sky. His buddy scrambled to save him, but before he could even draw his weapon, boom, the harpy erupted into a blazing inferno. The beast dropped the guy like a hot potato as Ling's fire magic blasted it back to the dirt. She crossed her arms with a wicked smirk, roasting them for acting like some top-tier elite squad, when in reality, they were just dead weight inflating the roster. The embarrassed guy frantically made excuses, claiming her flashy magic threw off his focus. He swore he had it under control. Watching this pathetic display, our main character could only sigh. Was this really the legendary main force? Stumbling over their own feet and pointing fingers the second things went south. Truly pathetic. Suddenly, the flock locked their deadly gaze onto our main character and Ming. The salty guy smirked, daring them to prove they weren't just all talk. The monstrous birds closed the distance in a heartbeat, but before anyone could blink, swish, our boy unsheathed his blade and cleaved a harpy in half with one flawless strike. The entire guild stood there with their jaws on the floor. Of course, the hater immediately brushed it off as pure luck. He coped hard, claiming it was just a lucky critical hit on a weak spot, and he could easily pull off the same move. But right as the words left his mouth, the mangled harpy corpse crashed at his feet. Then, it twitched. The beast snapped its jaws, springing back from the brink of death with a blood-curdling screech. The tough guy instantly lost his mind, squealing for his mommy. Without missing a beat, Our main character casually stomped his boot straight onto the monster's face, crushing it back down. He shot the coward a deadly glare, explaining that harpies hunt by sound, so if he wanted to keep his head attached to his neck, he better zip his lips and stay dead silent. Over on the front lines, Zhang's vanguard was locked in a brutal clash. Lightning crackled through the air as Ling unleashed a high-voltage storm, sending the surviving harpies running for the hills. Fa Xiang was absolutely seething. He immediately booted 2 of his own guys from the squad, publicly trashing them as dead weight. He roared that the Hunting Heart Guild didn't tolerate weak links. Meanwhile, a terrified Zhou Tong peeked over the barricade, praying the nightmare was over. Our protagonist broke down the battlefield logic. The harpies only locked onto them because that clumsy ranger made a massive racket. That is why he got targeted first. Xingran backed him up with the ultimate tactical knowledge. Sure, these flying rats had 0 defense, but they were hardwired to dive bomb spellcasters and bards mid-chant. The color instantly drained from Zhou Tong's face. As a bard, he was basically a walking buffet for these things. Xingran didn't sugarcoat it. These aerial assassins completely bypassed the vanguard tanks, strictly hunting the squishy backline, meaning any support player hiding in the rear was practically a sitting duck during an ambush. Shaking like a leaf, Joe muttered that he really should have kept his mouth shut earlier. Talk about instant regret. One of the Hunting Heart guys puffed out his chest, bragging that those cowards wouldn't dare show their faces again. But right on cue, the entire earth started to violently shake. Xingran's eyes widened in sheer terror. The horrible truth clicked in her mind. The harpies didn't run away because they were losing. They were fleeing for their lives from an apex predator. Zhou Tong instantly curled into a fetal position to hide again. Ling rolled her eyes and yanked him up by the ear. Emerging from the dust cloud, a massive horde of bloodthirsty ogres was stampeding right at them. Fa Xiang immediately barked orders like a true raid boss. He shoved the healers to the absolute back and commanded the heavy shield bearers to form an impenetrable wall right behind him. He gave the signal for the shadow assassins to flank the horde and execute everything that breathed. Throwing a cocky glance up at our boy's squad, Zhang flashed a downright arrogant smirk. He bragged that this was what a real master tactician looked like, effortlessly micromanaging a 20-man elite squad. He yelled that it was time to give these bottom-feeding scavengers a front-row seat to the unstoppable might of Hunting Heart. Our crew just stood on the high cliff, watching the incoming bloodbath like they bought VIP tickets. With a primal roar, Zhang surged forward, his aura erupting with titanic force. He slammed into the ogre frontline like a runaway freight train, smashing them into dust one by one. His vanguard squad rode his momentum, flooding the battlefield. He ordered a total annihilation, demanding a clean sweep. The valley instantly turned into an absolute war zone. Watching from above, our protagonist analytically scanned the threat level. He deduced that Hunting Heart would steamroll this wave without breaking a sweat. Honestly, these ogres looked like low-level cannon fodder. Ling cracked her knuckles, itching to dive into the chaos, while Joe was literally sweating bullets, begging to retreat. But our boy just crossed his arms with a chillingly calm smile. Let the arrogant guildmaster flex his muscles and burn his stamina. After all, they were just here to swoop in and secure the leftover loot when the dust settled. Boom! A massive ogre spawns right in their path. Our guy does not hesitate. He delivers a bone-crushing right hook straight to its ugly mug. But the moment his fist connects, a chill runs down his spine. This ambush is not just bad luck. This setup reeks of foul play. It feels totally orchestrated, and Xian's fingerprints are all over it. Cut to that arrogant jerk, who is literally dying of laughter as our squad gets sucked into the chaos. He shoots them a wicked smirk. He taunts them to be good little scavengers and scoop up the garbage they came crawling for. Staring at the pathetic loot scattered across the dirt, our main character shakes his head. He roasts the gear, calling it a royal parade of absolute trash. The crew shoots a side-eye at Ming. A brutal system prompt just popped up, exposing his luck attribute as straight-up garbage tier. Meanwhile, Drew picks up one of the rusty blades. He scoffs, pointing out that an elite guild like Hunting Heart would not even use this as a toothpick. Those snobs only sweep up epic purple tier loot, or better. But this junk? It does not even qualify for basic white tier status. It is downright gray. Our boy just smirks. He drops a truth bomb. These pathetic gray drops are exactly the jackpot he is hunting for, packing a secret value only he can exploit. But the battlefield feels glitched. The mobs are completely stingy. They refuse to drop anything blue tier or above, and 0 critical hit markers are flashing. The whole zone is basically a gray loot graveyard. Over on the enemy side, Xian kicks a drop with his boot, sneering that it is not even worth dirtying his hands for. One of his flunkies shivers, sensing major red flags. Not only are the ogres pulling their punches, but their own squad's critical strike rate has mysteriously hit rock bottom. Xian grits his teeth, cursing his terrible luck today. He whines that his insanely expensive luck-boosting gear is totally malfunctioning. Our protagonist is also connecting the dots. The monster horde's front line is barely trying. It is like they are sandbagging on purpose. And Shinran totally agrees. She points out the obvious logic flaw. Brainless mobs do not play defense. They usually just swarm anyone who invades their territory like mindless zombies. King's mind flashes back to his hunter exam against the elite elves. He gets that exact same creeping suspicion he felt back then. He drops a wild theory. Some high-intelligence beasts actually have their own dialect and battle communication. He points a finger straight at the hulking behemoths. These monsters are not just swinging wildly. They are executing a tactical formation. Across the chaotic war zone, Zeon screams at his healers to restore the tank's health points. Their weaker classes are huddled at the back. A fragile ranger manages to snipe a few stragglers, but the victory is short-lived. A terrifying new shadow looms. A squad of brute force ogres violently shatters their backline defenses. Terrified screams echo from the rear as the team realizes their safety net is completely broken. They desperately beg for backup before getting wiped out. A panicked guild member begs Zeon to carve an escape route, knowing their rear flank is absolutely doomed. But Xion is blind with arrogance. He just keeps hacking through the vanguard, barking that true elites only push forward, never backward. When his squad cries about their dying teammates, this absolute psycho gives a bone-chilling command. He orders them to leak the trash collector's coordinates to the monster horde. His master plan? Hijack the monster's aggression and dump it right onto our heroes, while his guild pushes the offensive. Boom! A flare-like smoke bomb rockets into the sky. Seconds later, a cold system notification chimes. The ogre's attention reset is successful. Instantly, every bloodthirsty eyeball on the battlefield snaps directly toward our squad. Perched up on a jagged cliff, they are suddenly the #1 target, seconds away from absolute carnage. Ming freezes in terror and stammers out a warning. A massive wave of pure destruction is rushing their position. Jotang roars that the beast wave has locked onto them and is closing the gap fast. Ling shakes his head, eyes dead serious. This is not random monster behavior. Someone actively weaponized this horde and sent it to slaughter them. But Shingran? Her eyes spark with pure battle lust. It has been way too long since they have had a proper fight in this hellish abyss. She practically vibrates with the need to unleash her strength. But right as she readies her stance, our protagonist steps up, throwing up a single hand to halt the squad. He coldly orders them to conserve their mana and health pools. Bleeding resources on a pointless scrap is a rookie mistake. They need to save their energy for real threats. Ling shoots him a totally confused glare, asking why they are still banned from using magic. The protagonist's gaze sharpens into deadly slits. He reveals his dark suspicion. These ogres are not just attacking, they are corralling them into a lethal kill zone. He plans to stress test this theory on the enemy vanguard first. As for this approaching hit squad, he has got it solo. Without a single second of hesitation, he hurls himself straight off the towering cliff. The behemoths below scramble frantically. They link their massive arms to form a deadly web to catch his fall. But the crash never comes. Total confusion paralyzes the monsters as they scan the empty air in a blind panic. They do not realize King has already materialized like a ghost right behind their backs. The split second, their instincts flare. The ogres violently spin around and dive for the kill. King does not even flinch. He steps directly into their onslaught, shredding them with terrifying, effortless precision. Shingran pumps her fists from the high ground, flashing a massive grin. The protagonist's power leveling over the last few days has been absolutely insane. His agility is completely broken. He is moving so fast that his twin blades are nothing but a lethal, untrackable blur of steel. His blade flashes in a blinding blur. He carves through the massive ogres like absolute butter, chaining lethal strikes together so fast the beasts cannot even process a counterattack. Pure instinctual terror grips the surviving mobs. They completely freeze up before scrambling away for dear life, leaving our hero standing in the dust, totally baffled by their sudden escape. Meanwhile, the Hunting Heart clowns exchange wicked smirks. They are absolutely convinced our scavenger crew is getting brutally wiped out right now. They genuinely think feeding our heroes to the wolves just bought them an easy victory. But karma hits like a freight train. The exact same mob of ogres they redirected suddenly respawns in their blind spot, stampeding straight for their throats. Pure chaos erupts as the elite guild members cry out for their lives. Watching the absolute bloodbath from afar, our protagonist just crosses his arms. His voice is ice cold as he confirms his darkest theory. These creatures have a twisted hunting protocol. They only bully the weak. The second they face an alpha predator, they tuck their tails and run, and that cowardly instinct proves the true nature of the ogres. These monsters are not just mindless beasts. Out of nowhere, a colossal ogre bulldozes right through the vanguard, obliterating their main tank in one devastating strike. Ming freezes, his pupils trembling in pure shock. His brain completely short-circuits at the sight of their unbreakable shield crumbling like paper. Zhang whips around, his face twisted in absolute fury. He screams at the support class, demanding to know why their healing magic was utterly useless. A trembling healer chokes on his words. The health bar did not even drop. It was an instant delete. Their defender was wiped from existence in a fraction of a second. The dust clears, revealing a nightmarish behemoth stepping out of the shadows. Its massive frame locks onto the remaining survivors. Gritting his teeth, Seong realizes the terrifying truth. These elite ogre gladiators are on a completely different power scaling. The stat difference is practically a death sentence. He desperately barks orders to tighten up the formation, but a panicked scout scrambles over, gasping that their entire backline has already collapsed. The ogre ambushers have totally sealed off the exit zone. It is a complete and utter death trap. Our main character steps up with zero hesitation. He spells out the grim reality. The initial raiders were nothing but bait to draw them in. Jean lets his aura explode. He tears through the mob like a human blender, twin blades dancing in a lethal rhythm. Giant enemies mean absolutely nothing to him. To his overwhelming stats, they are basically walking garbage. Lunging back into the bloodbath, he vows to send every single one of them to the underworld. But the boss monster is built differently. It completely breaks the laws of physics, effortlessly sidestepping Xiong's killer blow like it was in slow motion. The beast instantly retaliates. A brutal kick connects with explosive force, launching the guild leader into the dirt like a rag doll. Crimson stains his lips as he struggles to breathe. Total panic ripples through the hunting party. Their invincible leader has just been floored. Pushed to the absolute brink, the squad goes into overdrive. They throw themselves at the behemoth, screaming battle cries to defend their fallen captain. Xiong forces himself back up, smearing the blood off his chin, while his guildmates engage in a brutal tug-of-war with death. Suddenly, a corpse with an arrow buried deep in its skull snaps back to life. It lunges forward, its decaying flesh glowing with a sinister crimson aura. Pure terror grips the hunters. Its health points were already at 0, but the monstrous zombie is somehow still aggressive. A female mage screams for everyone to fall back instantly. Dark necromancy has hijacked the fallen enemies. Without warning, the undead ogres detonate like fleshy landmines. A horrified support player warns Xiong that their healing spells are completely blocked. Xiong instantly hits the panic button. He orders a full tactical retreat, demanding smoke grenades to break the deadly aggro lock. Our main character coldly analyzes the slaughter. He clocks the dark magic immediately, realizing someone is weaponizing the dead into suicide bombers. He barks at his crew to keep their distance from the blast zones. Right on cue, a mangled beast drags itself toward his boots. Without a single flinch, he activates his absolute cheat skill, initiating the mass recycling of every single carcass on the battlefield. In a flash, Ling confirms the biological sweep is 100% complete. Zhao Tang hypes up our protagonist's god-tier timing, while Ming realizes just how incredibly broken this extraction skill really is. But our guy cuts the praise short. They are on a ticking clock. Every dead body must be deleted from the map before the dark shamans can cast another revival spell. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He wanted to take his time looting this premium dungeon trash, but now he is forced into a speedrun harvesting mode. Suddenly, Zhang's battered squad bolts toward our hero's formation. The arrogant leader suddenly acts generous, offering them a once-in-a-lifetime golden ticket. Our main character crosses his arms. He demands to hear the fine print before agreeing to anything. Zhang pitches his shady deal. If the scavengers act as their meat shields, he will forge the post-raid documents, officially crediting them for conquering an A-rank dungeon. Piggybacking on the Hunting Heart Guild's fame, this would instantly skyrocket their pathetic scavenger rank. Our boy smirks and politely declines. He is living his best life as a loot goblin. Plus, if he actually stepped into the combat scene, he would probably end up putting their elite guild out of business anyway. Zhao Tong frantically waves her hands, completely bewildered by his savage clapback. Did he not literally just preach about keeping personal beef entirely out of their business deals? Xiong forces a diplomatic smile, claiming this is a genuine merger between their squads. But flashback to just a few minutes ago. Xiong had realized that the boss room was completely out of their league. One of his cowardly guildmates pointed out a massive loophole. Since this was an open-world abyss, fighting the high-tier nightmares was totally optional. They could literally bypass the alpha predator and still secure the loot. Xiong agreed to the dirty tactic. They would just skirt around the danger zone and speedrun straight to the main objective. The only problem? The aggro range on those beasts was insane. That same toxic guildmate smirked, remembering his grudge against the lowly scavenger crew. He offered to kite the apocalyptic monsters right into their laps. Another rich kid chimed in, bragging about his father's untouchable political power, meaning absolutely no one would face consequences if a few bottom-feeder trash collectors mysteriously died in the dungeon. Snapping back to reality, Zhang acts like he is offering a brotherly alliance, but Zhao whispers to Qing, instantly recognizing this as a lethal trap to use them as human shields. Xingran nods in agreement. The elite squad practically got wiped out, and now they want to drag their crew down with the sinking ship. But despite the glaring red flags, the reward multiplier is too insane to ignore. Their hands are completely tied. Zhao lays down the ultimate condition. If they jump into the meat grinder, they demand full A-rank VIP treatment and a massive cut of the final boss loot. Our main character drops a casual yes to joining the vanguard, but Zhou immediately freaks out, begging him to reconsider. Fa Xiang just flashes this totally sinister smirk. This snake hypes up our boy, calling him the chosen one, and declares they will charge the front line together, like some kind of blood brothers. Xingran could not care less about the guild politics. She is just itching to slice up some monster meat, and Ling is matching her chaotic energy. But our guy pumps the brakes. He calls for a quick timeout to get his squad on the exact same page. Zhou is sweating bullets, swearing that Fa Xiang is setting them up for an absolute slaughter. Without missing a beat, our boy materializes a glowing artifact shield and tosses it straight to Zhou. He tells him to pop it when things go south. Plot twist? It is a literal legendary tier item. Ling loses her mind, gasping that she has never seen a legendary drop in the flesh. She begs to hold it for just 1 second, but Zhou clutches it for dear life, terrified he might scratch a priceless artifact he could never afford to fix. Our main character just shrugs like an absolute boss. If it shatters, just toss it in the trash. He will literally just buy him another one. Pivoting to strategy, he locks eyes with Xingran. He asks if she has any healing mastery, since it is basically a core requirement for the knight class. She awkwardly rubs the back of her neck, admitting that while knights do get standard healing spells, she is absolutely garbage at casting them. Our guy does not even blink, crowning her their designated combat medic anyway. She stammers that she is a hardcore solo player in the Abyss, so playing support is completely alien to her. While Zhou and Ling continue their hilarious tug-of-war over the legendary shield, our boy lays down the law. Her only job is to anchor the backline and keep the squishies alive. Since she is the sole job changer with a healing kit, she is their absolute lifeline. Her #1 priority? Making sure this entire squad walks out of the Abyss breathing. Zhou immediately groans that his survival now depends on a rookie healer, but Ling flares up, declaring she is way too fierce to need a babysitter. Our boy firmly drops a hand on Xingran's shoulder. He looks her dead in the eyes and says he is trusting her with their lives. No pressure, right? Next, he targets Ling. Since her entire kit is built around fire magic, she needs to incinerate any monster that breaches their zone. He warns her not to leave a single corpse intact. If she does, the enemy necromancers will instantly turn those dead bodies into walking time bombs. Ling confidently smirks, swearing she will roast those freaks into actual charcoal before they can even think about exploding. Our guy then catches Ming staring at him. He smirks, asking why Ming is looking at him like he is a ghost. He confidently declares he has zero plans of dying today, telling Ming to just go wild. The mission objective is crystal clear right now. They are going to obliterate Ogma and Ogtella without a single drop of help from that sketchy hunting heart guild. Over in the coward corner, Sean announces his squad will handle the trash mobs. He tells our crew to just draw the main boss's aggro. He drops a quick warning about the tiny rider on the boss's back. That little freak is a detonator who can blow up the surrounding horde. Without hesitating, our squad marches straight into the death zone. Sean just scoffs from a safe distance, calling them absolute idiots. They did not even pop a single buff or drink a potion before rushing in. The second they vanish into the thick fog, Sean barks at his team to fall back immediately. His logic is brutal. Once these noobs get wiped out, the monster's aggro is going to lock right back onto them. The instant our main character breaches enemy lines, 2 massive beasts lunge straight for his throat. He obliterates them in a single, flawless strike. Without breaking a sweat, he commands the system to translate their monster dialect. In a flash, the system downloads the language straight to his brain. The tiny monster starts running its mouth, boasting that they are the legendary ogre clan, handpicked by the divine to guard the emperor's resting place. Anyone who trespasses gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Joe screams over the chaos, pointing dead at the tiny rider. That little runt is the shaman pulling the strings. If they snipe the mastermind, the entire enemy formation crumbles. Suddenly, the grunt ogres toss massive, blood-stained cleavers to their towering boss. Meanwhile, the shaman starts spamming area of effect heals. Joe is practically hyperventilating. He frantically points out the boss's insane health bar, impenetrable armor, and that colossal executioner's axe. One hit from that thing spells instant game over. He begs our guy to stall for the Hunting Heart Guild's backup. But when Joe glances over his shoulder, the horrific truth hits him. They are completely alone. Those cowards used them as literal meat shields and bolted. Joe grits his teeth, refusing to die like a disposable pawn. Ming grips his blade and demands their next move. Our boy quickly analyzes the battlefield. That undead shaman is recycling corpses to spawn infinite cannon fodder. It is a vicious loop of walking biological bombs. The strategy is dead simple. Our main character will play executioner, while Ming focuses on absolute crowd control. Ming gives a silent nod and violently launches himself at the horde. Our boy shouts in frustration that he was not even done explaining the strategy. Realizing it is too late for a huddle, he screams his final order to the squad. Leave absolutely no survivors. Xingran pounds her chest, promising the backline is on lockdown. Ling summons her flames, vowing to reduce the entire horde to ashes. Ming is already deep in the bloodbath. Zhou tightly grips his weapon, pushing past his terror to declare he is going all in. Ming becomes a literal blender, carving through the ogres. Limbs and torsos fly everywhere from his razor-sharp, devastating sword arts. Meanwhile, our main character casually strolls toward the final boss. He calls back to Ming, officially leaving the trash mobs to his blade. Our boy ignites his aura, ready to clash with the towering behemoth. Safely positioned in the rear, Zhou, Xingran, and Ling watch the absolute cinematic masterpiece unfold. Zhou hypes up his boys, screaming at the top of his lungs. The girls cross their arms, pouting that they want to join the slaughter. But suddenly, Zhou's blood runs cold as he spots a fresh pack of monsters flanking them from the shadows. He instantly claps back, firing off a wave of buffs and locking the beasts down with heavy chains. A massive wave of relief and pure pride hits him. Zero mistakes this round. It is absolute proof that his mana control and pinpoint accuracy have leveled up big time. Ling sparks up a blazing inferno in her palm, tossing him a classic backhanded compliment. She smirks, saying that at least he is not complete dead weight today. Without missing a beat, she unleashes a storm of fireballs, reducing the monsters to ash, completely ignoring the fact that Zhou Tong is standing right in the blast zone. She screams at him to move his butt. He instantly snaps back, furious that she almost roasted him alive just to flex her magic. Rolling her eyes, she shoots back that the boss gave a direct order to wipe these things out fast. Otherwise, these freaks are going to detonate. Deep down, though, she secretly thinks he totally deserved the scare for hogging the shield earlier. But the ogre horde just keeps swarming. Chu scoffs, pointing out that these ugly beasts are digging tunnels everywhere like giant, mutated moles. Ling narrows her eyes at the cratered battlefield, realizing something crucial. These are not random holes, the entire underground is a connected maze. Smirking, she blasts a concentrated wave of fire straight down one pit. The inferno surges through the interlinked tunnels, cooking everything inside like an absolute boss. Zhou dryly chimes in, joking that instead of an ogre slayer, Ling should literally just be labeled a walking time bomb. Watching from a safe distance, Xingran claps for their chaotic teamwork. She praises their hustle and firmly orders them to stack up behind her. She steps up, ready to lock down the front line and patch up anyone who gets too cocky. But the celebration is cut short. Ling screams a warning, and ambush is creeping up right in their blind spot. In a heartbeat, Xingran flash freezes the entire backline into solid ice sculptures, calmly stating that frozen bodies do not explode. Ling and Zhou absolutely lose their minds, hyping her up as a tactical genius. With the mob handled, Xingran frantically scans the chaotic battlefield, trying to lock eyes on our main character. He is dead center in the kill zone, squaring off against a massive beast charging at him with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Qing does not even flinch. His eyes track the monster perfectly, as he states that maxing its power level to 100 means 0 if it cannot touch him. Lurking in the shadows, that annoying little shaman from earlier sparks up its dark necromancy once more. Rotting ogre corpses crawl out of the craters, lunging straight for our boy. Qing just smirks, firing up his recycle skill and talking mad trash to the shaman. He declares it is time to take out the garbage, screaming his command. Recycling return. A massive spatial void rips open, violently sucking the undead ogres straight into the abyss to be broken down into pure energy. Miles away, completely outside the death trap, Fang Xiang and his elite squad watch with arrogant grins, fully betting that our scavenger team has already been wiped out. Back inside the labyrinth, things go from bad to nightmare. The colossal brute suddenly snatches the tiny shaman right off its own head and swallows it whole. Our boy's eyes widen in grim realization. To break past its limits and survive, this absolute psycho is cannibalizing its own flesh and blood. The air turns toxic as the behemoth known as Ogma begins a gut-wrenching, bone-snapping evolution. Everything finally clicks into place for our hero. Octella was never the mastermind controlling Ogma. It was the seal holding back its true terror. With the shaman digested, Ogma's primal form is fully unleashed. It morphs into an armored, skeletal nightmare, bleeding an aura of absolute death. Nearby, Ye Ling finally turns the last ogres to ash, while Xingran patches up her battle scars. Her soft green mana glows brightly, restoring Ling's stamina and cooling the nasty recoil burns on her skin. Zhou Tong swings his chains desperately at the remaining mob, screaming for Wu Ming to do something. He complains that the edgy guy is basically a ghost right now. Stepping out of the shadows, Wu Ming casually walks over an absolute mountain of slaughtered ogres, coldly asking if Zhou is praying for his downfall. Ling yells at Zhou to chill out, confirming the dark mercenary is still breathing, but Chu absolutely erupts in pure frustration. He screams at Wu Ming, demanding to know why this so-called teammate refuses to fight on the front line or actually back them up. Wu Ming does not even blink. He brutally replies that staying away from them is the greatest help he can offer. He reveals his dark secret. His personal curse is highly contagious. One tiny scratch from him turns into a rotting, fatal wound that not even Xingran's divine magic can fix. Xingran crosses her arms and sighs, saying she has no intention of playing kindergarten teacher anyway. Wu Ming flashes a cold smirk. He reminds the squad he only tagged along to fill an empty slot. Plus, at the end of the day, he is a cold-blooded mercenary, chasing a paycheck. Out of nowhere, a stray beast lunges at his blind spot. Without looking, he decapitates it in one fluid strike, casually mentioning that he is billing them for every single kill. Back at the main event, Ogma clashes with our boy in a shockwave of raw power. Ching instantly feels the sinking sand beneath his feet, totally nerfing his speed. The terrifying reality hits him. This skeletal titan is literally bending the earth to trap him. Thinking on his feet, Ching instantly fires up his gravity vortex skill, warping the very space around him to force his way out of the quicksand. But Ogma is utterly relentless, launching a barrage of earth-shattering strikes. Our hero leaps off the ground, scaling the sheer cliff face like a spider to buy precious dodging room. Feeling the battle rhythm shift, our boy's eyes ignite. He slams the button on his frenzy mode, ditching defense for pure, unadulterated offense. He blasts off the rock wall like a human missile, clashing with the colossal beast in a mind-blowing, mid-air explosion of aura. His blade sings, carving a devastating, glowing arc straight through Ogma's cursed armor. Driven to absolute madness, the Titan unleashes a catastrophic counterattack, as blaring red system alerts warn our boy that a perfect dodge is mathematically impossible. He is about to eat a brutal 30% damage spike. His body slams into the dirt, instantly slapped with the imprisoned debuff, totally locking down his emergency evasion and dash skills. Staring down the barrel of imminent recycling, he barks an order for a tactical fallback, desperately needing to patch up his massive blood loss, while both his armor and flesh literally start breaking down. But Ogma rushes back in, absolutely hungry for the kill. Refusing to be Monster Chow, our main character triggers the cut hamstring effect, severely crippling the massive beast's movement and turning speed. The payoff is instant, bleeding Ogma's health bar down to 75%. He smirks, declaring this is exactly how he will dismantle the beast. But the boss instantly fires up its sand trampling skill, bulldozing toward him with absolutely insane momentum. The crushing impact launches our guy halfway across the battlefield like a total ragdoll, violently smashing through the solid floor, right at the feet of his stunned party members. Yeah, this boss raid is turning into an absolute nightmare. Zhou Tang starts low-key panicking over his older brother's battered condition. But before they can even catch their breath, the system chimes in, announcing Ogma just popped its super recovery passive. The crippling hamstring debuff vanishes into thin air, and the monster's health rapidly spikes. First, zooming to 83%, then 93%, before maxing out at a flawless 100%. Our boy grits his teeth, explaining that this absolutely broken super recovery trait will endlessly heal the boss unless they land a hit every single 3 seconds. Wu Ming sighs, muttering that Fa Xiong was actually a genius for bailing early. He argues there is zero reason to throw their lives away, and they can still fall back, to group up with the Hunting Heart squad. But our main character fiercely shakes his head, revealing he has already completely cracked the boss's attack patterns. Plus, walking away from this epic loot drop now would literally haunt him, keeping him awake all night with massive regret. Wu Ming isn't buying it, aggressively demanding to know how they are supposed to execute a monster that basically has God mode regeneration after just 3 seconds of breathing room. Our guy honestly admits he cannot solo this beast, but if the whole squad jumps in, they actually have a fighting chance. He breaks down the strategy, explaining that Ogma's aggro system is not like normal dungeon mobs. This thing solely locks onto the last player who dealt damage. The play is to basically ping-pong the aggro by taking turns striking the boss, slowly bleeding out its stamina and health pool. Meanwhile, they have to maintain constant damage output to completely cancel out that super recovery. He assigns the frontline roles. Wu Ming, Xingran, and himself will rapidly juggle the beast's deadly focus. As for Ye Ling, she will act as the relentless artillery, ensuring zero gaps in damage so the monster cannot heal. If they execute this flawlessly, victory is totally theirs. Feeling left out, Zhou Tang nervously asks about his role in this crazy raid. Our guy just looks at him and says, his one and only mission is to not die. Gulping hard, Zhou points out that since Xing can literally read a target's hidden power levels, he really needs to know their actual win rate. Our boy runs the numbers in his head, calmly stating that, by his own math, they are staring at a flat 20% chance. That brutal statistic absolutely paralyzes Joe, the sheer terror hitting him as he realizes they are betting their literal lives on a 1 in 5 dice roll. Panicking, he begs the squad to just abort the mission and run to Fa Xiong's group, but Ling just smirks, teasing the poor guy that a 20% chance is actually decent gotcha odds. With the mood set, our boy drops the final rules of engagement. This is a one-and-done scenario. If Ogma's health bar somehow hits 100% again, the run is dead and they instantly evacuate. He plans to tank the lion's share of the aggro to shield the team, and if everything goes sideways, he will personally put his life on the line. Pouring restorative magic into him, Xingran softly vows to heavily boost those survival odds, declaring her absolute faith in his strength as her reason for staying right in the danger zone. Catching the vibe, Joe hypes up his big brother, firmly planting his feet to stay. Even Ling steps up to the plate, telling them to lock her in. Her mana pool is still practically full anyway. Watching this ridiculous display of loyalty, Wu Ming scoffs, calling them a bunch of suicidal idiots for rushing the Grim Reaper. Bathed in the warm glow of Xingran's divine healing and his own passive regeneration, our boy's battered physique is completely restored. That nasty, double violent bleeding status effect is completely wiped out. Xingran flashes a proud, radiant smile, absolutely thrilled to be a major game changer for the team. But our guy drops a massive bombshell. Her healing did way more than just patch him up. With a maxed out health bar, he can finally unleash his triple berserk transformation. Xingran's jaw practically hits the floor as she stares in pure disbelief. Stepping in, Wu Ming urgently breaks down the crazy mechanics, explaining that the berserk skill violently stacks its buffs and penalties with every single tier. Sure, our protagonist can currently out-heal the massive blood drain, but pushing it to stage 3 is basically flirting with the Grim Reaper. Our guy casually shrugs off the deadly warning, making it perfectly clear that conquering this raid boss demands ultimate power, even if he has to gamble his own soul to get it. With the squad totally locked in for round 2, Ye Ling ignites her ultimate flame form, supercharging her pyromancy damage by sacrificing her own health points. Claiming the sniper role, she orders everyone to leave the heavy artillery to her, immediately bombarding Ogma with massive, explosive fireballs that hit infinitely harder than before. Xingran positions herself firmly in the backline. Enraged by the blazing blasts, Ogma hardlocks its aggro onto Ling and stampedes forward, but Joe heroically intercepts the beast, throwing up his heavy shield to perfectly tank the devastating blow. Seizing the chaotic opening, our boy orders Xingran to unleash her frost magic, to freeze and reinforce the terrain, while he dashes back into the fray to hijack the aggro and protect the squishy backline. Aura absolutely flaring, he charges straight at the monster, bounding across a staircase of pure ice. Our guy rides Xingran's freezing magic straight into the danger zone. Down below, Yelling acts as absolute artillery, scorching the battlefield with relentless flames. Our boy bridges the gap to Ogma's ugly mug, but the monster's blazing eyes suddenly lock onto Xingran. Frost swirls around her as she preps a desperate counter. She screams at Joe Tang to hit the deck, her voice cracking as she admits her limit is fast approaching. Red warning screens flash across their vision. The system screams that Xingran has pulled the boss's aggro. But before tragedy strikes, Wu Ming blitzes in from the blind spot. He shoves her to safety, his blade screaming as it clashes against Ogma's devastating blow. He barks an order for her to push forward. Her insane speed is their trump card. He promises to be her ultimate shield, vowing to crush anything that dares to sneak up from behind. The squad turns into a flawless raid party, unloading their entire arsenal. A system chime rings out, putting the freeze gauge at a solid 15%. Wu Ming roars Yelling's name, demanding maximum DPS, while she chugs a red potion to stabilize her fading life force. Zero hesitation. She transforms into a human flamethrower, blasting Ogma with a blinding inferno. The boss's aggro marker snaps wildly once more. The Titan pivots, unleashing absolute fury right at the mage. Wu Ming throws himself into the meat grinder without a second to heal, his HP bar melting into the red. Just as our main character lines up the perfect strike, a massive, shadowy claw snatches him out of midair. But Wu Ming is already moving. Steel flashes like lightning, severing the monster's crushing grip in a single, beautiful arc. Our hero drops free, tossing a quick respect to the swordsman for the clutch save. They are weaving damage at insane speeds, keeping intervals under 2 seconds. Even better, Ogma's broken super healing phase hasn't kicked in yet. Eyes burning with absolute confidence, our boy roars that the boss is on its last legs. He commands the squad to keep their foot on the gas. The raid party hits a whole new gear, totally bloodthirsty for the kill. Xingran pledges to lock down the beast's movements, as Yelling slams an energy flask. Mana erupts. She drops a meteor shower of fire right on the boss, ripping a deafening shriek from its throat. Flashing a savage smirk, she gets petty. She tells the giant freak to pipe down because its crying is totally killing the vibe. Instantly, the system flashes critical red. She just pulled maximum aggro. A giant, blood-stained axe comes spinning toward her like a missile. The main character screams for an ice wall. Jingran pushes her mana to the absolute brink, but the frosty shield splinters instantly. She cries out that the impact is just too heavy. Frozen in the backline, Zhou Tang's mind suddenly flashes back to Qing's brutal warning. The carry had told him to just hide in the corner, while the heavy hitters did the work. Back then, Zhou had asked what their survival rate was looking like. Qing's answer? A massive, soul-crushing 20%. Knuckles turning white around his heavy shield, Zhou Tang's legs suddenly pump into high gear. He dives directly into the danger zone. He throws his body in front of Yelling, hoisting his shield up right as the axe makes lethal contact. Screaming through the shockwave, he begs her to roll away before the follow-up attack deletes them. Suddenly, time slows, ripping us back into Zhou Tang's pathetic past. Slumped in a dark studio, a younger Zhou drowns in regret. He only ever chased the clout, the fame, the endless cash. But reality was a massive slap in the face. He felt like total garbage, a fraud who didn't deserve a single fan. His vocals were an absolute joke, ruined by a heavy tongue, sloppy flow, and zero pitch control. Dragging himself off the floor, he reaches a trembling hand toward the studio mic. But before his fingers brush the metal, his own dark reflection literally steps out of the shadows. The Phantom snatches the mic, viciously mocking him, saying a loser like him was never meant for the stage. And the saddest part? Joe agrees. He swallows the bitter pill that he's no idol, not even a nameless NPC in someone else's music video. Yet, a fire flickers deep inside his chest. Whether it's a concert stage or a literal war zone, his soul is screaming to be the main event. His dark shadow sneers, asking if he even comprehends what the spotlight costs, before evaporating into thin air. Echoes of old voices flood Joe's mind, whispering that only true legends and absolute heroes get to stand in the light. He spent years agonizing over what that glow truly required. Was it god-tier talent, delusional dreams, reckless courage, or just a giant, fake shadow? He used to think holding a microphone was a cheat code to becoming a star, but society had brutally stamped him as a reject, tossing him into the recycling bin of broken dreams. Through gritted teeth, Joe makes a vow. He might have failed to win over a crowd of screaming fans, but he absolutely refuses to rot in the darkness while watching the main characters shine. He is done being a useless background extra. In his mind, he sprints blindly toward a blinding pillar of light. He screams that even for a single, fleeting second, he wants to feel that legendary warmth. The trauma tries to pull him under. Why flex this hard? Shouldn't a scrub just accept his place on the floor? Screw that. Raw, unfiltered desperation fuels his legs. The rap career is dead, and he frankly doesn't care anymore. Because right here, in this dungeon of death, he can finally have his main character moment. The revelation sets his soul on absolute fire. Snapping back to reality, his boots tear up the ground as he dives for Yelling. The spotlight is finally his. The giant axe slams into his shield with a bone-shattering crunch. Joe's body is launched like a rag doll into the dirt. Watching his bro fall, our MC's eyes go dead hollow. Absolute wrath explodes from his core as he summons a massive gravity vortex. The system goes crazy as he unlocks Berserk Level 3. Dark aura drips off him like tar, promising to grind the boss's skeleton into fine dust. Jingran slides over to the broken tank, frantically explaining the battlefield's new hazard. The scorching heat didn't create crystals, it forged deadly glass. The insane temperatures had fused the sand into ultra-durable blades. Reading the room, Ogma suddenly blasts a terrifying shotgun spread of glass shards straight at our boy. But MC's movements are god tier. He weaves through the deadly rain, snatches a razor-sharp shard right out of thin air, and plunges it violently into Ogma's skull, making the Titan roar in absolute agony. Catching the beast completely off guard, Wuming goes in for the kill, cleanly severing its massive arm. Shinran instantly drops the temperature, freezing its lower half, solid. This completely shuts down its insane regeneration factor. The boss's health bar plummets straight to the red zone, hitting 10%. Our main character channels absolutely everything into his embedded crystal. The pure energy blasts right through the monster's skull, erupting out the back and leaving a massive, smoking crater. He follows up by tossing a gravity vortex straight into the wound, coldly stating he will grind it into absolute dust. Boom! The beast's health finally hits zero. With the threat neutralized, our boy immediately pivots to Shinran, asking for a status update on Zhou Tang. She reveals he is barely hanging on to life, surviving only because of that split-second invincibility buff, provided by our main character's shield. Right now, she is just stabilizing him. Her current healing stats just are not high enough for a full recovery. Guilt hits our boy like a truck. He takes full responsibility, whispering that he should have respected the brutal laws. of the abyss. Taking a gamble like that was way too reckless. But despite the massive damage, Joe Tang forces a weak smile. He gasps out that he is genuinely thrilled to finally be useful. For one epic moment, he actually felt like the star of the show. Our boy turns his back, his voice turning dead serious. The party's mission ends right here. He orders them to carry Joe back to the safety of the gate. From this point on, he is diving into the abyss solo. Xingran panics, instantly pushing back. She demands an explanation, insisting that running a solo raid down here is practically a death sentence. Ignoring her, our main character walks over to the monster's dissolving corpse. Replaying that fight in his head, he knows it was like dancing on a razor's edge. His heart is still hammering like a war drum. If his mental fortitude was not maxed out, he would be the one laying there. He might be leveling up insanely fast, but the hidden cost has been extremely heavy. Staring down into the infinite darkness, the abyss seems to stare right back, practically laughing at how powerless he truly feels. He casually loots the bone meal amulet. In the background, Joe Tang holds back tears, crushed by the thought that despite risking everything, he still ended up needing a carry. Total dead weight. Our boy fights a massive internal battle, questioning his own hesitation. Why is it so hard to just drop a few words of comfort? Is he secretly terrified that giving Joe false hope might push him into taking another suicidal risk later on? His mind is completely conflicted, because the abyss absolutely does not care about feelings. It only deals in death. Shaking off the heavy vibes, he farms the ogre remains, sweeping up all the dropped loot. He steps through the next dimensional portal, the heavy silence hanging in the air, as he accepts that he just cannot be the supportive friend right now. Stepping into the new zone, a literal graveyard of monsters greets him. It is super obvious that the Heart Hunters got ambushed multiple times after ditching the ogres. But plotting a twist, there is not a single human body here. Those elites are actually pushing through. Suddenly, the system interface flashes. A deployed smoke bomb is detected nearby. He picks up the empty canister, his tactical mind immediately piecing the puzzle together. Kings Canyon is basically a massive bottleneck. If you want to dive deeper into this hellscape, sneaking past the aggro zones without triggering a mob is almost impossible. Judging by the spammed stealth items, it is crystal clear. The rival guild wanted zero smoke with these monsters. They came locked and loaded to ghost their way past the front line, speedrunning straight to the boss room to snipe the ultimate loot. Activating his observation skill, his eyes glow as he scans ahead. These aren't just your basic mobs. We are talking high-tier ogre berserkers. Sure, their attack speed is absolute trash, but their raw damage output is purely broken. One clean hit would instantly one-shot any normal player in this bracket. But honestly, our boy has zero intention of drawing aggro. At least, not yet. He stands motionless before the towering beasts, the tension so thick you could cut it with a sword. Meanwhile, in a different sector, Zhang and his elite squad finally hit a massive, sealed dungeon door. Zhang punches the solid rock out of sheer frustration, but the barrier completely ignores the impact. He growls out, asking if this is the final checkpoint. The god-tier loot has to be right behind this wall. But first, they need to crack this dungeon's puzzle. One of the guild members steps forward, highlighting some ancient runes glowing on the surface. He translates the grim reality. The door requires a guardian's amulet to unlock. Zhang practically loses his mind, yelling at the guy. He screams that they have not seen a single amulet drop during this entire raid. The scout nervously explains that because they cheesed the whole dungeon using stealth mechanics, they completely missed the mandatory quest item drop. The system lore proves it. The key item was actually held by that exact roaming ogre they bypassed at the canyon entrance. The realization hits Zhang like a ton of bricks. That massive mob they forced our main character's low-level squad to act as bait for, it was the literal key holder, meaning they have to backtrack all the way and slaughter it if they want that treasure. The scout awkwardly nods, confirming the horrific news. Panicking, Zhang demands a full inventory check on their smoke bombs, desperately hoping they have enough to ghost their way back. But his team drops the ultimate bad news. Their stealth inventory is completely at zero. That means fighting through an absolute nightmare of monsters just to make it back. One of his guys groans, pointing out their squad is practically falling apart. There is zero chance they can take down that ogre now. Their main tank got wiped out early, and both their warlock and ranger are completely gone. Only one healer is left standing, and she is running on fumes. Zhang absolutely loses it, violently grabbing one of his cronies by the collar, screaming that this entire disaster is all because of that cursed rookie. His luck has completely tanked ever since they met. But right on cue, our boy materializes out of thin air. He casually drops the bomb that the exact amulet they are hyperventilating over is chilling in his pocket. Zhang's jaw practically hits the floor. He cannot fathom how our guy is still breathing. The protagonist flashes a cold smirk, sarcastically thanking Zhang, saying it is entirely his fault that he is not just alive, but doing fantastic. Zhang scoffs, quick to point out that the kid is riding solo. He sneers, assuming our boy survived by throwing his teammates to the wolves. He bets the rest of them are already monster chow. Instantly, the protagonist's aura turns freezing cold. He tells Zhang to drop the holy act. He is nothing like him. He would never leave his crew to die in the dirt. To keep them safe, he ordered a full tactical retreat. Then, completely ignoring Zhang's stunned face, he casually shoves the amulet straight into the mechanism. The massive stone door violently trembles before grinding open. As they step into the abyss, Zhang immediately starts interrogating our boy. He accuses him of swiping the artifact from the boss. He openly mocks his scavenger class, calling it a glorified trash-collecting skill that basically just makes him a petty thief. One of Zhang's lackeys eagerly chimes in, nerding out over how the legendary stealing skill supposedly lets scavengers swipe ultra-rare drops without even scratching the boss. But our boy just deadpans. He tells them to stop overcooking their brain cells with wild theories. He flat out states he just slaughtered Ogma and took the loot. Zhang practically yanks his shoulder out of its socket, demanding to know how a lone scavenger soloed the boss, when his entire elite squad got utterly folded. Instead of explaining, our boy channels his aura and completely obliterates the dungeon wall with a single punch. The solid stone violently splinters and cracks. He locks eyes with Zhang. Can you do that? Zhang is absolutely speechless, finally swallowing his pride as he realizes this kid is on a totally different power scale. Sweating bullets, Zhang frantically asks if their little alliance is still active. He desperately pitches his value, claiming his full squad could be super useful as meat shields and puzzle solvers deeper in the dungeon. The protagonist just hits him with a careless shrug, basically saying they can tag along if they want to. Going full kiss-up mode, Zhang admits that down here in the abyss, our boy is absolute royalty because sheer power rules. But he claims that back in the real world, the kid will need his guild's clout to rank up. So for now, they are best buddies. He slyly brings up the unwritten abyss rule. All the loot gets split evenly by head count. That means a sweet 5-to-1 ratio, since the Hunting Heart squad has 5 guys, and our boy is flying solo. But mid-sentence, Zhang steps right onto a hidden pressure plate. Scatter, the protagonist roars, realizing the entire staircase is a massive death trap. The ancient mechanism violently springs to life and absolutely shreds one of the Hunting Heart members into confetti. Our boy does not even blink. Looks like that split is 4-to-1 now. They collapse for a breather. Zhang tries to play it cool, guessing the traps are disabled, but his violently shaking hands tell a different story. The protagonist's eyes glow as he scans the shadows. His gamer senses tingle. This entire room is still a literal minefield. Without warning, he winds up and punches the wall again, instantly triggering every single trap in the room. Zhang's crew screams in pure terror, but our boy calmly unleashes his gravity vortex. A massive, crushing force drops from the ceiling, instantly flattening every lethal contraption into dust. He dusts off his hands. Path is clear. Let's move. The surviving crew members are left staring at him like he is an actual god. They are totally mind-blown, whispering about what kind of absurd cheat skill that was. As they nervously trail behind, Zhang's brain goes into overdrive, trying to calculate exactly what kind of freakish monster they are dealing with. One of his flunkies nervously whispers to drop the ego. They are definitely going to need his carry later. Zhang scoffs loudly to hide his fear. He boasts that the kid is still just one guy. While they are a solid squad of 5, his minion awkwardly clears his throat. Boss? We are actually down to 4. Suddenly, the protagonist stops dead in his tracks. He quietly steps to the side, unveiling an absolute jackpot of gleaming treasure. Spilling out across the dark stone floor, greed instantly blinds the squad. They sprint like wild animals toward the loot. Zhang snatches a glowing crystal, practically drooling over its insane purity. His lackeys are losing their minds, screaming that if they drag this all back to the surface, they can retire early and live like kings. Power tripping, Zhang barks at everyone to dump their basic gear and stuff their bags to the brim. He is completely delusional, already picturing the paparazzi swarming them back home. But the protagonist's instincts scream danger. The air suddenly feels incredibly heavy. Ding! The system violently flashes a critical warning. It has detected a literal dragon. These mythical beasts only spawn in S-class abysses, and only 5 have ever been recorded in history. And the worst part? This legendary boss takes the form of a stunning woman, and they just crashed her nap time. Her voice echoes with terrifying authority. Drop the loot and walk away quietly, and she might just let them live. Zhang is completely paralyzed, his brain short-circuiting at the sight of a demonic beast speaking perfect human language. She stretches lazily, complaining that she was so close to deep sleep, before piercing them with a bone-chilling glare. She growls that the reeking stench of their mortal greed is making her absolutely sick. The mere presence of these intruders turns her stomach. Rising to her full height, a wicked sneer twists her face. She fiercely demands to know how these bottom feeders dared to breach her abyss and stain her pristine golden floors. Xiang whispers in absolute disbelief. A humanoid monster, an insanely rare spawn hiding deep within the pitch-black abyss. And honestly, she is drop-dead gorgeous. Taking her out almost feels like a crime, but one of his party members starts sweating, warning the crew that they desperately need to hear her out. She radiates an intimidating aura that screams hidden boss level, but Xiang completely brushes off the massive red flags. He aggressively tells his squad to snap out of it and stop shaking in their boots. In his greedy mind, she is nothing but a pretty loot drop, sitting on top of a treasure mountain. Plus, her intense gaze is completely locked onto our main guy. That gives them the perfect window. A golden opportunity to launch a devastating sneak attack while she is totally distracted. But they are dead wrong. Without a single warning, she violently unleashes a shockwave right at Xiang and his crew. Then, defying gravity, she launches into the air and glides flawlessly toward our boy. Hovering right in front of his face, she looks down on him like a literal goddess. She whispers, asking what his heart truly desires. Mountains of gold, priceless crystals, or maybe something a little more special? But power always comes with a heavy price. She needs an offering in return. Over in the corner, Xiang actually has the nerve to scoff, calling her nothing but a greedy monster. Completely ignoring the peanut gallery, her slender fingers reach out. She effortlessly snatches the glowing crystal rune right off our hero's neck, the exact same one Xingrun gifted him earlier. But our guy is not playing around. He snatches the necklace right back in a heartbeat, glaring daggers as he growls at her to keep her hands off his gear. She lets out a mock gasp, genuinely amused that he is throwing a tantrum over what she calls a completely worthless trinket. But our boy isn't distracted. His eyes narrow, analyzing her every single movement. Gaming logic dictates that every single boss has a fatal blind spot. She has to have one too. He just needs to figure out how to force her massive health bar to finally appear. But in a terrifying flash of movement, she ruthlessly rips out our hero's eyeball. Blood splatters everywhere as she coldly declares that his cheap scanning tricks are useless here, and his vision is the perfect tribute. Like it is a casual midnight snack, she tosses his bloody eye straight into her mouth. Completely enraged, our guy instantly pops his double frenzy skill and charges in, but she just elegantly dances around his fatal strike. With nothing but a terrifyingly casual flick of her finger, she launches his body crashing across the massive chamber. Sprawled in the rubble, our boy spits up blood, realizing she might actually be a literal god. Her true combat power is completely off the charts. Watching this absolute beatdown, Xiang starts violently shaking. Realizing this is a total wipeout, he screams at his squad to stuff their pockets with treasure and run for their lives. He instantly tosses a smoke bomb to cover their tracks, while his greedy teammates desperately try to deadlift a ridiculously massive chunk of crystal. One of the scrubs panics, whining about how heavily weighed down they are. Xiang furiously barks at them to stop crying and move. But before they can even take a single step toward the exit, an apocalyptic wall of fire erupts. The blast catches Xiang totally off guard, slamming him violently into the cold floor. Priceless crystals scatter everywhere as he groans in pure agony. Instant karma hits hard, and he curses himself for not just bolting when they had the chance. Desperation kicks in. Clinging to a single glowing shard, he mutters that he will settle for just one piece. But a terrifying shadow falls over him. She materializes right in his face, her eyes blazing with absolute fury, demanding to know how a bug like him dared to touch her hoard. Clearly, this pathetic scavenger has way more of a death wish than she originally gave him credit for.